Bai Luo carefully walked behind Yang Kai while holding a dozen bottles of soul-restoring pills in her arms. Her pair of beautiful eyes were fixed on the stalwart figure in front of her, and her brow was knitted while her expression remained complex. What she had done today had really caused her to regret. If not for her specially taking him to Heavenly Lumedicine Square, then none of this would have happened. All she had wanted was to use Liu to teach him a lesson, but the result had been far more complex than she had anticipated, causing her to thoroughly offend him. Why did he have to be so powerful, even able to fight on par with Liu? Confused and muddle-headed, Bai Luo didn't know what she should do next or how she should face him. The whole way back, Yang Kai's silent and indifferent treatment towards her made her feel all the more uncomfortable. Finally, when they arrived back at the palace, Bai Luo couldn't bear it any longer and swiftly stepped in front of Yang Kai, blocking his path and angrily growling, "Why won't you say anything?" However, Yang Kai simply glanced at her slightly, which caused her brow to wrinkle further. "Hey!" Bai Luo waved her hand in front of his face. "What's with you? Ignoring me like this? I get that you're some kind of amazing genius, but that shouldn't be a reason to flat-out disregard me. I'll admit that before, I took you to Heavenly Lumedicine Square intentionally to let Liu teach you a lesson, but that's also your fault. Who told you to be so annoying? I didn't think things would get so out of hand, so, well, sorry. Okay? You don't need to be so angry." Although Bai Luo was originally an orphan and did not have the slightest relation to nobility. But now, no matter how you put it, she was Shanqing Luo's most trusted confidant, and along with her enchanting beauty, her eyes had long ago found their way to the top of her head, which gave her an arrogant temper. Coupled with her unique interests, she had never put any man in the eyes. Shanqing Luo bringing back Yang Kai that day and not only letting him live in Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion but also sending 3 of the most beautiful maids to serve him personally had naturally annoyed Bai Luo a little. She immediately didn't have a good impression of Yang Kai and only tolerated his presence because of Shanqing Luo's orders, but she never treated him the slightest bit seriously. It wasn't until today when Yang Kai showed strength no weaker than Liu that Bai Luo realized that he was a bit different from other men. And she also understood why Shanqing Luo valued him so highly. With her temper and arrogance, being able to honestly apologize at this time was already the limit of what she could do. Standing still, Yang Kai simply frowned and continued to stare back at her silently. Seeing his lack of reaction, Bai Luo became unhappy and indignant. "I've already apologized to you, so can't you just forgive me already? As a man, aren't you acting a bit too petty?" Yang Kai suddenly reached out a hand and grabbed hold of Bai Luo's shirt, dragging her before him. Bai Luo's beautiful face instantly went pale and almost reflexively tried to counterattack. But when she remembered the horrifying combat strength Yang Kai had showed earlier, she could only cry out angrily, "What are you doing? Plot against me again and I'll kill you." Yang Kai coldly snorted. From the firm glare in his eyes and his frigid tone, Bai Luo immediately realized that what he had just said was no joke, and her heart clenched and cold sweat dripped down her back. Just when she was about to stubbornly try to talk back, Yang Kai suddenly released her, and his face instantly went pale as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Within this blood was also a trace of purple energy that thrashed about violently, almost like it was alive. "Ah!" Bai Luo exclaimed. "Get lost!" Yang Kai suddenly swept a palm wind towards Bai Luo, sending her flying more than a dozen meters away. The next moment a purple fire engulfed his body. As a chilling cold spread, Yang Kai's hair and clothes instantaneously became white with frost. An ice-cold aura burst forth. Crack! With Yang Kai as the center, a radius of a dozen or so meters instantly became an ice-filled domain. Bai Luo's beautiful eyes flashed violently as she stared at Yang Kai. It turns out that he hadn't actually been able to completely resolve the power of Liyu's attacks, but had instead used some method to temporarily seal this demonic chi within his body, and now it had broken free. This was purple demonic spirit fire that originated from evil spirits that dwelled in the evil cavern. Of course, it wasn't a true flame, but rather the purple demonic chi condensed into a form of energy. Liu had been absorbing and refining this demonic chi for some time now and could already somewhat incorporate it into his attacks. This demonic chi was unusually resilient. Once it infected someone, it was like maggots on rotting bones, and in combat, unless one's strength far exceeded Lu Yu's, it would only be a matter of time before they would be consumed by this evil qi and freeze to death. Bai Luo had only heard about it and never had a chance to see it before until today. "Are you hurt?" Bai Luo asked. Observing Yang Kai's current condition, her annoyance once more gave way to guilt at the moment. "Of course I'm hurt. You try taking a hit from that mace." Yang Kai grit his teeth and took a deep breath as he circulated his true Yang secret art in an effort to repress the purple demonic qi raging within his meridians. Lu Yu was indeed a master amongst the younger generation, although they had fought a seemingly even battle with Yang Kai appearing to attain the upper hand before the Lu family's immortal Ascension boundary masters came out to stop them. But only Yang Kai was aware of what the end result truly was. Yang Kai knew, if they had continued to fight, he didn't have any grasp of winning. After all, Lu Yu was still 4 minor realms above him, and had exceedingly high combat prowess. On top of that, the giant mace he used contained a devastating power. Even using the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia to fully protect himself, Yang Kai still had his 5 viscera, 6 organs shifted under its assault and was unable to relieve himself until now. "What are you going to do now then?" Bai Luo asked anxiously. "Heal, obviously. You pig brain." "Oh, then we should hurry back." Bai Luo stepped forward and helped Yang Kai, bringing him quickly to Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. Although Yang Kai had scolded her for having a pig brain, Bai Luo wasn't annoyed at all. At the very least, she didn't feel the same cold murderous intent Yang Kai had directed towards her earlier in his tone. In other words, he wasn't actually that angry with her anymore. Back at Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, Yang Kai arrived swiftly at the first-floor bath, stripped off his tattered clothes, and immersed himself in the warm water. Outside, the 3 women sent to serve Yang Kai walked up and inquired to Bai Luo. "What happened to the young lord?" The mature beauty Yun Li softly asked, aware that something was wrong. "He fought with Lu Yu and got some injuries," Bai Luo muttered under her breath. "Ah." Yun Li quickly covered her luscious red lips with her delicate hand, and her enchanting eyes flashing a frightened light. "Do you mean young lord fought with the Lu family's young master? How did such a thing happen?" "Don't ask too much. It was my fault," Bai Luo said with a loud sigh before handing the bottles of pills she was carrying to Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing absent-mindedly. Yun Li observed thoughtfully for a short moment before understanding what had happened and quickly realized that asking any more wasn't a wise choice. "Elder sister Yun, he seems to still be very upset with me. How should I apologize so he'll forgive me?" After a brief, awkward silence, Bai Luo suddenly turned and asked, "Apologize?" A trace of surprise flashed across Yun Li's eyes as she looked at Bai Luo in astonishment before laughing lightly. Little Bai Luo is willing to apologize to him. The sun must really be rising from the west today. Is it possible that towards him, you... "No." Bai Luo glared at her fiercely before suddenly flashing a wicked smile. "What kind of lustful thoughts are you thinking? Do you want me to satisfy those hidden desires of yours?" "Absolutely not." Yun Li cried out in fright and quickly put some distance between herself and Bai Luo. "Good. Then tell me what I should do?" Yun Li swiftly regained her charming smile, as her face blushed slightly, and she whispered, "In these cases a woman's body is her strongest weapon. You really do have only those kinds of thoughts on your brain. Enough already," Bai Luo said angrily, somewhat exasperated. "Look after him well. I'll head back first. If something happens to him, remember to let me know as soon as possible." N. Yun Li, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing nodded. In the bath, Yang Kai closed his eyes and circulated his true Yang secret art. The purple demonic qi flowing in his meridians was slowly burned through by his pure true Yang Yuan qi. Part of it was then expelled from his body and some of it smelted into energy for his own use, while everything that remained was absorbed by his unyielding golden skeleton. Although this qi was evil in nature, and it was extremely similar to the energy stored within his unyielding golden skeleton, they were still somewhat different. This was energy that Lu Yu had cultivated. It incorporated his understanding of martial arts and contained traces of his aura. Lu Yu's comprehension of the martial arts was obviously incompatible with Yang Kai, so it could only be expelled. The rest of this energy, however, was purely consisted of the purple spirit demonic chi from evil spirits within the evil cavern that Lu Yu had absorbed, which could be absorbed by his unyielding golden skeleton after being refined. This evil energy was quite difficult to dissolve. Yang Kai spent a full 3 or 4 days before he finally managed to completely purge it from his meridians. A light fluctuation arose from his unyielding golden skeleton when he had finished. It seemed that this so-called purple spirit demonic chi quite suited its taste. This discovery involuntarily caused Yang Kai's brow to twitch. Although his battle with Lu Yu did not have a final winner, such a fight had managed to completely stabilize his true element boundary 5th stage cultivation. Yang Kai had also been able to compete with one of the top experts in his generation. So far, the number of such difficult opponents he had faced were actually quite few. 9-star sword sex Wu Changyi, Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng, and now Lu Yu. Each of these 3 were extraordinary talents, and all of them possessed strength that did not allow Yang Kai to underestimate them in the slightest. The world was truly vast. Who knows how many other geniuses like them were out there? Slowly opening his eyes, his body and mind were refreshed. His wounded 5 viscera, 6 organs had all been completely healed. He noticed that the water throughout the bath had also taken on a purple shade, giving it a faint glow. Getting up from the bath and drying himself, he leisurely dressed and walked out from the pavilion. Yun Li, Ruo Yu, and Ruo Qing all wore happy expressions upon seeing him exit. "Have young lord's injuries been healed?" Yun Li quickly inquired. "Yeah." Yang Kai nodded lightly. "Thank goodness?" Yun Li let out a sigh of relief, quickly turning to Ryu and Ruo Qing. Quickly informed by Luo, when she hears that young lord has recovered, it will greatly relieve her worries. "Yes." Ruo Yu and Ruo Qing replied crisply before rushing off. Yun Li turned her gaze towards Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Young lord should know that for the past few days by Luo had come here several times a day to ask about your injuries. She also obviously hasn't rested well and seems quite worn out. She brought it upon herself." Yang Kai snorted. Bai Luo's concern about his well-being had nothing to do with her caring about him, but was instead driven by fear of how Shan Qing Luo might punish her later. How could he not understand something so obvious? Yun Li couldn't help but giggle lightly. Since she was young, Bai Luo has never been sensible enough, having spent most of her life growing up sheltered inside the palace, all year round being doted upon by mistress. Young lord shouldn't lower himself to her level. That'll be up to her. Seeing Yun Li go so far to defend Bai Luo, Yang Kai felt it wasn't good to dwell on things any further. What's more, he wasn't particularly concerned about what had happened. He was mainly just upset about Bai Luo scheming against him. He believed that, after this incident, Bai Luo wouldn't dare try something like that again. Yun Li quickly followed up. "The pills that young lord bought before are in your room, and all of the accounts have been settled." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Having a strong backer really made a big difference. It allowed him to wantonly purchase so many bottles of spiritual energy pills without even having to pay up front. It was no wonder those young lords and young ladies of those great forces were able to grow so much faster than ordinary people. Near unlimited access to precious cultivation resources coupled with their already high innate aptitudes made achieving greater heights than their peers the norm. This world had always been unfair as such. Also, a member of the Lu family specifically paid a visit to the palace a couple days ago to deliver something. The mature beauty smiled meaningfully. "Oh? The Lu family?" Yang Kai's brow rose, a tinge of surprise apparent on his face. They brought a bottle of mysterious grade pills that are useful for restoring spiritual energy." Yun Li covered her lips with her hand as she laughed elegantly at Yang Kai. That member of the Lu family apparently rushed all night from their family home to deliver this bottle of pills and insisted on having this servant deliver it to young lord. Seeing how young lord was still healing at the time, this servant accepted it temporarily. Would young lord like to accept it, or perhaps you wish to reject? Nonsense. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. They took such pains to deliver this gift. Naturally, I must accept it. Seemingly knowing he would say so, Yun Li simply nodded slightly. Very well, if you were to reject them outright, I'm afraid the Lu family would suffer quite the loss of face. Being able to make big things small and small things disappear is for the best. I knew that young lord was such a benevolent man. This little fox? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling his face grow somewhat hot. The Lu family sending him such a precious thing. Yang Kai understood clearly that this was nothing more than their attempt to smooth over relations. But whatever the outcome, the Lu family was still considered a great force. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit surprised at how quickly they had compromised. Shanqing Luo holds quite some prestige, Yang Kai whispered softly, only able to conclude that the Lu family had taken such actions in order to give Shanqing Luo face. What he didn't know was that the Lu family couldn't figure out his origins. So before they didn't want to risk offending such a heaven-sent talent. If they thought they could quietly eliminate Yang Kai, then how could the prestigious Lu family be so generous? But the battle between Yang Kai and Lu Yu had taken place inside Fragrance City and was seen by so many people. Since they couldn't take such actions without drawing suspicions, and they were somewhat afraid of offending the force behind him, their only choice was to temporarily compromise. A bottle of mysterious grade pills was quite expensive, but it wasn't something the Lu family couldn't afford. When Yunli heard him mutter as such, she simply maintained her charming smile and continued, "There is something else this servant should inform young lord about." "Oh? What is it?" Many young masters in the city and even a number of young ladies would like to invite young lord to socialize with them. Yang Kai's origins were quite mysterious, so not drawing the attention of these various local forces would be quite unusual. Over the past few days, all of these great forces that resided within Fragrance City had spent considerable effort trying to discover what his background was, but much less inquire about where he hailed from. Many of them couldn't even confirm what his name was. Under such circumstances, the best they could do was have some of their younger generation invite Yang Kai out to socialize in the hopes of gaining some useful intelligence. If he really had a grand force supporting him from behind, making friends with his was naturally to their benefit, but even if he didn't have such a background, given how promising a talent he was, any of these forces would still be willing to extend an olive branch to him. "No need." Yang Kai wrinkled his brow. "I have nothing to discuss with them." Seeing him reject so decisively, Yunli was slightly surprised, but soon let out an elegant laugh. "Very well. I'm going back to cultivate." As soon as he spoke these words, Yang Kai immediately walked back towards his second-floor room. Looking at his gradually receding back, the mature beauty Yunli couldn't help staring at him, a bit oddly, before slowly shaking her head as she smiled warmly. She had never before seen such a determined young man. Given his temperament and drive, it seems like his strength was not unwarranted. Over the next few days, Yang Kai had spent almost all of his time spying on the mysteries of the true alchemic way, yet his progress was still unbearably slow, not even daring to guess how long it would be before he managed to grasp it completely. However, Yang Kai didn't mind. His true purpose was to exhaust his spiritual energy by studying the true alchemic way. Obtaining the knowledge contained within it was only a secondary concern. Consuming various bottles of soul-nourishing pills, his soul continuously grew stronger. Not only did it become more formidable, but it also increased in toughness, and now he was able to extend his divine sense over a far greater range. His supply of pills was consumed very fast, though. This was mainly due to these pills not being of very high quality, which gave them a less than desirable efficacy. If Yang Kai wanted to quickly restore his spiritual energy, his only option was to consume greater numbers of these pills. Even the bottle of mysterious grade pills which had been delivered to him by the Lu family was consumed in less than 2 days. No one would ever dare to cultivate spiritual energy like Yang Kai, relentlessly exhausting their spiritual energy, and then devouring massive amounts of pills to supplement it. If anyone else had tried, they would have long ago permanently damaged their soul, likely degenerating into an idiot, unable to recover for the rest of their life. The only reason Yang Kai didn't have such worries was thanks to his heaven-defying soul-warming lotus. 10 days later, his supply of pills had been depleted, and although Yang Kai could clearly feel that his soul had grown significantly stronger, when he tried to erase Shanqing Luo's soul-seeking seal again, he was still incapable of even shaking it. Instead, each time he tried to eliminate this devilish seductress's soul-seeking seal, all he would end up doing was provoking its defensive response, which plunged him in illusions that repeated, beguiled, and bewitched him. One day he would string this little temptress up, strip her of her clothes, and spank her. Yang Kai secretly cursed to himself. Suddenly, a light knocking sound resounded. Someone obviously had shown up at his door. "Come in," Yang Kai called out. When the door was pushed open by Luo, her enchanting figure wrapped in a scarlet red dress giggled lightly as she walked in. Seeing her choice in outfit, it was clear to anyone that she had dressed up intentionally so to somewhat imitate Shan Qing Luo's taste to give her a seductive and enrapturing aura. Yang Kai was slightly startled. "Why are you here?" Since they had returned to the palace that day, Bai Luo had not appeared in front of Yang Kai. However, thanks to Yun Li occasionally putting in a good word for her from time to time, Yang Kai had already decided to no longer pursue the previous matters between them. He had never thought that she would actually come to seek him out like this. But now, Bai Luo had appeared before him, and she wasn't exuding her usual proud and domineering attitude, but instead faced Yang Kai somewhat nervously, and some clear traces of confusing and reluctance were still apparent in her eyes. "I've come to check up on you." Bai Luo spoke softly with a rare hint of gentleness in her tone as she looked somewhat sheepishly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai just smiled lightly. "If you're still worried about what happened before, there's no need. I don't intend on seeking out trouble with you over it." "Are you really not angry?" Bai Luo looked at him in surprise. "As long as you stop trying to plot against me. NN, I promise I won't do such things anymore. That day really was only an accident." Bai Luo smiled before slowly walking over to Yang Kai and softly whispered, "If Mistress asks about what happened that day, I wanted to stretch my limbs a bit. Will you happen to be available for me to spar with?" Yang Kai casually replied, naturally knowing what he should say at this moment. Bai Luo couldn't help smiling happily. Her slender white palm rested upon her proud chest as she breathed a sigh of relief and completely put down the stone which had weighed upon her heart before quickly following up. "You really are a good person. I've misjudged you." Having finished what she wanted to say, she suddenly noticed Yang Kai's eyes staring towards her round peaks, and she hurriedly wrapped them in her arms before blushing lightly. "Hey, haven't you seen enough?" However, just as she said so, she seemed to think of something again and relaxed her arms, deliberately straightened herself up, and put on an indifferent expression. "Well, go ahead and look. It can be considered as me paying you back slightly. In any case, it's not like I'll lose anything by you staring." Seeing how careless she was acting, Yang Kai suddenly found himself somewhat dumbfounded. Seeing his reaction, Bai Luo let out a giggle before gently sitting herself down behind him in a half-kneeling position and lightly rested her delicate hands on his back and gently kneaded. "What are you?" Yang Kai called out in surprise. "Every day around this time, don't you have elder sister Yun Li do this for you to help relieve your fatigue? Today I had come here in order to apologize to you, but I hadn't expected that you would so frankly accept. So allow me to perform a rare service for you like this. You should gratefully accept it." Yang Kai was once again stunned. He hadn't thought that Bai Luo would really feel so guilty about that day. Otherwise, why else would she go to such lengths to please him? Since Yang Kai had greatly enjoyed Yun Li's massage that day, Yang Kai had specifically requested that she come by every day to do so. The strain he placed himself under to cultivate his soul was quite intense and fatiguing, so having her gentle slender fingers disperse his stress like so was an extremely pleasant sensation for him. Bai Luo must have figured things would turn out like this from the beginning. While her technique was not on par with Yun Li's, it was still quite comfortable. After a while, Bai Luo suddenly asked, "Does it feel good?" "It's all right," Yang Kai spoke bluntly. "Just okay?" Bai Luo felt like she had received a hit. Compared with elder sister Yun Li, hers is better. "Humph." Bai Luo pouted, her expression unconvinced before an impish smirk appeared on her face. Suddenly, a bewitching voice drifted into Yang Kai's ears and seemed to contain an endless appeal and temptation. Then, from all around him, erotic moans and seductive scents overwhelmed his senses. Yang Kai's eyes shot open, only to find his vision filled with numerous delicate young girls, their bodies draped in nearly transparent silk garments which barely covered their jade-white skin, and their water snake-like figures gently twisted as they teased him incessantly. Immediately, Yang Kai's breath became heavy, and his whole body seemed to be on fire. Quickly noticing the situation wasn't normal, he began circulating his joyous unification art, which instantly sent Bai Luo behind him into a trance. Her enchanting eyes suddenly blurred over as her body went limp. The yin-yang joyous unification art could seemingly dispel any seduction technique. The last time Yang Kai was affected by Shan Qing Luo's illusion, it was also with the help of joyous unification art that he managed to extricate himself. This time it had also helped him maintain his sanity. "What are you trying to do?" Yang Kai turned his head only to see Bai Luo blushing furiously. Her beautiful eyes were now wet and unfocused. She had apparently suffered from the backlash of her seduction technique being broken. Fortunately, she had only casually applied her technique and hadn't really intended on harming Yang Kai, so the backlash wasn't serious and only sent her into a light state of confusion without doing any damage to her. "I just wanted to make you comfortable," Bai Luo panted lightly. Her whole body was seemingly devoid of strength as she stared back at Yang Kai in dismay. "What did you do? Why am I suffering from this backlash? You cultivate a seduction technique?" Yang Kai laughed at her, surprised by the fact that her technique was the same as Shan Qing Luo's. Bai Luo replied gently, her enchanting appearance and her seductive moans echoing about in Yang Kai's head. This alone was a more effective temptation than her seduction technique. However, Yang Kai simply laughed. "You're finished. I just told you not to scheme against me, yet you suddenly try to do this. It seems like you haven't received a harsh enough lesson yet." Grinning, Yang Kai pressed himself directly onto Bai Luo's body, and his hands brazenly grasped onto her tall peaks. Feeling this blazing heat and amazing elasticity, Yang Kai also felt himself burning up again. His chest pounded as his blood boiled, and his lower half became hot. After all, it had been quite some time since he had last dual cultivated with Su Yan. During this time, he had experienced all kinds of beautiful temptations, and each time he had suppressed his impulses, but this had inevitably led to him having a severe buildup of repressed desires. With so much kindling stacked, and Bai Luo's seduction technique acting as the spark, Yang Kai's fire had completely been lit. "Hey you! What are you doing?" Bai Luo was shocked and quickly tried to push Yang Kai away, but suffering from the backlash of her seduction technique, she couldn't even summon enough strength to stop him from kneading her chest. So how could she muster the power to escape from under his weight? With hot breath stroking her face, her heart shuddered from both fear and desire, and Bai Luo almost had her thoughts swallowed by the atmosphere. With a great tearing sound, her red dress was ripped open, which sent a chill across Bai Luo's jade-white skin as it became exposed to the cold air. "You bastard!" Bai Luo cursed through her gritted teeth. Her eyes filled with fear and confusion. She balled her hands into fists and hit Yang Kai's shoulder. "Ah!" As she struck him lightly, a numbing sensation transmitted from her chest as if she had been struck by lightning, and caused Bai Luo to let out an amorous moan that flooded the room, which caused her an unparalleled amount of shame. Somehow shifting her gaze downwards, she saw that damn man placing his lips onto her pink cherries. His pair of big rough hands wantonly wandered back and forth across her body. Each stroke sent a dizzying burst of pleasure up her spine. "Don't!" Bai Luo shouted softly, and her tightly gripped fists gradually lost strength, seemingly somewhat reluctant to push him off of her, and her tense body slowly relaxed. Bringing one of her fingers to his lips and gently sucking upon it caused erotic moans to leak from her mouth. She no longer resisted or struggled, and instead a look of enjoyment and pleasure filled her face. Her beautiful eyes further blurred as her pure jade-white skin began to take on a pink shade, and a sweet scent wafted from her enchanting body, and her hips slowly started swaying of their own accord towards Yang Kai, as if she was looking forward to what was to inevitably to come. Yang Kai was stunned. All he had wanted to do was give Bai Luo a lesson, and although he felt that doing this to a young woman was a bit excessive, considering his target, he didn't think it was beyond reasonable. Since Bai Luo cultivated seduction techniques, it was natural for her to be familiar with the matters between men and women, so only something like this could give her an unforgettable hit in order to let her stop trying to plot against him. But unexpectedly, this enchantress no longer seemed interested in resisting him. not only allowing herself to be compromised but also even coordinating with him. To him, in his current state, this was undoubtedly a joyous turn of events. With this in mind, Yang Kai no longer held back, and pressed forward with full force as he tore off what little clothes they had left on and prepared to go all the way. Feeling this sudden burst of aggression, it was like a bucket of cold water was splashed onto her face, and caused Bai Luo to suddenly sober up. She quickly put up a firm resistance to Yang Kai, and her face filled with fear. "No, no, you can't, anything but that. You've got to be kidding." Yang Kai glared at her as his brow wrinkled greatly. Having already reached this point, was he still destined to fail? "If you really can't help it, I'll call elder sister Yunli to come. If that's still not enough, I can ask Ruoyu and Ruoqing to accompany as well. Mistress specifically sent them here to attend to your needs. No matter what you want from them, they'll certainly be willing to fulfill your every desire." Bai Luo desperately tried to convince him with a look of desperation and entreaty upon her face. "All right, I'll call all three of them right now." "Don't bother, I want you." Bai Luo's face somehow simultaneously paled in fright and blushed in embarrassment, as she quietly swept her eyes from Yang Kai's handsome face, down his firm chest, and all the way until she saw his tall, raging dragon head. Panic filled her head, and she was unable to hold back a quiet yelp. Suddenly feeling timid, her face blushed from shame, and she quickly averted her eyes away from Yang Kai as her thoughts churned before daring to utter under her breath, "Do you want to perhaps try something different?" "What?" Yang Kai stunned. "Well, that is, how about—" Bai Luo bit her lip before softly whispering into his ear, "Huh?" Yang Kai stared back at her in confusion. Seeing his reaction, Bai Luo was momentarily dumbstruck before pulling Yang Kai closer and once again whispering to him, as she quickly explained to him in clearer terms her proposal. Upon separating, even she felt her face turn red-hot from shame. Her white skin was now a bright shade of crimson all the way down her neck as her beautiful eyes became even wetter and unfocused. Yang Kai froze stiff, unable to process what he had just heard for a moment, before he stared into Bai Luo's eyes and stutteringly asked, "Is that okay?" "N." Bai Luo nodded almost imperceptibly. "How do you even know about—" Yang Kai's head was still trying to catch up with this scenario, and he suddenly felt like, in front of Bai Luo, he was still somewhat pure and innocent. "I cultivate seduction techniques, these matters. Of course mistress and my seniors have informed me about—" What Yang Kai didn't know was that because Bai Luo had decided to cultivate seduction techniques, Shanqing Luo had specially assigned 2 girls to assist her in practicing these arts, and it was because she was perennially together with these young maidens and earnestly studying together with them, that Bai Luo had developed such special interests. "Well, would you like to—" Bai Luo, seeing Yang Kai stupidly freeze there, couldn't help herself nervously asking again. Although she usually portrayed the air of a haughty seductress, in the end she was still a girl, and now that she had really encountered this kind of situation for the first time, she still felt a good amount of shame and fluster. "Good," Yang Kai replied excitedly. "And promise me first that you'll not taint my purity, and then I'll—" Bai Luo's face continued to redden before slowly exchanging places with Yang Kai, this time pressing him beneath her as she revealed an enrapturing smile and slowly slid her enchanting lips down his body. Soon after, a bestial roar along with a slight, nasally moan rang out inside the room. Outside Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, the mature beauty Yunli and the young maidens Ruoyu and Ruoqing were sweeping the leaves when a pair of light footsteps approached from afar. When Yunli looked up, she quickly discovered 2 unfamiliar women walking towards them. There were very few strangers in the palace, so even though she had not yet formally met these 2, she still had a fairly good idea about who they were. No doubt they were the 2 young ladies whom her mistress had brought back with her a few days ago. One of them was named Qiu Yimeng, while the other was called Luo Xiaoman. These 2 had their true qi sealed and were under a kind of house arrest in Fragrance Guest House. Due to the fact that they hadn't showed any unfavorable behavior since they arrived, they had been allowed to wander about within the palace grounds. The 2 of them should have something they wanted to discuss with the cultivation-obsessed young lord staying in Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. Thinking so, Yunli's face immediately wore an elegant smile as she gently called out, Young Lady Qiu and Young Lady Luo, I presume? Qiu Yimeng's gaze swept towards the mature beauty who had called out to her, and her eyes flashed a little surprise. She still couldn't quite believe how one heaven-sent beauty after another emerged within Shanqing Luo's palace. Quickly recovering, she nodded politely. Indeed, how should I address this elder sister? Yunli replied with a light chuckle. Young Lady Qiu is far too polite. You may call this one Yunli. The mature beauty naturally knew that Qiu Yimeng had an extraordinary status, and that even though technically she was currently a prisoner, she was still the beloved daughter of an extremely powerful and noble family. So how could she allow someone of such origins to address her elder sister? Qiu Yimeng simply smiled in reply, not dwelling upon the matter any further. Seeing this, Yunli smiled warmly and continued, You two young ladies should be looking for young Master Yang, right? And we heard from the people within the palace that he was living here, so we came here in hopes of being able to discuss some matters with him. I don't know if it would be convenient for him to see us now. Would it? Right now? Yunli glanced back towards the second floor of Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion before smiling softly. At this time of day, young Master Yang is normally taking a short rest. Rest? Qiu Yimeng couldn't help being surprised. Is he usually very busy? Young Master Yang has essentially been cultivating ever since he arrived here. Qiu Yimeng felt slightly startled, quickly wearing a helpless smile. Although she and Luo Xiaoman were both dedicated and industrious, they would not submerge themselves in cultivation all the time. Now hearing that Yang Kai had not slackened on his cultivation in the slightest, even surrounded by this unfamiliar and possibly dangerous environment, she couldn't help but admire his perseverance. Come with me, since the two young ladies are old friends of young Master Yang. He shouldn't object to meeting with you. Yunli giggled and set aside her broom and issued a few instructions to Ruoyu and Ruoqing before leading Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman inside. Looking around at Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion's surroundings, Ka Yimeng couldn't help feeling a bit bitter. Luo Xiaoman, on the other hand, was thoroughly irritated and quietly muttered to Qiu Yimeng, That smelly brat gets to live in such a wondrous place, surrounded by all these fragrant flowers and plants with such beautiful scenery. On the contrary, the Fragrance Guest House where the both of them had been living had no such view or atmosphere. It was instead located in quite a secluded and dark place, almost like a cage, and there was simply no way to compare it with Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. He has an entire pavilion to himself along with 3 beautiful maids to serve him, Luo Xiaoman indignantly complained, feeling angrier and angrier. While she and Qiu Yimeng were under house arrest in that dreary place, why was Yang Kai's treatment so much better? The two of us clearly have much higher status than him, so why? Wow, there's even a bath. Once they stepped into Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion, Luo Xiaoman couldn't remain calm anymore and enviously look at the huge bath while complaining somewhat forlornly. Elder Sister Qiu, I really want to take a bath here. Since we've arrived, I haven't been able to clean up properly. It's unbearable. When she said as such out loud, even Qiu Yimeng couldn't help but feel uncomfortable, however. She still managed to maintain her composure and lightly rebuked, Xiaoman, that damn smelly brat. Luo Xiaoman murmured discontentedly. Yunli, who was leading the way, suddenly turned back and smiled, lightly saying, Young Master Yang is actually an upright man. I'm afraid both of you have simply misunderstood him. I'll inform him later about your request. I'm certain he won't object to you taking a bath here. I don't want to. What if he decides to peek? Luo Xiaoman exclaimed loudly. Yunli simply smiled and shook her head. You don't have to worry about that. Young Master Yang isn't a no-good womanizer. Her face blushed slightly and she continued, Ruoyu, Ruoqing and I were sent here specifically to serve young Lord, no matter what he may request of us. But young Lord has always treated us quite courteously, never making the slightest improper demand. Therefore, I have no doubt that what you're afraid of won't happen. Is he really so upright? Qiu Yimeng's clever eyes flashed lightly, as if she completely hadn't expected Yang Kai to remain so indifferent in the face of such beauties, instead choosing to spend all his time cultivating. If that really was the case, this youth was really a bit different from others, or at the very least his perseverance and aptitude were quite good. If she could pull him into the Cho family and provide him with better cultivation resources, in the future he would likely be able to become one of this world's supreme experts. Thinking till here, Cho Yimeng sudden made a wry grin. Right now she didn't even know if she could regain her own freedom, so thinking about anything else right now was a bit premature. But if she really could regain her freedom, Cho Yimeng secretly made up her mind to get him to join her Cho family. Such an outstanding talent was quite rare after all. As the three of them chatted, they soon arrived at the second floor. Yunli softly said, "Young Master Yang is inside. 2 young ladies, please wait here. I'll inform him of your arrival." "Please do," Cho Yimeng politely replied. Yunli smiled, stepped forward, and reached out her hand to open the door. But suddenly she heard a burst of noise come from inside the room. These sounds were quite strange, and the voices making them were by no means quiet. It seemed like the roars of a man and the muffled calls of a woman. But the man's voice was full and clear, while the woman's sounded like something was blocking her mouth. These voices could all be heard clearly by the 3 women outside, which caused all of them to freeze in surprise. But soon, the mature beauty Yun Li's white neck flushed pink. Her lifted jade hand also shivered slightly. Her eyes slightly trembled and watered, like she had lost control over her hand, and she nibbled her lips as she stood there not sure about how she should proceed. Chiao Yimeng was also dazed for a moment before a certain thought crossed her mind, and her face instantly became a crimson red as she gripped her fists and cursed, "This little bastard!" Luo Xiaoman's eyes fluttered as she stood there, and her brow wrinkled in confusion as she innocently asked, "Elder Sister Chiao, what's happening inside? What are those sounds?" Chiao Yimeng jolted in surprise, not knowing just how she should respond. "Inside, they're probably cultivating." Casually spouting off this nonsense, Chiao Yimeng blushed even redder. Luo Xiaoman looked at her suspiciously, then directed her gaze towards Yun Li and muttered under her breath, "Cultivating? How come it sounds more like they're fighting? Also, why are you two blushing?" "It's nothing," Chiao Yimeng firmly declared, now feeling like her face was on fire. At that time, all of a sudden, the voices inside became more violent. The man's roar and the woman's muffled groans mixed together while seeming to rise to a climax and filled the ears of the 3 women. These voices seemed to contain some kind of magical power, causing whoever heard them to feel their legs weaken and their blood to boil. Luo Xiaoman yelped softly, and her face immediately filled with dismay. "Elder Sister Chiao, that little bastard, he couldn't be—" "What?" Chiao Yimeng's eyes were spinning slightly, and her heart was a mess. "He's not killing the woman inside, is he?" exclaimed Luo Xiaoman, her innocent eyes trembling violently, entreating softly, "Elder Sister Chiao, let's go back. I feel funny." "What's wrong?" Chiao Yimeng was surprised and quickly tried to regain her composure. Luo Xiaoman fidgeted for a moment before whimpering, "I want to go to the bathroom for some reason. Let's go." And Chiao Yimeng's face couldn't have been redder if she had tried, and she also thought that they shouldn't stick around here any longer. But just as she was about to suggest to Yunli that they leave, the door in front of them suddenly opened. When they turned their gazes towards the open door, a young enchanting beauty appeared in front of them. All 4 women stood there for a moment, staring at each other. The 3 newcomers noticed that this seductive girl's hair was a mess and large parts of her clothes were ripped and torn. Her skin seemed to glisten with sweat and had a distinct pink glow to it, and in her hands were a few pieces of cloth that seemed to have once been part of her outfit. Up and down her jade-white body, Chiao Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman could clearly see a series of red marks, especially around her chest. The outline of hands as well as distinct finger imprints could be seen upon her twin white rabbits, almost like they had been branded by a pair of scorching iron claw. Running down her slender legs was a glistening liquid, like thin threads of crystal silk clinging to her inner thighs. Finally, around her lips, there seemed to be a touch of some kind of murky white fluid. Bai Luo was shocked as she stared blankly at the 3 women in front of her before gritting her teeth, lowering her face, and shuffling past them, trying her best to disappear as quickly as possible. Although she was essentially not wearing any clothes at this point, Since the palace only had women within its walls, she didn't feel particularly embarrassed about it. So to her it was more important to escape from the place Xianxia was, even a moment sooner. As Bai Luo half walked half ran away, the three women still remained immersed in a strange silence. It was only a moment later that Luo Xiaoman suddenly recovered and gently asked, "Elder Sister Qiu, what was she eating?" Qiu Yimeng stood stiff for a moment before slowly shaking her head. What was she eating? More like, why didn't she clean it up? Yunli slowly turned back to face them, and her voice somewhat higher-pitched as she stuttered slightly and almost didn't dare to make eye contact with Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman as she asked, "Two young ladies, do you still wish to meet young Master Yang?" Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath to calm herself before nodding slightly. Having come all this way and enduring all of that, she was not resigned to simply turn back now. Yunli nodded stiffly before calming her breathing and calling out, "Young Lord, young Lady Qiu and young Lady Luo have come to see you. Show them in." Yunli was surprised for a moment before turning her eyes towards Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. "Please enter." Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman both took a deep breath before taking a step forward. As soon as they entered the room, Yunli ran away like she was desperately fleeing. Inside the room, Xianxia, his clothes somewhat ruffled, was in a zen-like state as he sat upon a jade chair smiling as he looked at the two girls who came in. Meeting eyes with him briefly, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help thinking about everything that had just taken place, and her pretty face blushed once more as she quickly averted her gaze. Luo Xiaoman timidly shuffled behind Qiu Yimeng and glared somewhat hesitantly towards the grinning Xianxia. Xianxia paid their attitudes no mind and just continued to casually stare back at them. Facing this unscrupulous gaze, Qiu Yimeng somehow couldn't focus herself and nearly forgot why she had come here in the first place, as she allowed the awkward silence to continue on. After a brief moment that seemed to last forever, a set of footsteps suddenly sounded from the stairs behind them, and after a moment, Bai Luo reappeared, making no attempt to hide her presence. She was now fully clothed, and although her face was still flushed, she no longer seemed to be in an embarrassed state, instead restored to her original, aloof and enchanting aura. Without paying Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman any mind, Bai Luo boldly stepped into the room and shouted at Xianxia, "Hey, you little bastard, I'm warning you. What happened just now was just me indulging my curiosity towards what a man was like. It has nothing to do with you in particular. Today's matter ends here. Our debts are settled, so do not bring it up again. Got it?" Xianxia gawked for a moment before wryly nodding. Got it." Bai Luo's eyes narrowed as she threateningly waved her fist and firmly declared, "If you dare get any strange ideas, this young lady will make sure you look good." Humph. Seeing her not give Xianxia any face whatsoever, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help but give birth to a feeling of camaraderie, and a big smile emerged on her face as she hoped this new friend of hers would scold Xianxia a few more times to help ease the grief she felt in her heart. Oblivious to all of this, though, Bai Luo finished what she had to say and immediately turned around intending to leave. "Elder sister." Luo Xiaoman really couldn't help herself anymore, quickly speaking a few words of greeting. "HM? What's wrong?" Bai Luo's gaze turned towards Luo Xiaoman. A kind smile appeared on her face, yet her eyes had obviously drifted to the massive twin peaks which had appeared before her. "Elder sister, whatever it was you were snacking on, there's still a little bit of it left around your mouth," Luo Xiaoman said with a big friendly smile, attempting to show some goodwill by gently reminding her, gestures to the side of her mouth lightly with her finger. Bai Luo nearly tripped and quickly reached out her hand to wipe the last traces of her snack from her mouth. After doing so, she glared bitterly at Xianxia for a moment before smiling even more radiantly towards Luo Xiaoman. "Thank you, little sister. I'll be sure to thank you properly sometime soon." Luo Xiaoman replied happily. She hadn't expected this young woman to be so warm and pleasant to speak with. Off to the side, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling that something was wrong with this exchange, but in the end she couldn't put her finger on it, so she decided to not think about it any further. Bai Luo's appearance had been just like a passing storm. Her showing up had given Qiu Yimeng some much-needed time to compose herself, and she soon turned to Xianxia and smiled. "Since we've last seen you, It seems like you've been living quite well. A beautiful pavilion and numerous beauties at your beck and call. You must be reluctant to leave here by now, right? Yang Kai snickered meaningfully, stared back at Qiu Yimeng, and relaxed himself as she replied, I doubt young Lady Qiu visiting me today was to express her envy about my living arrangements. No need for any flowery words. Say what you want directly. I despise women trying to play games with me. Qiu Yimeng's eyes flashed, but she nodded and maintained her smile. Straight to point it is then, I want you to help the two of us leave here. It really is about that. Yang Kai remained indifferent as he quipped, Do I look like a man with such means? However, Qiu Yimeng's poise didn't break. At the very least, your true qi hasn't been sealed. If I don't ask, how would I know? Letting out a faint sigh, she continued, Xiao Man and I are different from you. Our cultivation has been restricted, and we've lost the ability to even defend ourselves, much less escape. What is it? Were you planning to stay here forever? Saying so, she coquettishly covered her mouth. Indeed, here you have the beguiling demon queen to act as your backer, never needing to worry about cultivation resources. With enchanting beauties to serve your every whim, I can understand why no man would want to leave here. Trying to rile me up, are you? Yang Kai sneered. Don't think I'll be taken in that easily. Qiu Yimeng's brow finally wrinkled lightly. Aware that Yang Kai wasn't easy to deal with, she elected to try a more direct approach. Fine. I'll be blunt. What conditions must I offer for you to be willing to help me and Xiaoman leave here? And why do you think I have any power to help you in the first place? Yang Kai's expression also sank, obviously displeased that this woman was a bit too self-righteous. I'm counting on your unusual relationship with the beguiling demon queen. As long as you are willing to put in a few words to her, and considering that Xiaoman and I don't actually have much value to her as prisoners, why wouldn't she be willing to let us go? On the contrary, the Qiu family and Purple Fern Valley would most definitely be willing to pay a high price for our release if she requested them to. Seeing Yang Kai begin to contemplate the matter, Qiu Yimeng hurriedly added, All I ask is that you speak up for us since Xiaoman and I have no way to see her. If it weren't so, I wouldn't have come to see you for this. I also have no way of seeing her right now. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Wasn't she more than willing to see you before now? Qiu Yimeng's expression clearly showed she didn't believe him. Shanqing Luo isn't in Fragrance City right now. Apparently she's taken the city's masters and gone to visit the Thunderbolt Beast King's territory. Whether you choose to believe me or not is none of my concern. Yang Kai knowing about this was actually accidental. He had only learned about the reason for Shanqing Luo's absence a few days ago, when he overheard the conversation between a few of the Immortal Ascension boundary masters who had been spectating his fight with Lu Yu. Although he was embroiled in a heated battle at the time, he had never once relaxed his guard regarding his surroundings. Qiu Yimeng exclaimed, and her eyes flashed with a trace of excitement and eagerness, as she urgently asked, Since she is not here, why don't you leave? Or are you actually planning to stay here forever? Leave here? Where do you want me to go? Yang Kai suddenly became cold. His eyes filled with undisguised resentment. You can go. Qiu Yimeng suddenly choked up. That's right, if he leaves here. High Heaven Pavilion has already been dismantled and all of his elders, senior brothers, sister seniors, junior brothers, and junior sisters have scattered. Where is he supposed to go? It seems like he really doesn't have anywhere to go. Hearing Yang Kai's words sent a jolt through Qiu Yimeng and caused her to quickly feel ashamed. Unbeknownst to her, Yang Kai had also been marked by Shanqing Luo's soul-seeking seal. With such a technique implanted on him, even if Yang Kai fled to the ends of the earth, Shanqing Luo would still be able to find him, so trying to flee would simply be a waste of time and energy. In that case, come back with me to the Qiu family, Qiu Yimeng suddenly proposed. Her eyes were completely sincere. This was definitely a good opportunity. Qiu Yimeng could also see that the relationship between Yang Kai and Shanqing Luo was complicated. If at this time she could put out attractive enough conditions, she had no doubt she could get him to join her Qiu family. If so, then this time's sufferings and tribulations would also be considered somewhat worthwhile. Qiu Yimeng was a decisive woman, and she naturally knew what to do at this time. Young Lady Chiu must be joking, right? Yang Kai stared back at her with indifference as he sneered. On the contrary, I'm very serious. Chiu Yimeng brushed her hair back behind her ear. I can offer you even better treatment than you receive here. Any cultivation resources you desire and any number of beauties to serve you. Elder Sister Chiu. Luo Xiaoman almost yelped in surprise. She never dreamed Chiu Yimeng would immediately offer such rich incentives to win over Yang Kai. The Chiu family was one of the 8 great families in the Great Han Dynasty. It was an overlord that possessed a rich heritage and vast foundations. Many cultivators from all over the world would gladly sell their souls for just the chance to join them. However, the Chiu family had always had eyes above their heads and wouldn't accept just any elite or master into their ranks. But now, even if it were a number of high-level Immortal Ascension boundary masters, it should cost such a big price, right? Was this little brat really worth all this? However, although Luo Xiaoman thought Chiu Yimeng's actions were surprising, having stayed together with her for so long, she knew that she always had extremely accurate judgment. Since she dared to offer up such lucrative incentives to recruit him, maybe this man really was worth it. At that moment, Luo Xiaoman no longer dared to underestimate Yang Kai anymore, and even did her best to observe him more discerningly. How about it? I'm serious about my offer, Chiu Yimeng said as she looked solemnly at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. He hadn't expected that not only was this woman's cultivation and aptitude outstanding, but her heart was also firm and decisive. Based on the performance he had seen from her over this short period of time, he easily concluded that if this woman didn't fall early, she would certainly achieve great heights in the future. If that's not enough, if you wish to marry a woman from my Chiu family, other than myself, I can promise you right here and now. I have a younger cousin who is quite talented and beautiful. Yang Kai suddenly looked at her playfully. You can't tempt me with beauties. Hearing him say this, Chiu Yimeng couldn't hold back a laugh, and her vibrant eyes flashed a mischievous light. Really? But just now. That was just an accident. Yang Kai replied calmly, and didn't show the slightest signs of embarrassment or guilt. Fine, fine. Then do you agree or not? Said Chiu Yimeng. But seeing Yang Kai still maintaining his indifferent look, she couldn't help but feel more and more annoyed. If it were any other young men, if she had offered up such attractive conditions, she was certain they would immediately become obedient and agree, but from what she could observe, this little bastard before her didn't even seem the slightest bit tempted at all. Just how greedy is this little bastard? No thanks. I'm fine with how things are right now. Yang Kai replied decisively, not wanting to waste any more time with her. Chiu Yimeng's face twitched slightly before resuming her smile. Well, think about it. If you ever change your mind, feel free to find me. The Chiu family's door will always be open to you. From their time together, she knew that he wasn't the kind of man who could be coerced. The only way to win him over was to give him the freedom to choose, but continuing to press the issue would only serve to annoy him. Secretly, she was somewhat upset with herself for acting too impulsively. However, seeing him acting so carefree, Chiu Yimeng couldn't stop herself from feeling annoyed, which caused her to become slightly anxious. In any case, could you at least put in a few words for Xiaoman and I to the beguiling demon queen? If I see her again. Yang Kai wrinkled his brow and shrugged. As you can see, I'm a prisoner here too. My accommodations just happen to be better than yours. Good. Chiu Yimeng smiled happily. Either way, I offer you my thanks. If we can survive this ordeal, when I return to my Chiu family, I'll be sure to advocate on behalf of your high heaven pavilion. A light flickered across Yang Kai's eyes for the first time as he stared back at her, resuming their usual calm a moment later. Chiu Yimeng's last words had finally won her some of Yang Kai's favor. Suit yourselves. Yang Kai nodded before closing his eyes and resuming his meditation. Chiu Yimeng continued to observe him for a moment and quickly realized that this youth had actually entered a state of cultivation right in front of her and Luo Xiaoman's faces. Exchanging a dumbfounded glance with her partner, she couldn't help shrugging her shoulders, saying to Luo Xiaoman, "Let's go." "That's right," Yang Kai suddenly said. "If you want to use the bath on the lower floor, just let Yunli, Ruoyu, and Ruoqing know so they can prepare the warm water. I won't be leaving this room for a while. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help blushing once more, as she understood in that moment that her entire conversation with Luo Xiaoman as they came up the stairs had been heard by him. Thank you. I hope we won't be enemies again in the future. Qiu Yimeng stared deeply at Yang Kai as she said in a low voice. Downstairs, Luo Xiaoman, unable to hold back any longer, softly asked, Elder Sister Qiu, is that guy really worth so much in your eyes? Qiu Yimeng's expression remained dignified as she pondered for a moment before nodding. Of all men I have ever come across, he is the most unfathomable. On top of that, it's only been half a month since we last met. Yet it seems like he has become stronger. Although his realm is still lower than my own, whenever I'm in front of him, I always feel a kind of intangible pressure from him. That may be because our true qi is sealed. If it weren't for that, we wouldn't necessarily need to fear him. No. Qiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. I trust my instincts. I believe his talent is even higher than the Lu family's Lu Qingyao. Ah, you think he's superior to the 8 great families' first young lord? Luo Xiaoman's eyes filled with astonishment. I'm only counting the 7 great families. After all, the Yang family can't be taken into account. Smiling wryly, Qiu Yimeng involuntarily thought about the way the Yang family cultivated its direct disciples. Thinking about it, she suddenly noticed that Yang Kai's surname was also Yang. Couldn't be, shouldn't be. Although she didn't recognize all of the Yang family's young lords, she did at least know their various ages. Only one of the Yang family's direct descendants, the youngest, had a similar age to Yang Kai, and it was said that this young lord had been born with a congenital defect and lacked any cultivation aptitude at all. However, his ruthless, overbearing, and domineering attitude was exactly the same as the Yang family's. Fortunately, he has no background. If he already had a significant backer, heh. Qiu Yimeng shook her head with a smile. Since she was born, she had always had eyes atop her head, and very few young lords had ever been worth a second glance from her. But somehow this one was different. Something about him demanded she pays attention to him. While the pair chatted, they came outside to find Yunli and asked her to help prepare some hot water before vigilantly entering the first-floor bath. Oblivious to all of their concerns, Yang Kai simply remained on the second floor and continued his cultivation. The demons which had built up over the past few months inside Yang Kai's heart had been completely expunged with the assistance of Bai Luo's cherry-red lips. This allowed him to relax greatly as he re-entered a state of cultivation. With all of his fatigue and stress seemingly relieved, for the first time in more than a year, Yang Kai felt renewed both inside and out. He also had a faint perception that his mental state had actually improved. With the enhancement of his mood, along with relaxing both physically and mentally, the speed with which he cultivated increased noticeably. Yang Kai didn't stop studying the true alchemic way, even though he no longer had any spiritual energy supplementing pills. After a session, once he exhausted his spiritual energy, he would wait a few hours to allow his soul to slowly recover while circulating his true Yang secret art, not wasting a single moment. His tempered body record, as well as the incense burner from the blank book, also played a role at this time. Both of them were things which had become somewhat dust-laden after a long period of not being used. Now that he had a period of relative calm, Yang Kai took the chance to bring them out again. 3 days later, Shanqing Luo returned to Fragrance City. One of the first things she did was visit Tranquil Phoenix Pavilion. After a few days had passed, this devilish woman seemed more and more flirtatious and alluring, her whole being constantly exuded an aura of unparalleled seduction. Meanwhile, her slim, exquisite body seemed to appear delicate and fragile yet, in fact, contained a tremendous explosive strength. Not only was she amongst the most beautiful women in the world, she was also one of its apex masters, something no one could deny. Her watery, enchanting eyes stared into Yang Kai's as she giggled charmingly. Little bastard, you've been quite well behaved these past few days, I see. Yang Kai remained indifferent and coldly snorted. I have some self-knowledge. Now don't be so upset. Shanqing Luo lightly replied. I had ordered a few beauties to serve you well, Yet how is it that I hear from Yun Li that you haven't eaten any of them yet? I didn't think you would be so studious. Shanqing Luo looked at him somewhat surprised. Naturally, Yang Kai said, but his conscience actually felt somewhat guilty. Shanqing Luo simply laughed though and leaned in closer to him as she whispered into his ear. Bai Luo's technique isn't bad, right? So. Yang Kai instantly blushed upon realizing he had been exposed and quickly changed the topic. You temptress, what exactly do you want in coming here? Nothing much. Shanqing Luo's tender body twisted as she put on a shy face, gently sat down atop the bed next to him, and smiled invitingly. Are you bored staying here already? What do you think? Yang Kai glared back at her coldly. Shanqing Luo just shrugged. Why not go out for a walk then? Where can I go? Where do you want to go? No one's stopping you. Yang Kai stared at her for a moment before processing what she had just said. Suspicion flashed across his eyes. Are you saying I can leave here? Of course, when did I ever say you couldn't leave here? Ha. You. Yang Kai nearly choked. His stomach was full of grievances. All right, don't be so angry. Shanqing Luo suddenly became serious and solemnly said, This time I came here to tell you specifically that you're free to leave here. After all, in order to win over a man, you can't simply lock him up. I understand at least that much. Yes. You keeping me here doesn't mean you can keep my heart. Yang Kai nodded righteously and eagerly proposed, Then that soul-seeking seal. Let's keep that for now. Or else how would I ever find you again? Shanqing Luo nibbled her red lips, appearing somewhat sad. All right. Yang Kai, don't try to force her. Although Shanqing Luo said he could leave, Yang Kai didn't feel too happy about it. At the very least, he didn't experience the excitement he had imagined he would. Probably because he knew that this devilish woman didn't have the slightest malicious intent towards him. So although she had technically trapped him here these past few days, he didn't actually have any particular resentment towards her. Not to mention, using her name, Yang Kai had also fished a lot of benefits without suffering any losses. If it weren't for Yang Kai having seen her deepest inner thoughts when he had inadvertently invaded her knowledge sea, he would have long ago stopped acting polite with her. Oh right. How are you intending to deal with Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman? Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly as he asked. Luo Xiaoman isn't so important, although her Purple Fern Valley isn't bad. Compared to you, their influence is still somewhat lacking, but Qiu Yimeng is a Qiu family person. Of course I understand the complexities of their identities. Shanqing Luo smiled softly. But I can't allow them to leave just yet. I'm planning to bring them to the battlefield tomorrow. The battlefield? Yang Kai asked curiously. Most of the Great Han Dynasty's major forces have been waging a campaign against the Ashgrey Cloud Evil Land for quite some time now. Shanqing Luo casually replied to Yang Kai. What do you intend to do by taking them to the battlefield? Naturally, I have my reasons. Why? Do you want to accompany me as well? No thanks. Yang Kai stretched his body as he let out a light laugh. I've finally achieved some degree of freedom, so why would I continue to follow you around just to be manipulated? Humph. What an ungrateful man. Returning the sincerity I've shown you with such spite. Shanqing Luo glared at him bitterly. Ugh. Frowning, Kai Yang suddenly remembered something and asked, Right, I've been meaning to ask you something. What are evil spirits and what is this evil cavern? Shanqing Luo was suddenly surprised. Where did you hear about that? That day when I fought with Lu Yu, I heard others in the audience say that he had comprehended one of his martial skills from evil spirits that dwelled in the evil cavern. Hearing this, Shanqing Luo nodded and didn't ask about the grudges between Yang Kai and Lu Yu that had led to the fight. With her shrewdness, she could easily tell that the blame lay with Bai Luo for this incident. Collecting her thoughts, she replied, The evil cavern is a very strange and dangerous place, filled with beings we call evil spirits. Lu Yu's demonic purple chi body martial skill was obtained from there, but right now he's still incapable of fully casting it. Why? Do you want to check it out? I had intended to. Yang Kai didn't deny it. After all, when he had refined those traces of purple spirit demonic chi left inside his body, He felt that their energy was somehow similar to the evil chi stored within his unyielding golden skeleton, which sparked his curiosity. He wanted to find out what mysteries were hiding with the evil cavern's evil spirits that lead to this induction. If he was lucky, he might be able to uncover some of the secrets about his unyielding golden skeleton there. Now that chaos had descended upon the world and with the smoke of battle erupting all over, Xianxia became acutely aware that his strength was still too low, and he was unable to make any significant impact on the overall situation. It was better to find a place to hone himself and enhance his cultivation so that he was better prepared for whatever came next. You want to go there? Shanqing Luo frowned slightly, apparently somewhat unwilling to allow him, but a sigh soon leaked from her delicate lips. All right, you seem to be cultivating some kind of evil cultivation technique. Going there might lead to some gains for you, but the evil cavern is located in the territory of the profound Yin Ghost King. The environment there is significantly worse than Fragrant City. It could even be described as a land where enemies are everywhere, so I'll send Bai Luo with you tomorrow. She knows the way there. With her, you should be able to bypass some troublesome places more easily. Good. The next day, at dawn, Bai Luo ran over. Since the day the two of them had engaged in their joint activities, this enchanting girl had never again appeared in front of Xianxia. So upon meeting again for the first time, she couldn't help but blush lightly. However, she still glared at Xianxia fiercely and curtly said, "Mistress has instructed me to guide you to the evil cavern. You little bastard, even if you're courting death. Why must you pick that kind of place and force this young lady to take you there? Forcing me to run around like this? Seriously, how annoying." Xianxia could only laugh sheepishly and scratched his head while saying, "Thanks in advance. Fine, fine. Do you have anything left to tidy up? If you don't, then let's leave now. That place isn't exactly close to Fragrant City. Going back and forth will take a few days at least." "Nope, let's go." As the two of them were just about to leave the palace, they happened to bump into Shanqing Luo, who was accompanied by Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. It seemed like they had been waiting there specifically for Xianxia. As they glanced back and forth amongst themselves, Xianxia noticed Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman's depressed and desperate expressions, which seemed to silently beg Xianxia to say a few words for them in order to help them out of their current predicament. However, after wrinkling his brow slightly, Xianxia pretended not to see them anymore. Since Shanqing Luo obviously wasn't intending to take their lives, and she must have some other purpose in bringing them with her, saying anything at this point wouldn't be helpful in the slightest. "I'll take you part of the way. Half a day later we'll separate. It'll save you some effort." Shanqing Luo lightly smiled and waved her hand. A gentle chi wrapped all of them up before she directly flew out of Fragrant City. Feeling this gentle, breeze-like chi enshroud him, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman also despaired, realizing once again just how futile trying to escape from the beguiling demon queen's hands would be. Speeding through the air, in an instant they had already traversed a few thousand meters. As they flew, Shanqing Luo whispered to Xianxia, "The evil cavern is located in the profound Yin Ghost King's territory, but with my seal, no one should provoke you. Nevertheless, you and Bai Luo should still try to avoid stirring up trouble. The people there are not as amenable as Fragrant City's residents. Bai Luo will only be able to take you there before she has to return." Xianxia nodded slightly. There are many evil spirits that live inside the evil cavern. Every year many people obtain benefits from them, but even more people die to them. Don't dive too far into the cavern. If you encounter some of the more powerful evil spirits that dwell further inside, you'll certainly die. What exactly are evil spirits? Xianxia frowned. Evil spirits are. They're a partial solidification of demonic chi and evil chi, which makes them difficult to cope with. They possess no sentience but are incredibly aggressive, and as long as they sense living creatures, they'll attack. What benefits can be obtained there other than learning martial skills? Xianxia asked. Shanqing Luo seemed quite familiar with the evil cavern so naturally. He wanted to gain as much intelligence about it from her as possible. Besides obtaining and cultivating some special martial skills, after you defeat one of those evil spirits, they'll leave behind some of their essences. This essence is a type of energy that can be absorbed and refined, allowing one to increase their cultivation. It's for this reason that the evil cavern, despite its dangers, continues to draw many cultivators who want to gain life experiences as well as strengthen themselves. Not only disciples from the ash-gray cloud evil land sects, there are even many outsiders who disguise themselves and come here, hoping to gain some advantages. I see. Xianxia nodded. However, there are also some evil spirits inside that possess some special things, such as odd martial skills like Liu's demonic purple chi body, but all of these martial skill are basically evil skills. Another example is a type of essence that strengthens one's spiritual energy. There have been a few people who have come across such things and had their spiritual energy enhanced greatly. Is there really such a wondrous thing? Xianxia's interest was suddenly piqued when he heard there was a chance to obtain some precious treasures which could enhance his spiritual energy. There are indeed many good things to be had inside the evil cavern, but it all depends on your ability to earn them. Shanqing Luo smiled lightly. Such treasures existing. The heavens and earth are vast and mysterious. Xianxia became more and more aware of this fact ever since his last expedition to Nether Mountain. Long ago, I once heard from my mother that the evil cavern was connected to another place. Shanqing Luo said, chuckling slightly, obviously not taking this anecdote too seriously. Another place? Where? The demon world. Everyone else in the group had a light flash past their eyes. None of them had ever heard about such a place. Who knows, maybe it's true. How else could you explain the presence of those evil spirits which only exist there? You're joking, right? Xianxia sneered lightly. It's just something my mother heard from her mother. Shanqing Luo smiled as she said offhandedly, Xianxia, are you planning to go to this evil cavern for life experience? Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes shimmered as she asked him. Xianxia nodded. Could you bring us with you? I'd like to experience that place too. Qiu Yimeng smiled sweetly. Shanqing Luo glanced meaningfully towards her after hearing this. Qiu Yimeng laughed dryly. I can be of help to him. With more people it will be safer. After all, my strength isn't low. Rest assured, I don't intend on mistreating you too. Shanqing Luo said softly. I'm simply taking you to the battlefield, so you can see for yourselves exactly how those who've come to attack the Ash-Gray Cloud evil land act. Qiu Yimeng was stunned for a moment before understanding at least part of what Shanqing Luo's intentions were. In fact, good and evil aren't as clearly defined as you may think. In this world, things aren't that black and white. Shanqing Luo's always soft and enchanting voice at that moment actually took on a serious and slightly helpless tone. Half a day later, their group parted ways. Shanqing Luo brought Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman away, while Xianxia and Bai Luo continued on towards the profound Yin Ghost King's territory. The profound Yin Ghost King had the appearance of an evil ghost. Amongst the 6 great evil kings, his strength ranked near the top, a very difficult opponent. Once, the Ghost King also had some intentions towards the beguiling Demon Queen's beauty, and even employed some underhanded means in an attempt to seize her only to have the previous generation's beguiling Demon Queen rescue her. So he and Shanqing Luo didn't have a very good relationship. Between the 2 big territories, there had even been some conflict. Therefore, even though Bai Luo had Shanqing Luo's Demon King's order, she really didn't dare show it lest it draw unwanted attention from cultivators loyal to the Ghost King. The 2 proceeded cautiously towards the evil cavern. However, their journey was relatively uneventful, as they did not encounter any major problems. Occasionally, they would encounter some other cultivators, but each time both sides would only be vigilant towards one another and neither rashly took action. 3 days later, the 2 arrived within 3 kilometers of the evil cavern. Upon reaching here, Bai Luo stopped and pointed to the front. Where you want to go is right ahead. Xianxia gazed ahead, but to his surprise didn't discover anything unusual there. Not even signs of demonic chi like he had imagined. Hey, you little bastard. Once you go, do your best not to die. Bai Luo snorted unhappily. Hearing this, Xianxia stared towards here and suddenly chuckled. What's this? Why do you care so much about whether I live or not? Have you perhaps fallen for me? Bullshit. Bai Luo shouted. This young lady liking you? I'd sooner fall in love with dog crap. There's nothing between us at all. Let me warn you, you better forget about what happened that last time. Neither of us owes the other anything. If you dare spread around any nonsense about it, I'll castrate you." As Bai Luo continued scolding him, Yang Kai suddenly rushed up, wrapped his arms around her waist and back, pulled her towards him, and fiercely sealed her lips. Caught by surprise, Bai Luo struggled fiercely to escape. However, Yang Kai quickly released her and laughed as he turned around and quickly left. "Bastard!" Bai Luo blushed furiously, biting her lips as a residual feeling and taste spread across them. "As long as I live, I'll never allow a man to touch me again," Bai Luo cursed to herself. Waiting until Yang Kai had disappeared from sight, Bai Luo coldly snorted before turning away as well. Crossing the final 3 kilometers or so, Yang Kai came across a dark hole leading into the ground. Standing beside this pit, he felt an eerie wind blow past him that sent a chill across his skin, which not only made his body feel cold but even caused his soul to feel uncomfortable. Worthy of being an ominous ground, it really is unusual, Yang Kai secretly thought, circulating his true Yang secret art slightly to disperse this cold feeling. Yang Kai quickly jumped into the cave with the wind whistling past him as he quickly fell into the abyss. This pit was quite deep. Yang Kai had fallen for quite some time, yet had not reached the bottom. Suddenly, the sounds of fighting rang with flashes of flickering light from below. Clearly, someone was using a martial skill. Yang Kai quickly raised his level of vigilance even further and kept in mind everything Shan Qingluo had told him. Although this evil cavern was extremely dangerous, there were always groups of people inside it for life experience. He had just not thought that he'd meet some the moment he entered. The more dangerous a place was, the more wonderful the treasures it held, and the evil cavern clearly had enough hidden opportunities to attract these fortune seekers. If it were not for the world currently being in a time of chaos, with many people engaged in warfare outside, there would certainly be even more cultivators inside these caves. Where people gathered, disputes would occur, even leading to fights and bloodshed. This was an ancient truth that applied no matter where one looked. After a while, the sounds and flashes of light became clearer. As Yang Kai listened, he became aware of 4 distinct individuals, each of whom had the strength that was neither high nor low, probably all true element boundary cultivators. Descending even slower, Yang Kai quietly released his divine sense and felt a large number of evil auras in every direction for as far as he could sense. These auras varied in strength and gave off an uncomfortable feeling, probably the evil spirits he had been told about. There were also the auras of a number of cultivators, but they were quite scattered, each group seemingly deciding to not mix well water with river water. Although he was not aware of any immediate dangers, Yang Kai still quickly took back his divine sense. Searching one's surroundings with their divine sense had its own dangers. If it suffered any injury while away from one's physical body, it would damage their soul. Even if it was an immortal Ascension boundary master, they would carefully consider when and where to use their divine sense and normally would only use it occasionally to investigate their surroundings. After the time it would take to drink half a cup of tea, Yang Kai finally touched the ground again. Not far in front, he saw 4 people engaged in sending a variety of martial skills flying about. Each of them displayed excellent teamwork. When one retreated, another advanced. Obviously they had full control of the situation. Fighting with them were a few things which emitted an odd fluorescence. These things were humanoid in shape and had fuzzy facial features, but their bodies were vague and misty, almost like an ethereal illusion. Ferocious roars and bursts of wailing howls rang out along with explosions of wind. Although these things didn't appear to be too powerful, they possessed an odd tenacity and were apparently extremely difficult to kill. These things should be the so-called evil spirits. Sure enough, they're unusual creatures. Although Yang Kai had suddenly sat down behind them, none of these 4 actually noticed, presumably concentrating too much on the battle before them. To avoid any misunderstandings, Yang Kai deliberately made some noise. The 4 cultivators were instantly surprised and hurriedly looked back. The next moment, one of the 4 left their formation and vigilantly faced Yang Kai. In response, Yang Kai remained indifferent and didn't reveal the slightest hostility, but instead just quietly stood there waiting for the fight to end. The youth who was confronting him stared for a moment before noting Yang Kai's behavior and quickly flashed a meaningful grin before nodding lightly in acknowledgement. Yang Kai nodded lightly in return before going back to observing the environment of the evil cavern. This underground cavern seemed similar to the Heaven's Cave he had visited once before many years ago. The entire underground structure was a massive hollow with the occasional giant column towering to the ceiling high above. Unlike the Heaven's Cave though, this evil cavern was barren and almost devoid of any vitality, inevitably giving off a feeling of repression. The architecture was quite complex with multiple paths winding off in all directions. Although it was deep underground, it wasn't pitch dark. Everywhere you looked there were flickering points of light, some like tiny fireflies that flitted about, others like clumps of ghost fire. It was like the ash-gray cloud evil land's purgatory, with members in it appearing no better than hell spawns. After looking around for a while, Yang Kai had a random thought. If old demon were here, these green evil spirits would undoubtedly be a delicacy for him. It was a pity that he was probably still absorbing the demonic chi at the bottom of the coiling dragon stream. As for the 4 cultivators before him, although one of them was guarding against Yang Kai, thus reducing their available firepower, the remaining 3 didn't appear burdened. Quickly launching a variety of ferocious martial skills, they soon dispatched the few green evil spirits they were fighting. Accompanied by a series of piercing howls, the bodies of these green evil spirits suddenly collapsed and dissipated into thin air. All that was left behind were a few transparent clusters of mist, and each of them seemed to contain some residual evil chi suspended midair. Evil spirit essence. Yang Kai quickly concluded. All of the cultivators who came to Evil Cavern essentially came for this evil spirit essence, as absorbing and refining it would yield a variety of benefits. However, these groups of green evil spirit essence looked a bit weak and apparently weren't very rich in energy. When he discovered this, Yang Kai quickly became disinterested. Noting Yang Kai's calm and indifferent behavior, the 4 cultivators relaxed slightly as they secretly nodded to themselves. One of the youths who appeared relatively calm quickly faced his female teammate. Rong Mei, quickly collect the essence. N. The girl nodded, pulled out a small bottle from her waist pocket, and pointed it at the green evil spirit essences while inputting a bit of her true chi. Xiao xiao xiao. After the small bottle sucked in all of the evil spirit essences, the girl gently shook the bottle as she revealed a smile. Her pair of clear eyes stared at it with a very satisfied look. Yang Kai raised one of his brows, curiously observing the entire process. The youth who had just spoken seemed to be aware of this, quickly cracking a smile as he cupped his fists towards Yang Kai and greeted. This one's name is Tao Yang. May I ask who this fellow Taoist is? Yang Kai. So it is Brother Yang. Tao Yang laughed, raised his sword-like brows, and bluntly asked, from Brother Yang's reaction, it seems like you're not quite familiar with this place, correct? N. Yang Kai nodded. Though Shanqing Luo had told him about the dangers and opportunities in the evil cavern, he had never heard her mention anything about a bottle that could collect evil spirit essence, so he was quite curious about this. Is it Brother Yang's first time here? Indeed. No wonder. Tao Yang showed a friendly smile, which neither displayed the least bit of malicious intent, nor did he give off an arrogant aura in an attempt to bully him with their superior numbers. From this point alone, Yang Kai thought to himself that he needed to re-examine his previous prejudices towards cultivators from the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. It would appear that the rumors and hearsay about the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land in the outside world were a bit too biased. Those who lived here weren't all unreasonable bloodthirsty devils and monsters. Wicked and good seemed to both exist no matter where one went. As Yang Kai and Tao Yang were talking, the other 3 youths examined Yang Kai with great interest, and each of them had some thoughts of curiosity and ridicule. They had never thought that someone would dare to enter the evil cavern all by themselves. Yet there was one such reckless fool right in front of them now. Really doesn't know how to write the word dead. What is that bottle? Yang Kai asked as he glanced towards the bottle in the girl's hand. Since he sensed no malice from this Tao Yang, naturally he thought of gathering some information from him. This thing. Tao Yang took the bottle from the girl's hands and shook it in front of Yang Kai. If one looked carefully, they could see a dense clump of green light inside, like a drop of turbid water. This is a purifying spirit bottle. It's a type of artifact that's used by those who come here for life experience. What's it used for? Seeing this newcomer really not know anything, Tao Yang couldn't help but grin helplessly, rubbing his forehead slightly as he patiently explained, "Brother Yang, you that when an evil spirit is killed it leaves behind its essence, right? And, well, this essence contains all kinds of wonderful things that are very beneficial to cultivators after they absorb and refine them, but this essence isn't that easy to absorb because it contains a lot of residual malevolence which requires a cultivator to refine out. The more powerful the evil spirit, the more powerful the malevolence left in its essence after it dies." Yang Kai nodded lightly. He too could also detect the residual evil aura hidden in the evil spirit essence. No one could directly absorb this malevolence into themselves, and doing so would only lead to a backlash against their mind and soul. Since it takes time to refine it, and inside this evil cavern there is crisis around every corner, you can't absorb the evil spirit essence on the spot. Doing so would leave you vulnerable while you attempt to refine it. Only a fool would do that. Tao Yang said with a light chuckle. That's where these purifying spirit bottles comes in handy. They allow you to store evil spirit essence until you can find a place to safely absorb and refine it. I see. Yang Kai suddenly understood. He never had thought that things would be so complicated when he had rushed here on his own. Apparently in the future, he needed to be more careful. Also, the purifying spirit bottle also had a purifying effect on the residual evil aura. The longer it remains in the bottle, the easier it is for one to refine the essence, but doing so can also damage the purifying spirit bottle, so it's best not to store it for too long. Best to find an opportunity to quickly refine it to avoid such a situation, while also increasing your own strength. Haha. Many thanks for your guidance, Brother Tao. Yang Kai cupped his fists in thanks. Brother Yang is too polite. Tao Yang faintly smiled. Finished with his explanation, he wrinkled his brow for a moment and seemed to struggle and hesitate, but soon turned to his female companion. Junior sister, give me one of our bottles. Not thinking too much about it, the girl quickly took out another bottle and passed it to Tao Yang. As soon as Tao Yang grasped this bottle, he offered it to Yang Kai while letting out a friendly laugh. It's best to bring one of these with you, Brother Yang. Otherwise, I'm afraid it would be quite troublesome. Senior brother. Seeing him so easily offer a purifying spirit bottle to a stranger they had just met, the other three youths couldn't help but object. A purifying spirit bottle, though not a particularly precious artifact, was still quite troublesome to refine. As such, they had only brought 3 of them with them this time. But now, their senior brother wanted to give one away just like that. Those who come here for life experience should help one another out and support one another. Tao Yang quietly glanced at his 3 juniors, indicating with his eyes that they should keep quiet. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly as he held the purifying spirit bottle he was given. This was an instinctive reaction to this unusual situation. Since he had arrived here, although he hadn't sensed any malicious intent from Tao Yang's group, in the end, they were still strangers who had met by chance, and seeing them act so generously was surprising, to say the least. This act of generosity couldn't help but make him feel suspicious, thinking that perhaps there was something they wanted his help with. But they had just met, what could it be they wanted in exchange? Holding the bottle, Yang Kai hesitated to simply refuse. When someone gifted you something in friendship, directly rejecting them wasn't polite. Doing so would instead give the opposite party a bad impression, like you were distrustful of them or looking down on them. The question is, what to give them in exchange? Yang Kai thought to himself. Sweeping the black book space with his divine sense, in terms of treasures, besides the myriad drug liquid, milk and cream, there was only the yin-yang monster ginseng. Other than that, there were the artifacts he'd obtained from the great sects of the Endless Sea Islands, as well as the Azura sword and the 1,000-blossoming blood begonia. Obviously, he couldn't give these things away. All that he had besides that were some pills. These pills were the ones originally prepared for him by Ling Tai Su. There were also the 2 bottles of heaven-grade pills which he had taken from Shan Qing Luo's treasure house. Searching his possessions like this, Yang Kai suddenly felt that he was actually quite poor. After considering for a moment, he decided to exchange a bottle of heaven-grade pills with these 4. A bottle of heaven-grade pills was also worth a great deal of money, and this particular bottle also happened to come from Shan Qingluo's treasure house. A bottle of heaven-grade top-rank pills was worth at least 20,000 to 30,000 silvers. That should be enough to offset the cost of a purifying spirit bottle. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly as his divine sense wandered about the black book space. Although it was only for a moment, but in the eyes of others, it seemed like he had suddenly gone into a daze. Although his three juniors didn't agree with Tao Yang giving Yang Kai one of their precious purifying spirit bottle, but because he was their senior brother they begrudgingly endured. However, none of them could help but think their senior brother was being too generous, even somewhat reckless. All of them had only just met for the first time, and even if for some reason he wanted to show goodwill here, why did he have to go that far? Then, when they all saw Yang Kai suddenly fall into a stupor, actually putting on an ignorant expression, all of them couldn't help feeling more annoyed. The girl named Rong Mei suddenly glared harshly as she coldly snorted. When someone sends you something, you don't even bother to offer some thanks? Did you suddenly become a mute? The other two were also cold-faced and did not bother to hide their dissatisfaction in the slightest. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before quickly turning to them and then lightly said, "I apologize. I was thinking about something and became distracted." Finished. Rong Mei quipped angrily and seemed unwilling to let the matter drop until Yang Kai offered at least some works of thanks. Throwing a bottle of pills towards Tao Yang, Yang Kai cupped his fists and said, "Until we meet again." Done what needed to be done, Yang Kai turned and casually walked away. "Hey!" Rong Mei chased after him a few steps, but seeing him quickly disappear from sight, the anger she had been holding back burst out. "This brat! All of you! Ha!" Tao Yang looked at his junior brothers and junior sister, shaking his head. Although he didn't go so far as to accuse them, the disappointment on his brow was obvious. Senior brother, the taller, thinner of Tao Yang's junior brothers, spoke up questioningly. "Is he worth all of this?" Right. He doesn't seem like anyone important. Even his robes were ordinary. Why did you feel the need to give him a purifying spirit bottle?" Rong Mei couldn't help but ask with a puzzled light in her eyes before softly muttering, "Such an ungrateful brat. Not even bothering to say thank you. Why does he need to thank us? It's not like he received that purifying spirit bottle for nothing." Tao Yang's gaze finally shifted to the pill bottle in Rong Mei's hands and casually urged, "See for yourself." "Fine." Rong Mei pouted, pulling a face like an unhappy child. "Isn't it just a bottle of pills? Could these possibly be equal in value to a purifying spirit bottle?" "Humph." While complaining, she casually uncapped the bottle and gently sniffed. Her beautiful face instantly paled, as she turned a shocked gaze towards Tao Yang. Seeing this, Tao Yang sighed lightly. "Impossible." Rong Mei's face was filled with surprise, and she seemed afraid to believe what was happening. Quickly she poured out one of the pills from the bottle onto her small trembling hand and carefully observed it before her other two brother disciples also came up to sniff the rich pill incense, and they all exclaimed in shock, "Heaven-grade pills? Look more carefully." Tao Yang's eyesight was obviously higher than his three juniors and at one glance saw the actual quality of this pill. "This is a heaven-grade top-rank pill?" His three juniors' faces no longer showed any complaint and instead were filled with joy. "Heaven-grade top-rank true chi restoring pill." Tao Yang grinned helplessly. "Tell me, can these offset the value of a purifying spirit bottle?" Rong Mei's face instantly blushed with embarrassment. These four had come to the evil cavern for life experience, so naturally, they had brought some true chi supplementing and healing pills, but the pills they brought with them were only heaven-grade low-rank at best. This bottle of pills that Yang Kai easily threw to them was a whole 2 ranks higher in quality. Although it was only 2 ranks, the difference in value was worlds apart. Sometimes, a good bottle of pills' value couldn't be measured with money. In crucial situations, they could mean the difference between life and death. Just who was that kid? So generous. That slimmer junior brother gasped, his face still filled with shock. None of them could understand. Their senior brother and that youth had definitely just met for the first time, but both of them had delivered extremely precious gifts to the other like they were competing to see who could be more generous. I gifted him a peach and he returned the favor in kind. That's all. Tao Yang said. His mouth twitched slightly as he cast a blaming gaze towards his 3 juniors. No matter what his real identity is, your senior brother wanted to befriend him, but now you 3 wasted my efforts. Tao Yang's juniors couldn't help but feel a bit guilty being scolded as such. Curious, Rongmei soft asked, Senior brother, how did you know he was someone worthy of befriending? People come here from all different walks of life with many different personalities. What if he was a sinister person? Tao Yang grinned helplessly. If he had any malicious intentions, he wouldn't have deliberately made noise to alert us to his presence. The 3 suddenly realized that what they thought was Yang Kai carelessly making noise when he had arrived was actually something he did on purpose. Doing so was likely so they wouldn't misunderstand his intentions. Acting so, it was clear he didn't want to stir up trouble, so obviously his demeanor wasn't bad. Besides, Tao Yang continued, and his eyes flashed a light of caution. Just now, his speech and attitude revealed that he really didn't know much about this place, yet still had the confidence to come here alone. No doubt he is quite strong. Maybe not, he was clearly a little younger than us. Rongmei obviously did not quite believe Tao Yang. Age doesn't mean everything to a cultivator. Didn't you notice that although he was facing us alone, he wasn't nervous at all, not even raising his guard? What does that mean? It shows that he didn't fear us taking action against him, possibly even confident he could defeat all of us should he need to. That's the main reason I wanted to befriend him. How can that be? The 3 exclaimed repeatedly, shaking their heads. I don't believe it. Tao Yang cast a disappointed gaze at his 3 juniors. All of you can't be so short-sighted, all right? The geniuses of this world are numerous. Powerful talents can appear anywhere. You have to judge things from a long-term perspective. However, Rongmei simply laughed. Even though senior brother said so, I still don't believe it. Even though I admit there are many geniuses in this world, but someone his age being able to kill all 4 of us? That's not a genius. That's a monster. The other 2 nodded, not taking their senior brother's words to heart. Ha! Tao Yang only felt like he was wasting his time by trying and failing to educate his junior sister and junior brother, so sighing heavily, You 3, remember my words. In order to survive in this world, you cannot lack strength, but more so you absolutely cannot lack judgment. You must be able to see clearly who you cannot offend and who you can befriend. If you can do that, you'll be able to live longer. Fine, I know senior brother likes his cliches. We should get moving. That guy is already 1 step ahead of us. Rongmei walked over and began pulling on Tao Yang's sleeve. We should move a bit faster. If we catch up to him, we can see if he really has such great ability. Senior brother continuing to talk about it is useless now. Good. Tao Yang nodded and also accelerated his pace. In truth, he too wanted to know what exactly Yang Kai was relying on to dare to come here alone. Several kilometers away, Yang Kai frowned as he stared in front of himself at a floating ghost-like creature, obviously one of these so-called evil spirits. Carefully observing it again, he found that this evil spirit was really just a semi-solid entity, with neither hands nor feet and only vague facial features, truly ghastly to look at. After a moment, Yang Kai walked towards it. Evil spirits had no sentience but were quite sensitive to living beings' vitality. As long as a living creature entered within a certain range them, they would violently attack and would not give up until either they or their prey was dead. Once Yang Kai approached to within a few dozen meters, the evil spirit discovered him. Immediately it let out a howl and quickly fluttered towards Yang Kai. The air became chilly as an icy wind burst forth as ear-piercing cries echoed about. As the evil spirit rushed towards him, Yang Kai sent out a palm strike infused with his true Yang Yuan Qi. Being struck by this palm, the evil spirit suddenly staggered back, and from the point of contact, a blazing flame spread out, incinerating it. Although this invading true Yang Yuan Qi was quickly offset by the evil energy of the evil spirit, this one palm seemed to have caused it heavy losses, and the green radiance which made up its incorporeal body dimmed significantly. Coming to a halt and ceasing its howls, The evil spirit seemed to be momentarily stunned before turning around and suddenly fleeing in the opposite direction. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, faintly feeling that something was not quite right, but quickly pursued. Though this evil spirit didn't appear to be a complete entity, its speed was actually quite fast, forcing Yang Kai to chase after it for a long time before finally catching up with it. After landing a few more strikes on its transparent body, soon all that was left was a lump of evil spirit essence. The entire process had been relaxed, far more so than Yang Kai had imagined it would be. From his prior observation of Tao Yang's group dealing with an evil spirit, Yang Kai had estimated that defeating one would be quite troublesome on his own. Not proceeding forward, Yang Kai sunk into contemplation, feeling that this entire situation was abnormal. He had been told that an evil spirit would fight till its dying breath. So why did this one all of a sudden turn and flee? On top of that, why did it only take him 4 or 5 strikes to kill it? Are these evil spirits suppressed by my true Yang Yuan Qi? Pondering for a while, this was the only reason Yang Kai could think of. His true Yang Yuan Qi had always been his greatest advantage against demonic beings. Yang Kai had even relied upon it to suppress the potent evil energy contained within his unyielding golden skeleton. Thinking so, Yang Kai was startled and quickly became excited. Undoubtedly this meant he held a great advantage within this evil cavern, and not taking advantage of this point to reap a great harvest would be too wasteful. Pulling out the purifying spirit bottle, Yang Kai imitated Rong Mei's actions and injected a small amount of his true qi into it, which instantly caused the purifying spirit bottle to suck up the evil spirit essence in front of him. Nodding in satisfaction, Yang Kai let out a small laugh. Putting away his purifying spirit bottle, he quickly continued on his way. There didn't appear to be many signs of recent cultivator activity in this area, only some scattered traces of a few individuals. So Yang Kai simply walked forward while leisurely killing any evil spirit he came across. After meeting one, Yang Kai would attack ruthlessly, not giving any of these evil spirits any chance to flee again, and instantly destroyed them with overwhelming force. In less than half a day, the purifying spirit bottle was packed with over 20 evil spirit essences. But Yang Kai could feel that the energy contained in these evil spirit essences wasn't all that strong. So even if he absorbed all of them, they wouldn't provide him much benefit. More than a dozen kilometers behind Yang Kai, Tao Yang and his group had been walking forward carefully, but after quite some time, they still had not encountered a single evil spirit, which caused them no small confusion. Why is it so peaceful here? Rong Mei muttered under her breath as she frowned slightly. Tao Yang also looked about suspiciously before suddenly wearing an aghast expression and quickly said, "I'm afraid all the evil spirits here have already been cleared. In this outermost section of the evil cavern with a number of evil spirits lurking about and few people, who could have swept away all of them already?" Rong Mei laughed dismissively but suddenly thought of something. Then she turned to Tao Yang in shock. "Senior brother. You mean, N? We haven't encountered others coming back from the intersection, so these evil spirits must have been killed by someone in front of us." Tao Yang's gaze became sharp. "It seems like I still underestimated his ability. It seems like not only is he very strong, he also cultivates some powerful martial skills that can greatly restrain these evil spirits. Otherwise, even if his strength was incredible, he wouldn't have been able to clear all of them out so quickly." Tao Yang's 3 juniors all wore shocked expressions, and none of them dared to underestimate Yang Kai anymore. Some dread even welled up in their hearts. Yang Kai held his purifying spirit bottle in front of a group of evil spirit essences for a long time and slowly injected his true qi, yet it failed to inhale it. He wrinkled his brow in confusion for quite some time. Observing carefully for a long time, he suddenly understood. His purifying spirit bottle had apparently reached full capacity, so it was impossible for it to absorb any more evil spirit essence. Thinking of this, Yang Kai shook his head as a wry smile appeared on his face. He reached out and sucked the evil spirit essence in front of him into his palm before absorbing it directly into his meridians. Using his pure true Yang Yuan Qi to refine it, this evil spirit essence was soon purified and turned into a lump of pure energy, which was quickly devoured by his unyielding golden skeleton. Seems easy enough. Swallowing this batch of energy, his unyielding golden skeleton suddenly let out a strange feeling, like it was extremely hungry for this energy, and it seeked more in dissatisfaction. Seems like this refined evil spirit essence had very great appeal to his unyielding golden skeleton. Aware of this, Xianxia couldn't help but grin happily. The time he had refined Lu Yu's purple demonic spirit fire also gave him a similar feeling. So Xianxia had guessed that this place would be a paradise for his unyielding golden skeleton, and now it seemed like it really was so. In any case, since refining this evil spirit essence was very easy for him, Xianxia simply went ahead and inhaled all 20 of them from his purifying spirit bottle into his meridians. Less than half a quarter of an hour later, he had completely refined these 20 evil spirit essences. Immediately, a joyous feeling welled up from the unyielding golden skeleton, which gave Xianxia a slight sense of euphoria. The only disappointment was that these essences only increased his strength and nothing else. No enlightenment, martial skills, or even an increase in spiritual energy. Even so, Xianxia grinned, quite satisfied with this result. After all, he knew that special evil spirit essences were quite rare inside the evil cavern, so finding one was essentially a matter of one's luck. Just as he was about to continue his exploration, Xianxia felt a fluttering in his mind, and he turned to stare in a particular direction, his brow furrowing. Frowning in thought for a moment, Xianxia quickly rushed back in that direction. Half an hour later, sounds of battle reached his ears. Up ahead, he could see flashes of light from martial skills. Looking towards these flashes, Xianxia saw a number of young men and women gathered together fighting a few evil spirits under the leadership of one young girl. The martial skills these people were using had a certain evil aura to them, and all of their hands were unusually pale, akin to ghost claws that seemed to give off a deep chill. Observing, Xianxia noticed that each time one of these people launched a martial skill, a piercing howl was emitted as it tore through the air towards the evil spirits. These martial skills, to a certain extent, were similar to the evil spirits themselves, creating a semi-transparent ghost like phantoms with unclear features, giving off a grim and menacing auras. What truly caught Xianxia's attention, though, was that the evil spirits this group was facing were not the same as the ones he had encountered before. Until now, the evil spirits he came across were all green-colored, but the ones here now were bright blood red, which gave them a more malevolent appearance. Moreover, these red evil spirits' strength was undoubtedly stronger than the green ones. Even their bodies had a more corporeal look. Therefore, even though the number of people here was larger than Tao Yang's group, they would still take quite some time to achieve victory. 4 or 5 red evil spirits gathered around, screaming and howling, seeming to resonate and communicate with one another, before taking unified action, advancing and retreating in a half-organized fashion, making them far more formidable and troublesome than green evil spirits. However, this group of young cultivators still clearly held the advantage. After a while, one of the red evil spirits gradually dimmed and was quickly defeated, which cemented the battle's balance in favor of the cultivators. Repeatedly unleashing various grim martial skills, the group attacked the red evil spirits with overwhelming force. Unexpectedly, one of the red evil spirits on the verge of dying actually bypassed the crowd and rushed directly towards Xianxia. Xianxia frowned but did not dodge, interested to see just how strong these red evil spirits were. Lifting his hand, he sent a true chi-infused palm towards this oncoming enemy. Striking it head-on, the red evil spirit shrieked and instantly collapsed, leaving behind a group of evil spirit essence that floated in front of Xianxia. This group of evil spirit essence was clearly superior to the ones Xianxia had previously obtained. Xianxia had no intention of collecting this evil spirit essence, but perhaps because it had just recently tasted such energy, his unyielding golden skeleton acting without restraint and immediately inhaled this evil spirit essence. Xianxia couldn't help being stunned, feeling slightly helpless. Nearby, the group of cultivators who had originally seen Xianxia use a single move to kill an evil spirit were somewhat shocked, and were equally surprised when he had unscrupulously absorbed the evil spirit essence. "Hey, my friend, don't you think you're acting a bit unruly?" A gloomy youth stood out and quipped while glaring gloomily at Xianxia. Apologies, it was unintentional." Xianxia knew there was no point trying to talk his way out of this, so he frankly admitted his wrong. "Unintentional?" the young man sneered. "After blatantly absorbing our evil spirit essence, you still want to claim you didn't mean to?" Although Yang Kai's previous strike had surprised him a moment ago, he wasn't afraid. After all, they had 7 or 8 people on their side. What's more, Yang Kai's argument really wasn't very convincing. What wasn't intentional about plundering other people's treasures in front of their faces? Listening to their comrade, the others of this young man's group also moved forward and coldly glared at Yang Kai, clearly unwilling to let the matter drop. Only the young girl who seemed to be their leader remained still. Her beautiful face gawked towards Yang Kai, her eyes flashed a trace of panic, and her tender body involuntarily shivered slightly. She quickly remembered that terrible torture and unbearable suffering. Friend, you should consider your situation well. Although our Ghost King Valley isn't a supreme power, we're also not so easily bullied. The same youth glared at Yang Kai as a sneer appeared on his face. Yang Kai frowned, lightly replying, "I'll compensate you." "Compensate? How do you place to compensate us?" That youth snorted. "No need." Yang Kai didn't have enough time to reply before the young girl hiding behind the crowd walked up and said. Her eyes contained a faint trace of panic as she said towards Yang Kai, "You don't need to compensate us. Junior sister." The young man looked towards the young girl in surprise, as he did not understand why she would suddenly say so. "I know him. Don't quarrel over such small matters," the young girl said indifferently, although a tinge of red appeared on her face as she stared towards Yang Kai. More memories of the absurd acts she and ZMO had done to seduce this youth before suddenly popping up in her mind. That stupid woman ZMO. She really convinced me he had some kind of disability, but in the end we just ended up allowing him to take advantage of us for free. Junior sister knows him? The young man couldn't help but feel surprised as he glanced back and forth between her and Yang Kai. "And he saved my life once." The girl finally showed a light smile, but this cold woman's smile somehow seemed a bit stiff. "Young Miss Lang, we meet again." Yang Kai smiled back at the girl. This girl, shockingly, was Ghost King Valley's Leng Shan. ZMO and Leng Shan both had marks left on their souls by Yang Kai's divine sense, so Yang Kai could feel their presence as long as they were close enough. Still, Yang Kai didn't expect to meet Leng Shan here. "And we meet again." Leng Shan nodded slightly, relieved in her heart that it seemed that this brat didn't intend to say anything about their past encounter, nor did he intend to torture her. Although she had understood long ago that Yang Kai wasn't actually malicious in nature, Leng Shan still couldn't help but be on edge around him. Seeing how both of them were really familiar, the other Ghost King Valley disciples relaxed, and the hostility of the gloomy youth also reduced significantly. "You should first refine that evil spirit essence. Once that thing is absorbed into the body, if you don't quickly refine it, it will lead to problems." Leng Shan whispered, then turned to her fellow disciples. "Quickly collect the other essences, but keep your guard up. Don't let other evil spirits take us by surprise." The crowd quickly nodded and set about their tasks. Yang Kai also chuckled lightly, then began to circulate his true Yang secret art. The red evil spirit essence was really different. It contained significantly more energy than one left behind by a green evil spirit. A short moment later, Yang Kai let out a light breath and said, "Done. Done." The gloomy young man exclaimed and furrowed his brow at Yang Kai. "Friend, an evil spirit essence isn't so easily refined, is it? Are you sure you've purified it completely? This thing is not a joke. If it's not refined completely, it will most likely leave behind some hidden dangers." The youth's reminder had been well-intentioned. Apparently, because Leng Shan had said he was her life's benefactor, his opinion of Yang Kai had improved dramatically, or it would have been impossible to speak so. "It's all right, I cultivate a true Yang secret art, so refining these things is quite simple for me," Yang Kai said lightly. "I see, I was wondering why this friend was so easily able to kill that red evil spirit. On top of having great strength, you also can restrain them with your true cheese attribute." The gloomy youth smiled as he let out a carefree laugh. "Good. My name is Chen Yi. If I had offended this friend just now, I hope you will not take it to heart." "Good. I'm Yang Kai." Since the other party was willing to reconcile, naturally he wouldn't reject, nor would Yang Kai actually care about such minor slights. After all, it really was his own fault. In a secluded spot inside the evil cavern, the disciples of Ghost King Valley sat together in meditation. Having just undergone a fight, they also needed a moment to restore themselves. In these ominous grounds, one's safety could only be guaranteed if one maintained their peak condition. Despite entering a meditative state, none of them relaxed their vigilance and closely monitored their surroundings for any signs of movement lest any red evil spirits suddenly appeared. Xianxia looked around and nodded while curiously observing Liangshan in particular. After nearly a year apart, this icy girl had grown a lot. Liangshan was neither the strongest nor the oldest in this group, but it was clear that she was in command. Almost everything that was done was in accordance with her orders, allowing this group to have a high degree of organization. Her high status in the Ghost King Valley was one reason for this, but more importantly she commanded everyone's respect because she had accumulated a great deal of life experience in various trails and forbidden zones. The gloomy youth Qianyi also smiled and sat down nearby, smiling well-meaningly towards Xianxia. He seemed unaware that Xianxia had killed 2 elite disciples of Ghost King Valley and that Liangshan had a significant grudge against him. "Why are you here?" Xianxia asked curiously, surprised that on his visit to the evil cavern he would run into an acquaintance. Although in that isolated world Xianxia's relationship with ZMO was closer than the one he had with Liangshan. But due to his divine sense brand remaining on her soul, he still had a faint connection with her. It was just that this link was unilateral. Xianxia could feel Liangshan's presence, but she couldn't feel his. "I can naturally be here," Liangshan grinned. "Don't you know where this is?" "The evil cavern." Xianxia frowned before suddenly understanding. "This place is in the profound Ghost King's territory. Ghost King Valley, so Ghost King Valley was originally from this region of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Liangshan nodded lightly. Xianxia suddenly thought, does Ghost King Valley and the profound Ghost King have some kind of relationship? Although both have Ghost King in their titles, we don't actually have any kind of deep connection. We just happen to belong to the same jurisdiction is all. Qianyi interjected with a smile. It looks like Brother Yang isn't very familiar with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Xianxia muttered. Qianyi simply laughed however and said, "Never mind. If you don't understand anything, feel free to ask me. Since you're junior sister savior, then you are a friend of my Ghost King Valley, and that naturally makes you my friend as well. Out of curiosity, where does Brother Yang come from?" "Senior brother," Liangshan shouted. Obviously, she knew which sect Xianxia came from, but because she knew, she felt it wasn't something to be discussed casually. Before, High Heaven Pavilion was a relatively unknown sect, but now it was world-famous because it was the birthplace of the current Demon Lord. Because of its relationship with the Demon Lord, the entire High Heaven Pavilion had essentially been destroyed, and not only did the outside world know about this, it was even news in the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. The Demon Lord's arrival had brought war to the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, which was not something everyone wanted to see. After noticing Liangshan's sudden change in demeanor, Qianyi grinned awkwardly and waved. "Well, just treat it like I hadn't asked. Brother Yang doesn't need to mind." However, in his heart his curiosity grew. Where exactly did this Xianxia come from? Xianxia could only faintly smile in response. "But, how come you are here?" Liangshan asked inquisitively. She knew that High Heaven Pavilion was tens of thousands of kilometers from here. "I heard that this place was interesting, so I came to play." Qianyi and Liangshan were both dumbstruck and were unable to hold back a wry grin. "You certainly have some big guts. A lone person actually daring to come here to play." Liangshan reluctantly shook her head, but when she thought back on just how terrifying Xianxia's strength was, she also wasn't too surprised. Maybe he really is qualified to come here just to play. "Oh right, how come the evil spirits you're dealing with here are red? All the ones I've come across so far were green." Xianxia asked curiously. "Ha ha ha." Qianyi laughed loudly after realizing that Xianxia really may have come here for fun. Why else would he have basically no knowledge about the evil cavern? Liangshan's brow twitched slightly as she tried to stifle her laughter. The other disciples of Ghost King Valley also couldn't help but look at Xianxia with funny expressions. Looking around, Yang Kai couldn't help but scratch his head awkwardly. Ahem? Leng Shan lightly coughed and straightened out her expression as she asked, "What is the difference between the green evil spirits and the red evil spirits?" "Well, the red ones are undoubtedly stronger. It's like this, inside the evil cavern, the further one progresses, the more powerful the evil spirits they encounter become. It's relatively easy to deal with green evil spirits, which is why you mostly find them in the cavern's periphery. As one dives further into the cavern, they encounter red, purple, and eventually black evil spirits. As the strength of these evil spirits grows, their bodies become more and more solid, to the point that a black evil spirit basically has a complete physical body. Even if it is a low-level immortal Ascension boundary master, they have no choice but to retreat when they encounter one. For those at the true element boundary like ourselves, if we work together, at most we can deal with purple evil spirit. If we were to encounter a black evil spirit, our only choice would be to flee, and if we weren't able to escape fast enough, we would most likely lose our lives." Yang Kai's brow twitched upon hearing this. Obviously, it was from one of these purple evil spirits that Lu Yu had obtained his demonic purple chi body and purple demonic spirit fire. "I understand now." Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Moreover, in addition to these ordinary 4 different colored evil spirits, there is a special type of evil spirit that Brother Yang should be extra wary of in this evil cavern," Chen Yi said seriously, and his expression became exceptionally serious. "Oh," Yang Kai, noticing how solemn Chen Yi's expression became, had his interest piqued and was unable to hold back his curiosity and asked, "What kind of evil spirit?" "A soul-type evil spirit," Chen Yi replied. His voice was filled with a tone of warning. "They look exactly the same as any other evil spirit, so they're quite hard to differentiate. But if you come across one, I advise you, do everything in your power to flee." "Why is that?" "Because they possess a soul skill," Chen Yi grimaced. "I'm just a true element boundary cultivator, so if I were to encounter a soul-type evil spirit, I wouldn't be able to even defend myself." "Brother Yang, do you have a soul defense-type artifact?" Yang Kai shook his head. "Then it seems you'll have trouble defending yourself as well," Chen Yi said, frowning slightly. "Those who come to this place usually carry artifacts that can defend against soul skill attacks. If they're high enough quality, they may be able to block some of the effects from a soul-type evil spirit. Well, Brother Yang cultivates a true Yang attribute secret art, so perhaps that will provide you with some limited protection as well." "It doesn't matter. I doubt I'd be so unlucky to come across one." Yang Kai grinned. Although he had no soul defense-type artifact, he did have his soul palace soul skill, and the level of his soul defense shouldn't be too bad. So in reality, Yang Kai didn't take this warning too seriously. "Good. It's true that soul-type evil spirits rarely appear." Chen Yi nodded. After a few casual words, the atmosphere had become much more relaxed. Just as they were chatting, a weird voice suddenly rang out from a short distance away. The sound was sharp and shrill, like a mix of whistling winds and howling ghosts. All of the Ghost King Valley disciples heard this voice and turned their heads towards the direction of its origin. "There's movement." Chen Yi's vision became sharp as he muttered under his breath. Let's go take a look." Leng Shan nodded firmly. Yang Kai didn't ask any questions, but looking at the faces of these people, he seemed to guess that there was more going on than simple evil spirit hunting. "Move out," Chen Yi quickly ordered and glanced over towards Yang Kai briefly. "Brother Yang, if you don't mind, how about traveling together with us?" "Good." Yang Kai nodded immediately. He had just accidentally received an evil spirit essence from them, and since he had yet to compensate them, traveling together with them for the time being was only to be expected. It wasn't his policy to receiving graciousness from others for free. As the group walked forward, Leng Shan deliberately hung back and eventually walked side by side with Yang Kai. "Don't worry, I won't do anything like that to you again," Yang Kai stated clearly, thinking she might still be worrying about their previous encounter. "I know you won't." Leng Shan shook her head. "I just wanted to tell you some things." "Oh, and what would that be?" Leng Shan laughed lightly. "I wanted to tell you why we've come this time to the evil cavern." What is it that you're trying to accomplish here?" Yang Kai puzzled. "Actually, we're looking for someone." Looking for someone? And there are a few outsiders who have recently killed a lot of disciples from Free and Unfettered sect, and then fled here. Our Ghost King Valley isn't far from Free and Unfettered sect, so we were pulled into this situation to help them. At a glance, Xianxia could tell from her expression that she was rather resentful about helping this Free and Unfettered sect. Chuckling lightly, he asked, "Does that Free and Unfettered sect often bully your Ghost King Valley? You don't seem very willing to be here this time, do you?" "Humph, of course I don't want to be here." Shan glared harshly, all but confirming Xianxia's speculations, before she continued. "I'm telling you in advance because I know you don't belong to the ash-gray cloud evil land, and the ones Free and Unfettered sect are hunting our cultivators from the outside. I'm just worried that if you see your fellow comrades in danger, you'd be put in a difficult position." "Fellow comrades?" Xianxia sneered. "My sect is gone. Exactly what comrades do I have?" Shan's expression became a bit dim and she whispered, "About High Heaven Pavilion's situation, my condolences." Xianxia simply snorted, perhaps influenced by Shanqing Luo or perhaps because of High Heaven Pavilion's misfortune. Xianxia no longer cared too deeply about concepts like righteousness or evil. The so-called beliefs of the world, in his opinion, had nothing to do with him. Who is it that Free and Unfettered sect is chasing? Xianxia was a bit curious. Other than a woman, who else could it be? Shan scoffed. Free and Unfettered sect's favorite pastime is acting without restraint. Not a night goes by they don't do their best to vent their desires. Understand? Ah, I understand. Xianxia suddenly felt awkward, never having thought the cold and indifferent Shan would actually speak so bluntly. But this time it's not just a single young woman but a pair of twins. Both of them are extraordinarily beautiful and exceptionally strong to boot, and the two of them have actually raised quite a storm around here. Shan's eyes secretly shone a light, obviously taking some pleasure in others' misfortune. The two of them have killed more than a dozen Free and Unfettered sect disciples, but unfortunately it seems they finally came up against more than they could handle and were forced to escape here. You seem to hold quite the grudge against that Free and Unfettered sect. Xianxia looked her up and down, then chuckled. Did someone from their Free and Unfettered sect try to vent their desires on our little beauty here too? Humph! Shan angrily snorted and turned her face away, not directly answering his question. But her meaning was clear enough. Heh heh! Xianxia chuckled and suddenly thought of something. If you really were to find those two women, what are you planning to do? I don't know either. Shan shook her head. I didn't want to get involved in this in the first place. Even my master said that we can just superficially cooperate and we don't need to put in any real effort if we happen to catch them. We'll think about it then. Good. Xianxia nodded lightly. After walking forward for a long time, Xianxia's eyes suddenly flickered, looking towards a particular direction. Wait! Xianxia reached out and grabbed Shan. Stop! Chan Yi, hearing this sudden voice, quickly raised his hand and ordered the group of Ghost King Valley disciples to form a perimeter. What happened? Shan asked in surprise. However, Xianxia didn't answer and instead stared harder and harder at that spot ahead of them. His vision suddenly became cold, and he shot forward like lightning, as his true chi surged, and shot out a palm seemingly at thin air. From the void in front of him, rippling waves spread out, and in the next instant, an unexpected figure appeared in everyone's field of vision. This person's face couldn't hide his shock and astonishment, apparently unable to believe that Xianxia had found him, and he quickly fell back as he raised his hands and shouted, Wait, wait! Xianxia's expression went dull for a moment when he noticed the opposite party's pale ghost-like hands. Disciples of Ghost King Valley all had hands that looked like this, seeming to have no blood flow through them. Ah! Brother Yang! Stop! Chun-Yi hurriedly shouted. This shout reached his ears, and Xianxia also quickly halted his attack. He's one of us, Chun-Yi and Shan hurriedly explained. A scout! Xianxia cracked a wry grin. Originally he had thought someone was waiting in ambush to attack them, but it turns out this person was just a disciple of Ghost King Valley who had been sent ahead as a pathfinder. After being forced out of his concealment, This young man couldn't hold his shock as he stared at Xianxia, and he only relaxed slightly when Channy arrived, by loudly cursing, "What the fuck? Who the hell is this guy?" "He's junior sister Lung's benefactor," Chun-Yi briefly explained. Xianxia was soon told that this disciple named Chang Ying really was a scout sent out by the Ghost King Valley team. "Sorry, it's a misunderstanding." Xianxia cupped his fists in apology. "Misunderstanding? Dog shit," shouted Chang Ying. "I used a concealment artifact and a special stealth-type martial skill. Senior brother Chun-Yi couldn't even find a trace of me. So how did you see through it in an instant?" Listening to his outburst, everyone else suddenly felt something was off. If it weren't for Chang Ying's perfect stealth techniques, they wouldn't have allowed him to explore the road ahead on his own in the first place. With the combination of his stealth martial skill and concealment artifact, even if it were a general Immortal Ascension boundary master, they wouldn't be able to detect any signs of his presence. This was what Chang Ying relied on to provide a steady stream of forward intelligence to the team. But now, Xianxia, a youth who hadn't even reached the Immortal Ascension boundary, had actually seen through his camouflage. How could they not be surprised? "True. Brother Yang, how did you manage to find him?" Chun-Yi asked curiously. Xianxia wrinkled his brow slightly. "Well, my senses have always been a bit keener than most people." "That's it." Chang Ying clearly didn't quite believe him, but since Xianxia apparently didn't want to say any more, he was at an impasse. Lung Shan also glanced suspiciously at Xianxia, and a pensive light flashed across her beautiful cold eyes. But instead of digging further into things, she swiftly changed the topic. "Chang Ying, do you have any new information for us? Did you discover something up ahead?" Chang Ying immediately recovered, and a grin slowly formed on his face. "I found them. Those two slew." Lung Shan's vision instantly became cold. As a fellow woman, hearing someone use such language wasn't very pleasing. Ahem. The whereabouts of those two girls was exposed. Chang Ying grinned helplessly and quickly continued. "However, those two are much stronger than we expected. Their realms are obviously not very high, but when the two of them join together, their strength rises dramatically, probably due to some special secret art that they cultivate. Those free and unfettered sect bastards really ate some harsh losses at their hands, and several of them died. Yuqing was also nearly castrated by one of them. That scene. Ha ha ha. Too good." Chang Ying was apparently a lively person, describing the battle that took place in an animated voice in great detail. Seeing that guy who's always trying to act cool shriek in panic as the blade struck towards his crotch. "Ha ha ha. Kiki. Junior brother Chang. Enough nonsense." Chun-Yi could see that Lung Shan was becoming increasingly annoyed, and thus quickly interrupted his story. "Ha! Ahem!" Chang Ying scratched his head awkwardly and pretended to slap his mouth lightly. Yes, it's all my cheap mouth's fault. Junior sister Lung shouldn't pay it any mind." Lung Shan snorted ill-humoredly, but she understood that this was just this guy's nature. A wild beast wouldn't just become civil all of a sudden. Channy also grinned slightly, and a look of amusement surfaced on his face before he quickly asked, "In the end, was that dog Yuqing actually castrated?" Chang Ying replied somewhat disgruntled. "Nope, such a pity. But after that near miss, my guess is he'll be shrunk up for 10 days to half a month. Ha ha ha, he deserves to be beaten." That latter half of his sentence he directed towards Lung Shan with a smile. "Ha! Too bad." Chani also let out a long sigh. "So, what happened then? What happened to those two girls?" "They escaped. Ran further inside to be exact." Chang Ying's expression suddenly became serious. "There were signs of purple evil spirits in the direction they fled. A lot of them. I'd guess they're just about to reach their limit." Chani frowned. "What are Yuqing's intentions? You know his disposition. Naturally, he doesn't plan to let things drop. He wants us to go with him, kill our way through those purple evil spirits, then catch those two." "That bastard!" Chun-Yi cursed angrily. Ghost King Valley had repeatedly been humiliated by free and unfettered sect for many years now, but because the yellow spring pond that was essential to Ghost King Valley disciples' cultivation had been occupied by free and unfettered sect, Even if Ghost King Valley was extremely resentful of them, they had no choice but to compromise. In order to gain access to that yellow spring pond, Ghost King Valley these years had offered innumerable female disciples to free and unfettered sect. All so that their male disciples could use them as their toys. Between the two sects there had long been tensions, but because neither could overwhelm the other, it was impossible for them to actually fight it out, so instead a fragile peace had barely been maintained. Therefore, even though Lung Shan and her group were extremely unwilling to, they had no choice but to come here to assist free and unfettered sect because Yu Qing had pledged that in exchange for the lives of these two women, he would have the Yellow Spring Pond open to them for 1 month. 1 month. It was enough time to allow hundreds of Ghost King Valley disciples to dramatically increase their strength. Lung Shan and the Ghost King Valley elders couldn't refuse such temptation. Now, Yu Qing wanted their Ghost King Valley disciples to join up with them and clearly planned to use them to clean up those purple evil spirits in order to minimize free and unfettered sect's own losses. The two sect's disciples had had countless dealings over many years, and each of them were very familiar with the other's thoughts and methods. How could Chun Yi and Lung Shan not understand what Yu Qing's objective was? Then, do we go or not? Chang Ying looked at Chen Yi and Leng Shan. Chun Yi grit his teeth, but eventually didn't speak and just looked towards Leng Shan. Leng Shan sneered. Of course we go. We have to go. Even if it's just to look at their pitiful states, we should take the trip. Hearing her put it this way, Chan Yi's spirits were suddenly lifted, and he nodded firmly. Good. What junior sister says makes sense. After the group had finished their deliberations, they started walking forward again with Chang Ying in the lead. Along the way it was very quiet. Not a single evil spirit appeared. Obviously, this path had been swept clean earlier. A while later, a group of men appeared in front of them, and their numbers were no fewer than their own group from Ghost King Valley, and nearby there were clear traces of a ferocious battle. Traces of blood and flesh were scattered on the ground, and a number of fresh corpses were present as well. A sinister-looking fair-skinned man amongst this group had a bright red bloodstain on his pants. As he sat there uncomfortably, large drops of sweat continued to drip down his forehead, and his slightly pale face was filled with an expression of hatred. His cold eyes glared into the depths of the evil cavern, and he muttered aloud, "You two sluts! Sooner or later I'll make suffer for this. You actually dare to hurt me. You dared try to hurt me there." Despite the dim light, one could still clearly see a nearly half-foot-long gash on his upper thigh which was until now still leaking blood. In front of this evil-looking man, a beautiful young woman was kneeling down and carefully dressing his wound. Even in this environment, this sinister youth's pillar was still towering high. When the disciples of Ghost King Valley arrived, Lung Shan immediately disregarded this group with clear signs of disgust apparent in her eyes. Whereas Chun Yi looked around with great interest and called out tauntingly, "It's a minor injury, just a flesh wound really. Yu Qing, what are you getting so worked up about?" Yu Qing suddenly roared furiously, "What dog shit minor injury? What dog shit flesh wound? Those two sluts must pay dearly for this. I want them to suffer a living hell where they'll beg me for death." Yu Qing clamored, and his face filled with rage. Yang Kai also looked around at free and unfettered sect's disciples, and impressively discovered that all the men from this sect, one by one, were all pale-looking, like they had all overdrawn their blood force and vitality. Although all of them were clearly born exceptionally handsome, with their deathly pale complexions, all of their charm had been destroyed. Every free and unfettered sect male disciple had a number of pretty flowers accompanying him. But unlike these men's pale complexion, each of these women was filled with vigor, and each of them wore flattering smiles, seeming to be quite unrestrained. When these females looked towards the various Ghost King Valley disciples, they made no attempt to conceal the amorous tones in their gaze. One of them even took the initiative to walk up to these male Ghost King Valley disciples and began teasing and tempting them. Seeing this, the free and unfettered sect male disciple behind her not only didn't become jealous but instead reached out to pinch her plump behind, which immediately provoked a seductive moan to leak from her cherry-red lips. Yang Kai's expression immediately became ugly. He found that since he arrived in this land, he had continuously encountered men and women who delved into various erotic and immoral acts. Even Shanqing Luo and Bai Luo, needless to say, cultivated a supreme type of seduction technique, and although they themselves both still held their purity, they were more than a little familiar with the matters between men and women. These free and unfettered sex disciple looked like they all engaged in the plucking of yin and yang. Yang Kai was just unsure about why they were so loose about it, or whether there was some hidden profoundness to them being so. Although your Ghost King Valley people's looks are somewhat ugly, these free and unfettered sect disciples are far more disgusting. Yang Kai whispered quietly in Lang Shan's ear. Who are you saying is ugly? Lang Shan angrily retorted. Well, I mean your hands are all a ghastly shade of white, almost like they belong to a ghost or corpse. What do you know? Just wait a few years. Once we cultivate our secret art to a certain level, the color will naturally return to our hands. Don't compare our Ghost King Valley people and those free and unfettered sect trash. Humph. Yang Kai simply shrugged and no longer said anything. Enough of this, since you've come. Then we can get started. The purple evil spirits in front of us are a bit too numerous for any one of our forces to take on. So everyone needs to sincerely cooperate in order to break through. Yu Qing fixed his pants as he arrogantly said to Chan Yi. Chan Yi snorted back coldly in response. I certainly hope you free and unfettered sect people will cooperate sincerely. After the two factions came together and briefly discussed their plans, they decided to move out immediately. Chan Yi reluctantly took the lead while next to him were two free and unfettered sect disciples, a man and a woman. Behind them the rest of the group dispersed in the fan-shaped arrangement, ready to enter the battle at any moment. Soon after setting out, the group came across two purple evil spirits. Their dense evil chi auras were several times more violent than the previous red evil spirits, and their bodies were also significantly more opaque. Even their facial features were more clearly defined. Sprouting from their forms, there were even two tentacle-like appendages with vaguely defined fingers. A ghastly sight to behold. Here they come, Chun Yi called out, as his true chi surged. One for each of us, Yu Qing said lightly, as the Ghost King Valley and the free and unfettered sect disciples broke formation, each group taking on one of the two evil spirits. Piercing cries and eerie howls sent shivers down everyone's spines. In an instant, everyone viciously attacked the two purple evil spirits. The Ghost King Valley disciples used a variety of Yin Chi martial skills and coordinated teamwork to pin down their target. Similarly, nearby, the free and unfettered sect disciples used their own martial skills to suppress the evil spirit. The only difference being that their martial skills weren't as ghastly as Ghost King Valley's, but instead somewhat pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai only remained in the rear and did not actively participate in the fight. From time to time, he would send out a strike or two, but for this first contact, he wanted to observe the extent of these purple evil spirits' strength. After a moment, he basically understood their bottom line. These purple evil spirits were indeed much more difficult to deal with than the red evil spirits. The 7 or 8 Ghost King Valley disciples together, although firmly holding the upper hand, didn't dare rush their assault and chose to steadily consume their opponent's power bit by bit. Such evil spirits, if 3 of them rushed in, Yang Kai estimated that these Ghost King Valley disciples wouldn't be able to cope. The two groups fought for a long time and eventually managed to kill their respective evil spirit. Each of them obtained an extremely potent evil spirit essence. Both of their factions each looked extremely pleased as they held their purifying spirit bottles and prepared to collect this treasure. Working together, both parties had achieved a significant victory. The scene was quite harmonious as a feeling of cooperation floated in the air. However, Yang Kai was acutely aware that Lung Shan had constantly been wary of free and unfettered sex movements, even while they were engaged in combat, and never once dropped her guard towards them. After successfully killing these two evil spirits, the Ghost King Valley disciple who was specifically responsible for collecting its essence was about to receive it, when a female disciple from free and unfettered sect giggled, fluttered over and directly absorbed it into her body. Immediately floating back to the free and unfettered sect camp, her pretty face wore a proud and satisfied expression, while her male companion beside her planted a kiss on her lips and praised, "Baby, you've got guts. Hee hee. I just want to help make you stronger," the woman said flirtatiously. Yu Qing, Chun Yi couldn't help but shout, What's your meaning? Yu Qing, however, just chuckled. I don't mean anything. That essence was obviously ours. Yet you blatantly rob it from us? Chun-Yi coldly glared at him along with all the other Ghost King Valley disciples. Chun-Yi, I don't understand what you mean. Free and unfettered sect. Ghost King Valley. Aren't we all one group? Everyone here is now sincerely cooperating and helping one another. Us receiving this essence is the same as you receiving it, right? Yu Qing offhandedly said, completely devoid of any kind of remorse. If so, if you kill an evil spirit, we can openly take its essence? Chun-Yi stared gloomily, his tone extremely cold. As long as you have the ability, feel free, haha. Yu Qing laughed maliciously. Well, don't be so angry. It's just one evil spirit essence. Compared to that, wouldn't Ghost King Valley much rather obtain access to the Yellow Spring Pond? Rest assured, once this little incident is settled, the Yellow Spring Pond will be open to you for 1 month just as promised. You have my, Yu Qing's word. After the Yellow Spring Pond was brought up again, Chun-Yi's brow wrinkled, clearly hesitating, but eventually he simply grunted, I'll hold you to that. Chun-Yi didn't want to make too big a deal about this. Ghost King Valley disciples really had no immunity when it came to the Yellow Spring Pond. If it weren't for free and unfettered sex strength, Ghost King Valley would have fought against them for control of it long ago. The two groups continued to move forward, but the harmonious atmosphere had now been completely shattered. Yang Kai walked beside Ling Shan and quietly inquired, how come that woman directly absorbed that essence into her body? I can't sense her having cultivated some kind of secret art that can restrain that evil spirit's energy. It was precisely because she had directly inhaled the evil spirit essence into her body that the Ghost King Valley's disciple didn't have an opportunity to collect it. After all, it took a brief moment to prepare and use the purifying spirit bottle required. Because she's a charmed slave, Lung Shan whispered, they're willing to accept any kind of damage or torment if it helps the male disciple of free and unfettered sect they're assigned to. Don't underestimate how these bastards, free and unfettered sex men, use a special secret art on these charmed slaves to brainwash them so that even if they ask for their lives, they won't even hesitate. What? Yang Kai exclaimed. This free and unfettered sect seemed to have some formidable methods. A technique to dominate a woman's mind and body to the point she was willing to offer her life with a single command. And that charmed slave will definitely receive some heavy injuries, but she doesn't care, and that free and unfettered sect disciple also doesn't care. One is willing to offer, one is willing to receive. That's how the men of free and unfettered sect work. Each of them has more than one charmed slave, so even if one of them die, they won't even bat an eye. Animals! Yang Kai scorned. You flatter them. They are far worse than animals. Leng Shan sneered. As the two of them talked, Yang Kai really saw the woman who had just inhaled the evil spirit essence and scrupulously kiss her male companion, which appeared to be a passionate exchange from the outside. Their tongues intertwined as thin transparent threads of liquid stretched between their mouths, and a mass of energy was transferred from her to the male free and unfettered sect disciple's body. As they finally parted, a look of satisfaction appeared on the man's face, and his pale complexion seemed to be a bit healthier, while instead the woman appeared unwell as traces of blood leaked from her mouth. However, it really seemed like she didn't mind as she gently wiped her mouth and lovingly gazed towards her man with a look of bliss upon her face. When Yang Kai saw all this, he couldn't help but shake his head secretly. These charmed slaves of the free and unfettered sect were quite pitiful indeed. Half an hour later, after Ghost King Valley's disciples managed to kill another purple evil spirit, a female disciple from free and unfettered sect sprang forward in an attempt to seize the evil spirit essence again. Seeing this unrestrained display, Yang Kai frowned, shot forward, and arrived at the essence before the woman. He stretched out his palm and directly absorbed it. Yu Qing raised his brow in astonishment when he witnessed Yang Kai's actions, but said nothing more, and instead revealed a devious smile. Their free and unfettered sex women didn't care about harming themselves, so directly absorbing the evil spirit essence on the spot and suffering the backlash while they refined it in order to benefit their male companions was no big deal. However, Yang Kai was obviously not immune to this danger. Therefore, Yu Qing was secretly gloating to himself. thinking that this reckless Ghost King Valley disciple was simply cutting off his nose to spite his face. So he was happy to just sit back and watch. "Seems I owe you 2 essences now." Yang Kai returned with wry grin. "No need. Better to have Brother Yang take it than to have those bastards pick it up for free." Chunyi laughed, also not giving it any more thought. He knew that Yang Kai cultivated a secret art which completely restrained the evil spirit's energy. So even if he absorbed and refined it on the spot, he wouldn't suffer any harm. Lung Shan also nodded lightly, agreeing with Chan Yi, and since neither of them had any opinion, naturally the rest of the Ghost King Valley disciples didn't say any more. Instead, they just directed hostile glares at the free and unfettered sect disciples. For the next half a day or so, whenever the Ghost King Valley group killed an evil spirit, Yang Kai would swoop in and absorb its essence. He had even considered swiping the evil spirit essence from the free and unfettered sex group, but because he didn't want to add on to Lang Shan and her group's troubles, he finally restrained himself. Seeing Yang Kai, in his mind, go so far to spite free and unfettered sect, Yu Qing couldn't help but stare at him coldly with a devious grin on his face as he taunted. "Little brat, I'd like to see just how long you can endure. After absorbing so many essences without refining them, sooner or later you'll fall onto the demonic path." In reply, though, Yang Kai merely grinned. "No need for you to worry. Good, we'll see," Yu Qing said as a cold light flashed across his eyes. The path they walked upon had been quiet for some time now, and they had actually stopped encountering evil spirits since a while back. The two groups exchanged glances, as both of them were confused about what exactly had happened. Suddenly, as they were proceeding forward cautiously, from somewhere not far away, an intense burst of extremely rich energy welled up. This energy was similar to the evil chi given off by evil spirits but much more concentrated. It was like the warning signs of the advent of some terrible monster, and it immediately caused everyone present to pale in fright. A moment later, this sudden burst of evil chi suddenly disappeared and the surroundings once more became extremely calm. The group all turned to one another, and all of them understood the look in each other's eyes. The more dangerous the situation was, the greater the benefits there were to be had. Both the Ghost King Valley and free and unfettered sect disciples were people with keen senses for these kinds of things. But remembering how oppressive that evil chi was, all of them couldn't help but have some reservations. "Do we go and check it out or not?" Yu Qing asked after some hesitation. Chun Yi was also indecisive and turned to look at Lung Shan. Lung Shan's brow furrowed, apparently weighing their options. But before she had enough time to think it through, one of the free and unfettered sect female disciples suddenly screamed, "Evil spirits! What? Where?" Yu Qing quickly asked as he glanced around. "Behind us." As these words were uttered, everyone turned back to look and suddenly felt a burst of cold wind hit them from behind, which caused them all to tremble unconsciously. Half a kilometer behind them, a cluster of vague purple shadows emerged, sending out sharp howling cries as they raced towards them. Looking at their numbers, it was clear that there were at least a dozen of them. A dozen purple evil spirits. Even if the Ghost King Valley and free and unfettered sect disciples truly banded together, they would definitely be unable to cope. "How are there so many?" Chani shouted, as his face instantly drained of all color. "Who cares? Run!" Chang'ing quickly shouted. Without any hesitation, the entire group hurriedly displayed their movement skills and fled forward away from the oncoming evil spirits. "There's more around us." As they ran, Yu Qing suddenly shouted. Sure enough, as all of them scanned their surroundings, they really found a large number of evil spirits floating around them. A shocking number of purple figures seemed to be traveling in exactly the same direction as them. It seemed like every purple evil spirit within a several-kilometer radius was rushing this way, probably attracted by the sudden burst of evil chi from before. None of them knew what dangers lay ahead, but behind them, to their left, and to their right, only death awaited them, so they pushed on. After running more than a dozen kilometers non-stop, all of a sudden everyone stopped, and their eyes bulged in shock at the sight before them. In front of them was a large open space filled to the brim with purple evil spirits. These evil spirits all floated back and forth, and for some unknown reason they were fighting amongst themselves. From all directions, more and more purple evil spirits flooded into the space and joined the fray. It was a thrilling spectacle to behold. Even Yang Kai, with his numerous fantastical experiences, was shocked by this scene, not to mention the disciples from Ghost King Valley and Free and Unfettered sect. Although he cultivated the true Yang secret art which could restrain these evil spirits, but against such a vast quantity he was still helpless. If they really turned and attacked them, Yang Kai reckoned he wouldn't even be able to resist. Suddenly, everyone was filled with despair, and many of their eyes overflowed with tears as panic and fear spread across their faces, as they stood there stunned, not knowing what to do next. Before them was the wolf. Behind them was the tiger. There was no place to go, and they were basically in an absolutely hopeless situation. "Brother Yang? Brother Yang!" Not far away, a loud voice called out, seemingly recognizing Yang Kai. When he heard this voice, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Tao Yang, the one he had first met when he entered the evil cavern, hollering and waving towards him. He was on a naturally formed plateau that stood atop one of the large pillars that could occasionally be seen inside the evil cavern. It had a flat surface that seemed to be about 20 or so meters off the ground. To Tao Yang's side were his two junior brothers and his junior sister, gathered together looking scared. In addition, not far away there was another such high platform. "Over there!" Yang Kai shouted, leading Lung Shan and the others toward the pillar. Yu Qing and others, suddenly seeing hope for survival, also scrambled to keep up. In this life or death crisis, Yang Kai also no longer concealed his strength, and he charged through the swarm of purple evil spirits, sending a number of them flying with full-powered strikes infused with his true Yang Yuan Qi. Fiercely rampaging through this horde of evil spirits, he finally managed to cut a path through their encirclement and jumped up onto the high platform that Tao Yang stood upon along with the disciples from Ghost King Valley. This plateau's area wasn't overly large, so with the 4 people in Tao Yang's group and the 7 or 8 Ghost King Valley disciples, although it wasn't crowded, but it also couldn't accommodate the entire group from Free and Unfettered sect. On top of the plateau, Yang Kai turned around and glared coldly at Yu Qing's group. Fortunately, they also had some self-awareness, knowing that now was not the time to fight amongst themselves. Immediately, the Free and Unfettered sect group turned, summoned their respective artifacts, and quickly made their way to the other pillar a short distance away. These artifacts all emitted various glows in the dark cave, apparently a mix of fire and lightning attribute offensive artifacts. Only these kinds of attacks could restrain these Yin-type evil spirits. Numerous evil spirits swirled beneath the platforms, screaming at each other, just like crazed beasts. Yet atop these pillars it was extremely peaceful, seemingly like a separate world from the chaos below. This whole situation puzzled everyone greatly, and all of them wondered what mysteries these pillars hid. "Brother Yang, we meet again." Tao Yang looked at Yang Kai with a wry smile. Yang Kai also looked back at him, gratefully cupping his fists. "Many thanks, Brother Tao. Brother Yang is too polite." "How did Brother Tao end up here?" "Same as you probably, we were chased over." Tao Yang laughed helplessly. He and his junior brothers and junior sister had followed behind Yang Kai for quite a while, yet the result was that they didn't come across a single evil spirit for quite some time. After a while, Tao Yang could only lead his group in a different direction, no longer following Yang Kai's trail. As they explored, they had unwittingly entered the domain of purple evil spirits and finally came across an isolated one. But before they had time to launch an attack, an accident occurred. Behind them, a large group of evil spirits suddenly appeared and chased after them. In a panic, they escaped in the opposite direction and eventually wound up here, taking refuge atop this high platform. "Are there others here as well?" Yang Kai asked as he caught his breath. Looking around, he discovered that about a kilometer away from them there really were 2 slender figures sitting atop a third high pillar. Such a distance, under peaceful sunlit conditions, Yang Kai could see across clearly, but in the dim depths of this cavern, obstructed by various obstacles, all he could make out was that they were a pair of young women. "They must be the pair of twins Free and Unfettered sect are chasing," Lung Shan said, glancing towards them as she whispered. Yang Kai nodded lightly in agreement. "Are these Brother Yang's friends?" Tao Yang looked around curiously at the Ghost King Valley disciples. Yang Kai was definitely alone when he had entered the evil cavern, yet now he had suddenly appeared before them with a big group of people who didn't appear to be strangers. This scene made Tao Yang somewhat surprised. And they're old acquaintances. I didn't expect to meet them here, explained Yang Kai. Tao Yang laughed heartily. Looks like Brother Yang has friends and relatives all over the world. Even in this forsaken place you can come across old acquaintances. Good, good. This one is Treasure Instrument Sect's Tao Yang. Treasure Instrument Sect? Chan Yi exclaimed loudly. Lung Shan's beautiful cold eyes also flashed with surprise as she looked towards Tao Yang, apparently also having heard of this sect. Excuse our disrespect, it turns out Brother Tao is a disciple from the famed Treasure Instrument Sect. This one is called Chan Yi. We are disciples of Ghost King Valley. So it is Brother Chun. Tao Yang laughed happily, not changing his expression in the slightest because the opposite party was from Ashgrey Evil Land's Ghost King Valley. Yang Kai was also surprised, not expecting that Tao Yang was actually from the famous Treasure Instrument Sect. Treasure Instrument Sect. It was a very small, yet very special sect. The entire population of Treasure Instrument Sect numbered only around 100, even smaller than most third-class sects, truly amongst the smallest in existence, but its name was in no way inferior to Medicine King's Valley. Medicine King's Valley represented the apex of alchemy in this world, whereas Treasure Instrument Sect was the highest authority when it came to artifact refinement. There were only a few mysterious grade top-rank artifact refiners in this world, but half of them hailed from Treasure Instrument Sect. Treasure Instrument Sect had its own unique artifact refining style, making their products easily recognizable. So although the sect wasn't large, its name was very loud. Each year, Treasure Instrument Sect would only produce and sell 20 artifacts. But each of these artifacts were at least heaven grade and were sought after by great families and large sects all over the world. The patriarchs of some small families and sects did not necessarily have artifacts on par with those possessed by an ordinary Treasure Instrument Sect disciple. So the world had a saying, any one Treasure Instrument Sect disciple was a walking treasure. Yang Kai hadn't paid too much attention to them when they had first met, but now hearing Tao Yang say he was from Treasure Instrument Sect, upon closer inspection he found that from their robes, their weapons, even their accessories were all extraordinary artifacts. Tao Yang daring to say that he was a Treasure Instrument Sect disciple showed that he was serious about befriending him and thus did not want to hide his identity. Seeing him be so frank, Yang Kai was also disinclined to conceal his origins, cupping his fists in reply, High Heaven Pavilion's Yang Kai. As soon as he uttered this, everyone sucked in a breath as they stared in shock towards Yang Kai. Only Ling Shan, who already knew, shook her head slowly, knowing what effect Yang Kai's words would have. No way. Chang'ing murmured, his eyes almost bulging out of his sockets. Chun Yi also froze for a long time before laughing awkwardly. I see. Chen Yi, have had my eyes open today. Saying so, he lowered his voice and said, It turns out Brother Yang is from the famous High Heaven Pavilion. Brother Yang's sect seems to produce one powerhouse after another. The new demon lord originated from High Heaven Pavilion, and now there was Yang Kai who was also a High Heaven Pavilion disciple. Simply being from the same sect as the demon lord was a shocking fact, so how could everyone not be surprised? These two brothers being so frank with us today. My Ghost King Valley is grateful. Chun Yi quickly put a positive spin on things. All right. Lung Shan shouted a few times. You guys, can't you focus on our immediate situation for now? Before we discuss anything else, we need to find a way to resolve this crisis. Honestly, I don't understand what goes on inside all of your heads. NN. Rong Mei from Treasure Instrument Sect nodded in agreement. The others who had gathered around all glanced, shared a wry grin. Yang Kai raised his brow and shifted his attention to Tao Yang, asking, Since Brother Tao has been here before, do you understand anything about this situation? Unfortunately not. We came this time because our master said he wanted some evil spirit essence to see if it could use it to refine an artifact. But nothing like this has ever happened before. In fact, we only reached here a short time before all of you arrived. And Yang Kai frowned, looking down off the plateau only to see a thick layer of evil qi, like a dark fog that blanketed the world. Purple evil spirits shuttled back and forth through the evil chi, seeming to absorb it to strengthen themselves while fighting with other evil spirits. From time to time, an evil spirit would be killed, leaving behind an evil spirit essence that would exude a faint, tempting light. It wasn't long before a dozen or so evil spirit essences appeared, scattered around the cavern floor, and as time passed, and more evil spirits were killed, the number of essences continued to rise steadily. Everyone stared at these essences with hot eyes, but no one had the courage to snatch them. Forget about the large number of evil spirits that would instinctively attack anyone who approached, and just being stained with the thick ink like evil chi that lingered around the cavern would likely not end well. If you really want to understand what's happening, I think it would be best to ask those two girls over there. They likely know a bit more about what's happening than we do. If it weren't for their kind reminder to climb these pillars, we likely wouldn't have survived until now. Tao Yang said as he looked off into the distance. Chen, Yuqing called out suddenly, apparently also having discovered the two women's hideout. His expression dimmed as he maliciously smiled, turned around, and shouted towards the Ghost King Valley group. If you can capture those two women for me now, I can have the Yellow Spring Pond open to you for 2 months instead of just 1. Listening to this, Chen couldn't help sneering. Yuqing, you're crazy. Look around you, we don't even know if we'll survive this, and yet you're still thinking of taking revenge? If you have time to waste on that, you should try to find a way out of this mess first. However, Yuqing just grinned even harder. Even if I die here today, I want those two sluts to die under my crotch first. Idiot! Chen spat in disgust, his face filled with contempt. Don't bother listening to any of his nonsense. If we survive this crisis, I swear to never deal with him ever again. Lung Shan cut in, as her disgust reached an extreme height. The conversation between Chen and Yuqing had apparently reached the ears of the two women as they stood on their distant platform. Both of them turned vigilant gazes towards these newcomers. Yang Kai's brow furrowed for a moment before he stepped forward. I'll go ask them. Ah! It's too dangerous, Chen exclaimed. Now that evil spirits floated about in all directions, although they were temporarily safe atop these pillars, if any of them were to leave, it would likely prove fatal. That's right, don't go. Lung Shan also kindly objected. What if you get entangled by the evil spirits and can't break free? Tao Yang also frowned. Brother Yang, we should at least discuss this matter some more first. Don't worry, I have a sense of proportion. Yang Kai shook his head lightly. My true Yang Yuan Qi cultivation technique can greatly restrain these evil spirits. They won't even be able to approach me. But what if those two girls don't understand what's happening either? Wouldn't you be doing all of this in vain then? Chen still had reservations as he shook his head solemnly. The situation was simply too dangerous. Even if he knew Yang Kai's true Qi could effectively restrain these evil spirits. If anything went wrong, not only would he lose his life, even their own group's defensive strength would be greatly reduced. For now, as long as they remained on top of these pillars, the surrounding evil spirits seemed to be ignoring them, but who could say for certain it would stay that way? At that time, if Yang Kai was with them, even if a desperate battle ensued, their chances for survival would nonetheless be higher. Then, why don't we ask them to come here? Treasure Instrument Sex Zhao Rong asked innocently. Immediately, everyone looked towards her awkwardly. What? Zhao Rong asked, her big eyes blinking in confusion. Tao Yang could only smile wryly. There seems to be some kind of grudge between those two girls and Brother Chen's group, so asking them is probably impossible. In order to display our sincerity, I still have to make the trip. Yang Kai said, his mind made up. Regardless of anything else, the two of them possess formidable strength. If we can win them over and have them join us, it will increase our odds of survival. And that's right. Lung Shan's cold eyes flashed brilliantly. If you can convince them to join us, I can swear to you that our Ghost King Valley will no longer hold any hostility towards them. As for those free and unfettered sect bastards, under these circumstances we have no need to be polite with them. Chen also nodded slightly and seriously reminded, Brother Yang, be careful. If you feel like things are too dangerous, you must immediately return. N. Yang Kai nodded firmly, leaped up, and then shot forward towards the two girls' position. Seeing him use such a swift and powerful movement skill, everyone couldn't help but feel a burst of admiration. In an instant, Yang Kai had crossed several hundred meters and rapidly approached the plateau the two girls were resting upon. Aware of his approach, the two girls suddenly stood up and their true chi surged. Their eyes contained a look of vigilance, as they prepared to defend themselves. While mid-air, Yang Kai rapidly circulated his true chi and sent out a pure yang aura while he dodged the floating evil spirits. Fortunately, at the moment, the thick evil chi seemed more attractive to these evil spirits than himself, so he didn't encounter any major trouble. After brief flight, Yang Kai shouted out the other side, "Two young ladies, don't misunderstand. I just came to inquire about the current situation and bear you no malicious intentions." As his voice rang out, the two girls suddenly twitched, and their vigilance dropped significantly, apparently shocked by what they heard. Unaware of what these two were thinking and in order to avoid making them feel nervous, Yang Kai didn't immediately press the issue, and he hovered nearby as he tried to sound as sincere as possible, "Tu Yun." But before he could finish, the other side called out, "Yang Kai, is that you?" Nearly choking on his words, his face filled with disbelief, as Yang Kai was immediately dumbstruck. "Impossible!" Yang Kai muttered out loud as he heard this familiar voice. The image of a certain pair of girls involuntarily popped up in his mind. Quickly, he took a closer look at the two girls atop the plateau. Sure enough, the two young girls standing side by side matched perfectly with the ones he was thinking of. These two girls seemed to have been carved from the same mold, and regardless of their looks or their auras, they were perfect mirror images of one another. Both of them had the same elegant and refined style that perfectly complemented their graceful appearances. There was some hidden fatigue upon their oval-shaped faces, but their two pairs' beautiful eyes still shone with a radiant splendor. At such a close distance, the two sides stared at each other. "It really is you," one of the girls called out, obviously extremely happy. Yang Kai no longer hesitated and rushed straight to their side. Landing right in front of them atop the stone pillar, he asked in disbelief, "How can it be you?" Earlier, he had heard Ghost King Valley and Free and Unfettered sect say they were chasing a pair of beautiful twins, and that these two had killed more than a dozen Free and Unfettered sect disciples. At the time, Yang Kai hadn't thought too much about it. After all, although the number of twin sisters in the world weren't too many, they also weren't too few. On top of that, among the people he knew, none of them were twins, and although this pair of enchanting blood battle gang sisters had identical appearances, they weren't actually twins. So, he had never imagined that it was actually them whom Free and Unfettered sect were hunting. Hu Jiao Air. Who may air? It had been quite some time. The last time he had seen them was during the struggle inside the Heaven's Inheritance Cave. Back then, the three of them had walked side by side as they ascended the Yin and Yang ladder. Each time the Yin energy hit them, Hu Jiao Air and Hu Mei Air both snuggled up to Yang Kai to stay warm. Remembering back, the fond memories came flooding back to him and gave him a warm feeling inside. In a flash, it had been nearly 2 years. Yang Kai had grown from an inexperienced initial element stage cultivator to a true element boundary 5th stage expert. It was also clear to him that these twin flowers had also made great progress. One of the two girls stared happily towards Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes overflowing with joy at their long-awaited reunion. The other of the pair was gnashing her teeth, her brow furrowed as she called out, "That's what I'd like to know. How come you're here, you smelly brat?" Upon suddenly meeting them again, at first, Yang Kai hadn't been able to tell them apart, but upon hearing this he quickly wore a smile. "Jiao Air." The older sister immediately blushed red as she grit her teeth even harder. "You little bastard, you still recognize me. Ha ha. If you hadn't said anything, I really wouldn't have been able to tell you apart." Yang Kai laughed happily. After the past few years, these two sisters now were more similar than ever. If it weren't for their vastly different temperaments, it would be impossible to tell them apart. But Hu Jiao Air was undoubtedly the more aggressive of the pair, and only she would call Yang Kai smelly brat. That year, Yang Kai had said that one side of her bottom was slightly bigger than the other and had also taken quite a few liberties with her. gaining some unwarranted advantages. May Air. Yang Kai nodded to the younger sister, N, who May Air nodded and smiled happily, and her eyes watered slightly, which placed her cuteness on full display. Humph, calling out so affectionately, "Your face is really thick," Hu Jiao Air quipped, but it was obvious to anyone that she was also quite happy. When one met a friend from their hometown, it was probably always like this. Sweeping her pretty eyes up and down Yang Kai, Hu Jiao Air said in amazement, "It's been a long time. It seems like you've become quite strong." Before, Yang Kai had the appearance of an emaciated kid, quite pitiful, but now he had a firm, heroic air to him. An embarrassing memory of Hu Jiao Air surfaced when she mentioned that. All those years ago when she had been teasing Yang Kai, her soft peaks had smacked again Yang Kai's bony ribs, and it had caused her quite a bit of pain afterwards. "You two have also become more beautiful," Yang Kai replied in kind. The two beautiful flowers exchanged a glance and giggled, while the fatigue and weariness on their faces seemed to drift away, which restored some of their vitality. "Your mouth has gotten quite sweet," Hu Jiao Air glanced at him. "You can fly as well, so you must have reached the true element boundary too." N. Yang Kai nodded lightly as he swept the sisters with his divine sense, and his expression suddenly became shocked as he stared towards Hu Mei Air. "What is it?" Hu Mei Air asked as she blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed being stared at so intensely. "Your cultivation. True element boundary 4th stage." Hu Jiao Air laughed impishly, with a playful and proud look upon her face. There was no need for her to say anything. Yang Kai had already clearly felt it. True element boundary 4th stage. Although it was not too high, strangely enough, the two sisters were both now at the true element boundary 4th stage. Yang Kai and the younger sister Mei Air were almost the same age, and after such a long time and across a variety of experiences where he had gained all kinds of opportunities, he had only managed to reach the true element boundary 5th stage. But now, Hu Mei Air was only inferior to him by a single minor realm. This cultivation speed could only be described as terrifying. What was of more concern to Yang Kai, though, was Hu Jiao Air's realm. She was about the same age as Su Yan and was one of the 3 sect's most elite disciples, but now Su Yan had reached true element boundary 9th stage, and even if she hadn't yet broken through to the immortal ascension boundary, he estimated that it wouldn't be long until she did. However, Hu Jiao Air now was still at the true element boundary 4th stage. A big gap had opened up between them. The younger sister's cultivation was lightning fast, while the elder sister's had slowed to a crawl. This situation was obviously strange. Considering Hu Jiao Air's aptitude, it was completely unreasonable for her cultivation to have all but stagnated for the past 2 years. "Is it related to the opportunity you gained in the Inheritance Heavens Cave?" Yang Kai suddenly thought. N. The older of the sisters didn't conceal anything as she nodded and explained. "The inheritance we obtained is called the Twin Chi Shared Spirit Secret Art. It's a cultivation technique specifically suited for twins, and although Mei Air and I aren't really twins, because we're so similar we have no problem practicing it. When we circulate this magical secret art together, our cultivation speed is doubled, but since Mei Air's starting point was so much lower than mine, when we began most of the benefits went to her. It was only recently that our cultivations became equal at the true element boundary 4th stage." That's amazing." Yang Kai laughed happily. "How about you? True element 5th stage. You're not so bad yourself." Hu Jiao Air giggled and did not ask any more. She could naturally guess that Yang Kai had obtained the Heavens Cave's final inheritance. After the 3 chatted for a moment, Hu Jiao Air's expression suddenly changed and immediately became wary towards Yang Kai as she said, "That's right. I almost forgot to ask you what you're doing with those bastards. It can't be that after High Heaven Pavilion was destroyed you went and joined that damn free and unfettered sect, right? You're thinking too much." Yang Kai smiled wryly. "Stop. Don't come any closer." Hu Jiao Air immediately stood in front of her younger sister as she gnashed her teeth. "Then why are you together with that group of scum? Don't think I didn't see you arrive with those bastards. They've been chasing after us sisters for quite some time now. If you don't give me a good explanation, I won't forgive you and I definitely won't let you come near us sisters." "Elder sister, he's not that kind of person." Hu Mei Er tried to object. Knowing someone's surface doesn't mean you know their real selves, humph. Hu Jiao'er scolded her sister. If you don't dig deep enough into their heart, you can't be sure if they're good or evil. Okay. I can explain. Yang Kai said helplessly and briefly recanted his experiences since he arrived at the evil cavern. Really? Hu Jiao'er tilted her head and stared at Yang Kai, seeming to be unwilling to miss the slightest change in his expression. Why would I lie to you? Yang Kai said. When I first approached you, I had obviously only asked if you knew what was happening here. I never expected that it would actually be the two of you. But since things have turned out like this, I think it's best if you come back with me to the other side, so we can all help each other through this crisis. Elder sister, I trust him. Let's go. Hu Mei Er firmly stated. Obviously, she completely trusted Yang Kai. Hu Jiao'er, on the other hand, seemed to hesitate slightly, as she was still very much unwilling to associate with those ugly free and unfettered sect men. But she knew that the two of them staying here by themselves wouldn't lead to a good end. However, she thought that Yang Kai's proposal was reasonable, so after a moment of consideration she nodded. Good, we'll come with you. But Mei Er and I need to restore our true chi first before we head over. Obviously, she didn't fully trust the Ghost King Valley group, so she needed to at least make this much preparation. The sisters had traveled for many days through the ash-gray cloud evil land and never had a moment of rest as they were pursued by the disciples of free and unfettered sect. If not for their enhanced true chi recovery speed, they likely would have been caught long ago. Upon entering the evil cavern, the pair had to also deal with evil spirits, which further exhausted them. So now their true chi really was completely depleted. If we wait for you to restore your true chi, it'll be at least half a day. Yang Kai smiled wryly. There's no way I'll agree to come with you without at least recovering our true chi. Hu Jiao'er said firmly, and her small red lips pouted in an adorable way. I have a solution then. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and extracted a drop of myriad drug liquid directly from the black book space. Then he stretched his finger out towards Hu Jiao'er. Open your mouth. Almost instantly, Hu Jiao'er obediently opened her cherry red lips. This casual reaction showed that despite her harsh words, she wasn't actually too alert around Yang Kai. Putting his finger into her mouth, Hu Jiao'er reacted with surprise and suddenly realized what was happening. Her round almond-colored eyes immediately bulged as she blushed bright red with a mix of anger and embarrassment on her face. However, Yang Kai quickly cut off her stray thoughts. Hurry up and absorb it. Hu Jiao'er frowned lightly but still followed his instructions, and a sweet and refreshing taste spread across her tongue. As she swallowed the sweet liquid, a surge of warm energy burst forth and spread from the center of her chest to the tips of her fingers in a flash, and her dried-up true chi recovered at a phenomenal rate. Her expression changed rapidly. Unable to hide her surprise, she looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, but upon finding not the slightest indecent light in his eyes, she put down her final worries. Hu Jiao'er understood that whatever Yang Kai had given her was undoubtedly a very precious elixir, so she definitely couldn't afford to waste it just because she was shy. She quickly curled her tongue and lightly sucked on Yang Kai's finger. After a few gentle licks, her pair of beautiful eyes quickly became watery as her whole face took on a light pink flush. Yang Kai couldn't hold back an awkward laugh as he slowly pulled his finger out, which brought a silk crystal thread with it. Delicious? Hu Jiao'er suddenly muttered and an ambiguous moan leaked from her lips. Yang Kai felt the hair on his nape stand up, and he did his best to hide his own embarrassment to her intense reaction. But his mind relived the moment Hu Jiao'er's soft little tongue wrapped around his finger over and over again in his head. Quickly steadying himself, he dried his finger on his clothes and then once again brought out a drop of myriad drug liquid for Hu Mei Er. Your turn. Hu Mei Er, however, couldn't help but shake her head and blush bright red, as she stuttered in a nearly inaudible voice. I'm still not prepared. This little? At a time like this she was actually still thinking such random thoughts. Mei Er, he's giving us something to complement our true chi. It's not what you think. Hu Jiao'er hurriedly sat cross-legged and began refining this drop of liquid. The two of them were practically identical, so how could she not know what her younger sister was thinking? It's a rare treasure. Quickly accept it. Hu Jiao emphasized. Hu Mei glanced back and forth between her sister and Yang Kai before gently nodding. She opened her cute tiny lips and wrapped them around his finger. Compared to her elder sister, she was significantly shyer, unable to act as boldly as she accepted the drop of liquid. You too quickly refine it, I'll stand guard. Yang Kai lightly coughed and boldly turned his back to them. N. The charming twin flowers nodded and quickly ran their secret art to restore their true qi. On the other stone pillar, Chun-Yi, Tao Yang and the others kept watching over the evil spirits in their surroundings. Brother Yang has been gone for so long. Why hasn't he come back yet? Chun-Yi frowned somewhat suspiciously. However, Tao Yang simply chuckled. It looks like Brother Yang is having a detailed conversation with them. On top of that, those two girls don't seem to be wary of him at all. Looking over from where they were, although they couldn't see their faces, it was still easy enough to make out their respective figures. From what they could see, Yang Kai and the pair of beautiful twins were only standing about a meter or so apart. If they were at all wary of him, how could they have allowed him to be so close? Impressive. It looks like Brother Yang's charm isn't small. Chun-Yi couldn't help but admire. Humph. Leng Shan snorted unhappily. Originally, in that isolated world, she and ZMO had suffered no small loss at Yang Kai's hand, but they were also quite clear how potent his ability to charm a woman was. Both she and ZMO had done their best to torment Yang Kai, making him experience a lifelike death, but in the end, not only was their hatred towards him essentially eliminated, on the contrary, they both felt a good deal of goodwill towards him. If he didn't have a strong charm, how could he have done that? They're coming back, Chun-Yi suddenly exclaimed, which caused everyone to look up to see Yang Kai and the two girls flying towards them, side by side. Amazing! Tao Yang was also sincerely impressed. After only a few moments of talk, the two girls had willingly decided to join him. As Tao Yang thought about it, he was certain that he wouldn't have been capable of eliminating their hostility and vigilance so quickly. Not far away, on the other stone pillar, Yu Qing's pupils shrank and instantly stared at the charming twin flowers. His eyes flashed an obscene light, and the edges of his mouth curled into a cold smile. As the three of them reached the halfway point, an accident suddenly happened. As the countless evil spirits fought amongst themselves, the jet-black evil qi became disturbed suddenly, and for some unknown reason a dragon-like projection of demonic qi burst up from the ground and engulfed the space around Yang Kai and the two girls. Be careful! Chun-Yi couldn't help but call out in alarm. But before his voice had faded, a brilliant burst of light emerged from within the darkness, as Yang Kai's whole body suddenly radiated like the sun, with true Yang Yuan Qi pouring out into his surroundings. As this pure true Yang Yuan Qi burst forth, it created a resplendent 3-meter-wide oval light curtain. When this wave of warmth washed over them, Hu Jiao and Hu Mei relaxed, and the chill they felt upon their skin quickly receded as they withdrew their prepared counterattack. As the evil qi came into contact with this light curtain, a crackling, hissing noise rang out, like salt being thrown into boiling oil, but it was ultimately repelled and unable to penetrate this defense in the slightest. Good. Too good. Chang'ing praised unceasingly, and his eyes stared in shock at the scene taking place before him. Brother Yang's true Yang Yuan Qi is so effective against this evil qi. Tao Yang gazed towards Yang Kai with excitement. But how is his true qi so pure? Although none of them had actually touched that rich and potent stream of evil qi, they could all imagine how serious the consequences of doing so would be. But Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi actually being able to directly repel and evaporate it had far exceeded their expectations. Didn't that mean that Yang Kai was essentially free to move around inside that mass of darkness, so long as he was careful not to be attacked by those evil spirits, of course? Hu Jiao and Hu Mei also took the initiative to rely on Yang Kai and practically leaned against him as they flew forward. Yang Kai was even blunter and directly hugged them both as he pushed his true Yang Yuan Qi in order to return even a moment quicker. After returning to the high pillar, Hu Jiao quickly broke free from his embrace and glared at him bitterly, while muttering under her breath, "Just you wait. I'll make sure you pay for your frivolousness. Ha ha." Yang Kai laughed dryly but knew better than to answer back. With the arrival of the two sisters, the group's morale climbed great. Each on their own was a strong, beautiful, and enchanting young woman, but paired side by side, they seemed to shine even brighter. When Lung Shan secretly compared herself with these two, she couldn't help but let out a light sigh. She found that compared with them, whether it was appearance or temperament, they had far exceeded her. Each of them was a first-class stunning beauty. "Greetings, young ladies." Chun-Yi cupped his fists politely. "Humph." Hu Jiao Air snorted back dismissively, although they had never actually fought one another. But the two sisters knew well that in addition to the disciples of free and unfettered sect, this group from Ghost King Valley had also been chasing after them, so naturally she wouldn't forgive them so easily. Palpably feeling Hu Jiao Air's indifference, Chun-Yi wryly shook his head in embarrassment and was not sure of what to say next. "Jiao Air, since you arrived here first, did you notice any strange anomalies? Something to explain what happened here?" Yang Kai asked, skillfully changing the conversation's direction. Although Hu Jiao Air still continued to frown, she quickly replied, "Mei Air and I were fighting with the evil spirits when all of a sudden a great flow of demonic qi seemed to bubble up from underground. When this demonic qi showed up, all of the evil spirits started to behave a bit abnormally. When Mei Air and I noticed something was wrong, we quickly tried to escape, but with so many evil spirits arriving from all directions, before we know it we somehow wound up here." "Wait, the demonic qi seemed to gush from underground?" Chun-Yi's expression suddenly twitched. "Do you know where it started from?" Hu Jiao Air, taking their current crisis into account, no longer rebuffed him and quickly pointed in one direction. "Over there, do you see the roiling demonic qi?" The burst of demonic qi came from there. Shifting their gaze in the direction she pointed, everyone quickly noticed that there really was a place where the demonic qi seemed to be more violent, like it was flowing out from a fountain. In addition, as more demonic qi erupted from that spot, the surrounding demonic qi beneath them was also gradually rising. "No way." Chun-Yi's face went pale. "We can't be so unlucky, can we?" "What is it?" Yang Kai swiftly asked, and his brow furrowed when he realized that Chun-Yi knew something about what was happening. "It's the center of the evil spirit spring." From afar, an old voice answered before Chun-Yi could explain. Hearing this, everyone was surprised, and all of them turned around to look, only to find a new group of people rapidly approaching them with a horde of purple evil spirits hot on their tails. It seems another group of people had been driven here. The number of people in this new group was small, only one old man with 4 juniors, but the old man was undoubtedly an Immortal Ascension boundary master. Aware of his strength, everyone revealed a mix of fear and hope. Immortal Ascension masters generally didn't appear here. They would normally be deeper inside the evil cavern. The old man's body was like a father eagle, sheltering the 4 young people in front of him as he waved his artifact around, repelling the surrounding evil spirits as his eyes darted back and forth, until they eventually stopped on the free and unfettered sect group's platform. Then he hurriedly roared, "Stand aside!" Yu Qing and his companions were bitter expressions, but didn't dare disobey, and they quickly huddled together to allow the old man and his juniors up. The old man quickly carried his 4 juniors and leapt up onto the plateau, as he faintly glanced towards Yu Qing. "Free and unfettered sect, is it? You have no complaints, right?" Under the old man's hawk-like stare, Yu Qing could only laugh. "Senior must be joking. This pillar has more than enough room." "Good." The old man nodded, apparently very satisfied with Yu Qing's response. Seeing him fling off numerous evil spirits upon his arrival, it was obvious how strong this old man was. So even if Yu Qing was unhappy about being ordered around, he knew better than to show any dissatisfaction. Upon landing, the attention of the 4 young men were drawn to the free and unfettered sect male disciples' charmed slaves, and in response, the girls one by one batted their lashes and flirted back with them, seeming to not give a single thought to the crisis around them, or even the jealousy of their male partners. "If you lot want your cultivations sucked dry by those women, keep staring," the old man gruffly reminded his 4 juniors. Awakened by this harsh scolding, the 4 young men suddenly blushed in embarrassment and shifted their gazes. The charmed slaves of free and unfettered sect were able to absorb part of a man's vital energy when she interacted with him and pass it along to any free and unfettered sect male disciple to help him increase his own cultivation. Because of this, the charmed slaves of free and unfettered sect had no taboos about devouring other males. In fact, free and unfettered sect's male disciples would even encourage their charmed slaves to actively attract other men so that they could ultimately benefit. In addition, these charmed slaves were also trained to use a variety of mystical techniques to accomplish similar acts. So in the eyes of free and unfettered sect male disciples, charmed slaves weren't people but instead useful tools. The old man was obviously very familiar with free and unfettered sex methods and feared that his inexperienced juniors would suffer a loss at their hands, so he had promptly warned them. After settling in, the old man turned his furrowed brow below, and a greedy light flashed past his eyes as he stared at the so-called evil spirit spring's position. Waving his hand dismissively towards Xianxia, he said, "Little Ghost King Valley brat, you seem to know some things about this evil spirit spring. Explain it to them so they won't die ignorant." Good. Xianxia also wanted to explain things to Xianxia and his companions, so now that this old man was telling him he no longer had any reason to hold back. These two young ladies didn't misread the situation. This evil spirit spring is just like it sounds, a fountain of demonic chi. This thing is extremely harmful to us cultivators, but to the local evil spirits it is a huge opportunity. If they are given enough time, they can absorb the evil chi from the spring and grow stronger and more solid, so whenever it appears it will attract all the evil spirits in the vicinity towards it. Xianxia explained slowly, and his expression was quite dignified. Whenever the evil spirit spring appears, the evil spirits inside the evil cavern become extremely unstable, as can you see. They'll even kill each other in order to monopolize the evil chi below. For the time being they'll be occupied trying to absorb as much evil chi as possible, but soon, once they begin to really rampage, they'll certainly also attack us. Our luck is really terrible. The evil spirit spring doesn't necessarily appear for many years at a time, yet we've managed to bump into it. Ah, then, what should we do? Exclaimed Treasure Instrument Sex Zhao Rong. Should we try to escape now while they're still ignoring us? And go where? Xianxia grinned wryly. There's nowhere left to flee anymore. If we stay here, we'll be able to survive a bit longer. If we leave, I'm afraid we'll just die sooner. Hey, the little brat is right. The old man smiled and nodded. Even this old master or other similar experts, once forced into this situation, there's no hope of escape. Your group of kids wanting to flee? Don't even dream. Wearing an evil grin, the old man suddenly addressed everyone present. How about it? Why not join hands with this old master to see if we can go on living? Xianxia looked towards the old man, wrinkling his brow slightly. What is Senior's plan? Nothing fancy. Everyone just needs to fight. The old man cackled. Although your strengths aren't high, but fortunately there are a number of you. All you need to do is stay on that platform and resist with all your strength for as long as it takes for these evil spirits to leave. Since you've all dared to come here, you must be carrying a lot of artifacts designed to resist these evil spirits, right? Good. Xianxia firmly nodded. They were not the same as Xianxia, who had come here haphazardly. Naturally, since they dared venture into the evil cavern, they had prepared a number of appropriate artifacts beforehand, but up until now they hadn't used them simply because there was no need. Good, so we fight with our lives hanging in the balance, ha ha ha. This old master can even help you out if you need some assistance. The old man smiled and nodded, and a look that didn't quite seem like kindness flashed across his face. Xianxia wryly grinned, cupping his fists respectfully. Then this Chan must offer his thanks to Senior in advance. Obviously, he didn't believe that this old man would take care of his group out of the goodness of his heart. In fact, even if it were true, with the number of evil spirits around, it was quite likely even he would die sooner or later, so how could he purposefully increase the pressure on himself? They were neither friends nor relatives, and the relationship between the two sides could at best be described as codependence. It was only because of the circumstances that this old man had said these words. At the critical moment, this old master can indeed help you once or twice, but I have a condition. The old man grinned deviously. What condition? Xianxia asked. The old man's gaze shifted greedily towards the evil spirit spring, quickly saying, if we make it through this crisis, This old master wants whatever is inside that spring. Good. We juniors only wish to survive. Chun-Yi seriously replied. Good. The old man grinned, no longer saying anything. What exactly is inside that spring? Xianxia whispered quietly in a curious voice. Seeing the old man suddenly become so happy after Chun-Yi agreed to his request, he estimated that it was something quite valuable. An evil spirit essence. Chun-Yi replied. But it is definitely a very special type of evil spirit essence, considering the huge amount of energy that is erupting out of the spring. A very special evil spirit essence? Xianxia couldn't help but become excited. Shanqing Luo had told him that some special evil spirit essences could contain things that increased spiritual energy or perhaps held powerful martial skills. Could this evil spirit spring contain an essence that held such a treasure? But after remembering their current circumstances, Xianxia immediately calmed down, knowing that the priority now was to keep his life. On both of the high pillars, everyone waited nervously. The evil qi which circulated below them steadily rose higher and higher as it spewed from the evil spirit spring, all while dozens of evil spirit essences glittered brightly just out of reach, which caused all of them to salivate. As long as one leapt down, they could instantly harvest several tens of these essences, far more than one could obtain from multiple days hunting inside the evil cavern. Of course, more evil spirit essences had appeared here, and since they had arrived, at least 100 or 200 evil spirits had been killed, but many of the essences which condensed after their deaths had already been absorbed by other evil spirits or integrated into the turbulent evil qi. However, obviously no one dared leave their respective plateau even with such wealth lying before them, and instead forced themselves to stare helplessly as these essences were swept away, and a great sense of loss welled up in each of their hearts. After some time, the evil spirits below let out piercing shrieks, and their purple bodies suddenly flickered, as if they had become extremely unstable. The ambient temperature also rapidly plummeted and turned the surrounding 1,000 meters or so into a frozen purgatory. Everyone get ready. Do your best to stay alive, you brats. Ha 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 ha. The old man suddenly cackled. Just as he let out this horrid laugh, more than a dozen evil spirits suddenly leapt up from below and charged towards the cultivators atop the 2 pillars, as if they had suddenly noticed the presence of living creatures within their midst and had gone crazy. As the howls rang out, Xianxia and his group were swiftly surrounded by 6 or 7 evil spirits. All of them had been waiting for this moment, and they let loose their prepared martial skills upon these new attackers. Purple evil spirits had great strength, but not against such a dense bombardment of attacks. They didn't die immediately, and a delicate balance between them and the cultivators was formed. As quickly as the evil spirits launched their offensive, they were beaten back, their bodies flickering non-stop. In preparation for the next assault, the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect disciples finally brought out their artifacts. The Ghost King Valley group had 2 artifacts designed to restrain evil spirits, one with a fire attribute and one with a lightning attribute. Using these artifacts, they summoned a flaming dragon phantom, which quickly engulfed 2 evil spirits that seemingly howled in pain, while bursts of lightning kept them paralyzed. These 2 artifacts were both Earth-grade top rank, and though not as potent a restrain as Xianxia's True Yang Yuan Qi, they at least had no difficulty holding off a number of these evil spirits at once. Treasure Instrument Sect's Tao Yang was obviously wealthier than the Ghost King Valley group, directly summoning a heaven-grade artifact that created a burning plume of fire which instantly wrapped up 2 evil spirits, gradually incinerating them. These 2 evil spirits kept screaming and flitting back and forth, but neither of them seemed to be able to escape the burning cloud's range. Between the 2 sects, relying on the power of their artifacts, they could easily deal with 4 evil spirits at once. The Hu sisters, on the other hand, coordinated with each other perfectly. They didn't have an artifact designed to resist evil spirits, but by fully utilizing their twin qi shared spirit divine art, both of their battle strengths were greatly increased. So dealing with a single purple evil spirit didn't present too much of a challenge to them. Finally, Xianxia dealt with the last purple evil spirit on his own. Forming a blade from a drop of his Yang liquid, he took full advantage of his True Yang Yuan Qi's ability to restrain the evil spirit in order to single-handedly hold his own. With every strike he made, the purple evil spirit's body would fade significantly. Although he also had powerful heaven-grade artifacts at his disposal, such as the Azura Sword, Yang Kai felt that using his Yang Liquid would be more effective against these evil spirits. Now putting it into action, it seemed his guess was right. From the start of the battle until now, Yang Kai's group managed to hold back all 6 of the evil spirits that had rushed them with relative ease. Seeing this, the tension they had all initially felt gradually relaxed and their offensive became smoother, gradually securing the upper hand. Soon, the evil spirit that Yang Kai was dealing with was crushed, and with a last deathly cry, it died and transformed into a lump of evil spirit essence. Without any hesitation, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and directly absorbed this essence into his meridians before turning to his side and assisting the Hu sisters with the evil spirit they were battling. Hu Jiaoer couldn't help but glance towards Yang Kai in surprise, not having thought that on his own he would be able to defeat an evil spirit even faster than her and her sister. It seems like, over the past 2 years, this little rogue's combat strength has made great progress. Looks like I've still underestimated him. While Yang Kai and his companions didn't have any difficulties defending their position, the old man and the free and unfettered sect disciples also seemed to be holding their own with ease. The old man, after all, was an Immortal Ascension boundary master, and his 4 juniors also possessed significant strength. Add on the group from free and unfettered sect, and their plateau's combat effectiveness was actually higher than Yang Kai's side. Even while the old man was dealing with a number of evil spirits, he still had enough leeway to check up on Yang Kai and his group from time to time, probably concerned that they would be defeated by this first wave of attacks. But after seeing the purity and strength of Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi, a light flashed across his eyes. "Very good. Young man, do you want to come here and work together with this old master? Old master can help keep you alive." With the strength he had displayed, coupled with the Yang attribute's ability to restrain these evil spirits, once the old man could draw him to his side, their strength would be greatly increased. On top of that, the pure combat effectiveness Yang Kai had shown was quite impressive, which naturally gave the old man a pleasant surprise. Hearing what the old man said, everyone from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect all tightened their fists and glanced hesitantly towards Yang Kai. Although Tao Yang and Chen Yi both thought they were getting along fairly well with Yang Kai, in the end they were still at best passing acquaintances. If at this time Yang Kai decided to leave them, they wouldn't be able to say anything. Moreover, from a practical standpoint, Yang Kai choosing to cooperate with the old man was undoubtedly more beneficial to him. Thinking so, everyone couldn't help but feel nervous. However, Yang Kai simply sprang up from the platform and hovered midair, while violently attacking the evil spirit that the Hu sisters were engaged in battle with, while offhandedly saying, "Many thanks for senior's consideration." Momentarily stunned, the old man soon grinned meaningfully and retorted, "Little brat, no need to be stubborn. If you cooperate with this old master, afterwards, one of every 5 evil spirit essences we obtain can be yours. How about it? This old master won't make you suffer a loss." "No thanks." Yang Kai decisively refused. This old dog obviously wasn't anyone good, so even if he wasn't worried about the Hu sister's safety, Yang Kai still would have refused to work with him, lest he find himself caught inside the tiger's den. Fine, fine. This old master won't insist." On the surface, the old man's casual reply didn't make it seem like he was least bit upset over being rejected. But the instant he had spoken, a cold light had flashed past his eyes. Little bastard doesn't appreciate this old master's kindness. Humph. Seeing Yang Kai reject the old man so firmly, the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples involuntarily breathed sighs of relief, and all of their eyes revealed a touch of gratitude. Only the Hu sisters continued to smile towards him sweetly, as they had from the start. Without saying anything else, the 3 of them had all come from Black Plum Town and shared a not shallow friendship. They had never even considered the possibility that Yang Kai would abandon them. After all, in the Inheritance Heaven's cave, he had not once even given a hint of abandoning them as they climbed the Yin-Yang stairs. Shortly after, Yang Kai and the Hu sisters managed to crush the evil spirit, which left behind a floating evil spirit essence. Yang Kai quickly threw his purifying spirit bottle to Hu Jiaoer and shouted, "Use this to collect that essence. Don't try to absorb it directly. Although Hu Jiao hadn't seen or heard of this purifying spirit bottle before, it only took her a moment after Yang Kai tossed it to her to figure it out. She inputted a small amount of her true qi into it and watched it suck up the essence immediately after. As Jiao processed this, Yang Kai flew towards the other side to assist the Treasure Instrument Sect and Ghost King Valley groups. After a quick and decisive battle, all 6 of the evil spirits that attacked them had been beheaded. But what was odd to everyone present was that these evil spirits, which normally feared nothing, wanted to flee and escape when attacked by Yang Kai's Yang attribute True Qi. But just as they had finished off this first wave, before they had a chance to catch their breath, a new batch of evil spirits flew up from below, and this time in even greater numbers. Immediately, the group was thrust back into the heat of battle. Under these strange circumstances, Yang Kai soon found himself fighting 2 evil spirits at once. Unable to execute them quickly, the shortcomings of Yang Kai True Yang Yuan Qi immediately emerged. Although his True Yang Yuan Qi was highly effective at restraining and eliminating these evil spirits, but because of this natural restraint, all of the evil spirits also seems to have an instinctual impulse to avoid Yang Kai. So unless directly engaged in battle with him already, they would do their best to distance themselves from him and instead attack the others. Yang Kai was soon dripping in sweat as he was forced to chase down these evil spirits as he attempted to assist everyone he shared this high pillar with, and this led to the once stable situation to show some signs of breaking. Fortunately, the members of his group were all quite strong and carried with them a lot of powerful artifacts, which allowed them to hold their group steadily even at critical junctures. As time passed, the pressure and intensity of the fighting only continued to increase, and they soon found themselves unable to completely eliminate a group of evil spirits before the next wave descended upon them. Junior sister, you and junior brothers quickly used the 5-dragon entangling seal to assist brother Yang. Tao Yang suddenly shouted after seeing the awkward position Yang Kai was in. Good. Zhao Rong promptly replied and quickly summoned a seal-type artifact. This new artifact had 5 dragon images engraved onto it, and after being infused with true qi by Zhao Rong and other 2 Treasure Instrument Sect disciples, it was accompanied by a fierce dragon roar, and the 5 engravings suddenly transformed into dragon phantoms floated up from the seal. As these 5 dragons hovered mid-air, a beam of light shot out from each of their mouths and flew towards one of the evil spirits. In an instant, the light beams coiled around the evil spirit and bound it in place, and despite how it struggled, it couldn't break free, only able to howl indignantly as he squirmed back and forth. Yang Kai's expression suddenly filled with joy as he raced towards this evil spirit. Gripping his Yang liquid sword, he unleashed a powerful slash and swiftly sent it to its death. The 3 Treasure Instrument Sect disciples also smiled happily. Seeing Yang Kai so easily kill this evil spirit, they quickly changed their hand seals and directed the 5 dragons toward another evil spirit. Although 3 people had left the defense line to help Yang Kai, not only did their formation not collapse, but instead it became more stable. Everyone had taken out a number of true qi restoring pills in advance, so they could quickly recover their energy whenever need be. The only exceptions were Yang Kai, who naturally didn't need such pills, and the Hu sisters, who had just swallowed a drop of myriad drug liquid which would continuously help them restore their true qi for some time to come. With the assistance of the 5-dragon entangling seal, the battle's momentum once again shifted in Yang Kai's group's favor. On the other hand, atop the other platform, the old man and the disciples from Free and Unfettered Sect were finding the situation a bit more strenuous. Although there was an Immortal Ascension Boundary Master with them, but their total number was not as high as Yang Kai's side, and more importantly, they lacked the extremely high-level artifacts that the Treasure Instrument Sect disciples had brought with them, so while their combat effectiveness was higher, the number of options available to them to deal with these evil spirits was actually lower. As the old man continued to watch Yang Kai show off his might, an uncomfortable feeling suddenly flashed across his thoughts, like he, as the one with the highest cultivation here, had lost a lot of face. So with a great palm thrust, the old man unleashed a gale of wind that tossed 2 evil spirits towards the opposite pillar. The evil spirits could only use pure physical attacks and decided their prey almost entirely on instinct, so once they had been shot away towards another target, they wouldn't bother turning around to pursue the old man. When the old man blasted these 2 evil spirits over, it suddenly put the Hu sisters into a crisis. Working together they could somehow deal with a single evil spirit, but now suddenly facing three all at once. How could they possibly handle it? Seeing the two sisters suddenly fall into crisis, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a murderous light, and this also cemented his earlier suspicions that this old dog was really nothing good. He quickly broke away from the evil spirit he was fighting and rushed to help Zhao Er and Mei Er. As he leapt towards them, he knew he wouldn't make it in time. So Yang Kai quickly flicked his hand and threw a drop of Yang liquid towards them. Using his exquisite true qi manipulation, the drop of Yang liquid suddenly turned into a semicircular light curtain, which directly enveloped the Hu sisters. At that moment, Xiao Fushang's Yuan Qi control techniques truly displayed their worth. Just as the light curtain appeared, the two evil spirits that had been flung over by the old man crashed into it, and both of them suddenly released piercing howls as parts of their ethereal bodies seemed to sizzle and burn. Instinctively, both evil spirits hurriedly retreated. Even the evil spirit the Hu sisters had been dealing with also fell back as fast as it could, which caused the two's attacks to hit thin air. Yang Kai stared at this scene in shock. Truthfully, he hadn't expected such a dramatic result to arise from his spur-of-the-moment impulse. No way, seriously? Chang Ying and the rest of the Ghost King Valley disciples cried out, also unable to believe what they were seeing. Watch out! Everyone focus! Lung Shan yelled as she saw the two evil spirits the old man had flung towards them along with the one previous fighting the Hu sisters decisively give up attacking Hu Zhao Er and Hu Mei Er and instead rush towards the others atop the plateau. All of a sudden, the pressure everyone other than the Hu sisters felt increased sharply. Hey, Brother Yang, that's not fair! Chun Yi helplessly cried out with a wry grin upon his face. Although the Hu sisters were now extremely safe, the rest of them were now facing an even bigger crisis. Sorry. I didn't know this would happen. Yang Kai awkwardly apologized. Fortunately, he was also there to share this sudden increase in pressure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to apologize if his actions had resulted in casualties. As he engaged the two new evil spirits, his thoughts quickly turned towards trying to find a way to take advantage of this accidental discovery of his. Suddenly, a wonderful idea came to him. Hurriedly dispatching the two evil spirits the treasure instrument sect trio had entangled, Yang Kai shot up into the air and hovered above the crowd. Ignoring everyone's surprised and confused stares, Yang Kai quickly withdrew a drop of Yang liquid from his dantian and condensed it between his palms. Once again displaying his exquisite true qi control, Yang Kai transformed this drop of Yang liquid turned into another semicircular light curtain. This time it covered the entire top surface of the high pillar the group was standing on. The only difference was that this time the curtain was undoubtedly thinner and less radiant. As soon as this light curtain fell, all of evil spirits fled backwards, as if they were struck with dread. However, such a thin light curtain could only serve as a deterrent. If the evil spirits were to crazily attack, it would only be a few breaths before it shattered. Seeing this, Yang Kai decisively went all out and repeatedly withdrew drops of Yang liquid and shaped them into light curtains. Layering these light curtains one on top of another, under Yang Kai's exquisite true qi control, all of these hemispheres precisely overlapped one another. Using a full 20 drops of Yang liquid, Yang Kai quickly completed this masterpiece. Within this 20-layer true Yang Yuan Qi light curtain, though no one dared say they were perfectly safe, but handling these evil spirits was no longer an issue. Everyone's jaws dropped as they gawked. The life and death crisis they all found themselves in had all of a sudden become extremely relaxed. This unexpected transformation was something that none of them could quite keep up with. The surrounding evil spirits fluttered around the platform, but most did not dare to even approach. Occasionally, one of them would attempt to attack them as before only to be burned on contact with the light curtain before quickly receding. After standing dumbstruck for quite some time, everyone turned and stared awkwardly at Yang Kai. The Hu sisters' eyes both contained a slightly hot light as they gazed at this young man they had recently reunited with. I just did it on a whim. I didn't think it would work out so well. Yang Kai grinned awkwardly as he laughed. Simply amazing. Chun-Yi praised, almost in awe of Yang Kai. Everyone else nodded, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. After slowly recovering from their initial shock and examining their situation more closely, All of them were shocked as they estimated just how much true Qi Yongkai had used to create such a solid defensive curtain. How did he come up with such a massive quantity of true Qi, and how could he be standing there as if it were nothing to him? Monster! Absolute monster! Lung Shan spat. Everyone nodded again. What they didn't know was that every layer of this light curtain was the result of the crystallization of the total amount of true Qi Yongkai could condense in his meridians. So 20 of these curtains were equal to Yongkai completely emptying his meridians 20 times. How could this defense screen not have such astounding strength? Moreover, the density and purity of Yongkai's true Qi were both abnormally high for his cultivation. If converted to average terms, this light curtain strength was almost equivalent to 10 Immortal Ascension boundary masters fully focusing on defense. With this shield protecting them, weathering this crisis was now a piece of cake. Young man, could you be so kind as to help this old man out? The old man held down his pride to ask. Even he, an Immortal Ascension master, had no means to reproduce the heaven-defying feat of a man that has barely reached a third of his age. Therefore, under such circumstances, he had to swallow his pride and pled. The high pillar that Yongkai's group occupied was now an impregnable fortress, not letting a single leak through. Even if their group stood around and did nothing, they wouldn't have to worry about their safety. But as a result, on the old man's side, the number of evil spirits they had to deal with subsequently increased, making their situation more and more difficult. As their situation deteriorated, the old man could only call out to Yongkai and ask for help. Hearing this plea, many of the Ghost King Valley disciples sneered sarcastically and glared at the old man. Zhao Rong of Treasure Instrument sect even went a step further and muttered under her breath. That old dog just tried to harm us. Yet now he's begging for Brother Yang's help? How shameless! The old man's underhanded scheme a moment ago had not escaped any of their sights. But although all of them were extremely annoyed by his behavior, due to his strength, none of them had dared to hit back. The old man obviously saw this look in all of their eyes but didn't seem to mind, and instead just lightly said, "Youngsters, you should all carefully consider the current situation. Who knows if you'll need to ask this old master for help in the near future. You should sell this old master a favor now while you can, lest when your turn comes you wind up with regret." Although his tone was light and casual, anyone who had any discernment could tell that he was threatening them. If they didn't help him now, he would certainly make them suffer for it later. In his heart, Yongkai sneered, but on his face he wore a serious expression and shook his head slowly. "Unfortunately, I cannot help Senior right now. My true Qi has been completely exhausted, so I need to restore myself first." As he spoke, Yongkai unsteadily sat down cross-legged. The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples all suddenly realized this point, and each of them quickly pulled out a number of true Qi restoring pills and offered them to Yongkai. It wasn't that they were gullible enough to be deceived by Yongkai's word, but in this chaotic situation it was simply something they should do. Moreover, during this intense battle, Yongkai had definitely consumed a lot of true Qi, not to mention him setting up this multi-layered light curtain, so needing to restore his true Qi only seemed appropriate. Hu Jiao'er and Hu Mei-er, on the other hand, simply exchanged a glance, as the two of them pouted and smiled. The two sisters knew that Yongkai possessed a kind of miraculous liquid that could almost instantly restore one's true Qi reserves. So how could they believe the slightest bit of his nonsense? The situation atop the pillar was clearly displayed before the old man's eyes, and because what was said was reasonable, he couldn't tell if Yongkai was lying or telling the truth. So he no longer forced the issue and instead let out a somewhat hollow laugh. "Very well, you should first quickly restore yourself." Ending the conversation, the old man refocused his attention on the battle around him. Atop the plateau, the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect groups glanced around in amazement, not expecting that in this life-or-death crisis Yongkai would somehow create an absolute safe haven. And so they observed the other side's battle while talking in hushed voices amongst themselves. As they watched as Yu Qing and his party struggled to defend themselves as their true Qi and blood force rioted. The old man in particular lived up to his status as an Immortal Ascension boundary master. His true Qi seemed endless as he casually sent out strikes. In fact, each of his seemingly simple moves was actually extremely powerful and allowed him alone to fight 4 evil spirits without any disadvantage. While he battled, he also diverted some of his attention to protect his juniors. Meanwhile, the free and unfettered sect disciples were struggling to maintain their line of defense as their true chi continued to be exhausted. Although the old man should have provided some assistance, but he would never lend his hand out to such scum that even their grandparents would disown. The male free and unfettered sect disciples' originally pale complexions became even whiter, while their charmed slaves also no longer showed any coquettish looks. Each of them was now drenched in sweat as they struggled to cope. Outside the true Yang Yuan Qi defensive shield, the evil spirits continued circling as they attempted to find a weak spot, but no matter where they struck, the result was the same. After a while, they actually gave up and began flying towards the other platform to attack the old man's side. Instantly, the situation became critical. The old man roared furiously and no longer held back. He summoned his artifact and sent out various powerful martial skills one after another. The free and unfettered sect group also struck back harder, but it was obvious they couldn't cope with so many evil spirits. Senior, Yu Qing shouted anxiously, "Please help us!" Although the free and unfettered sect disciples outnumbered the Ghost King Valley group, He suffered because they specialized in raising their cultivation through various male-female plucking techniques. Their true chi wasn't as pure or stable as others in the same realm, so their defenses were quickly overwhelmed, which forced Yu Qing into a situation where he needed to beg the old man to save them. Heh. The old man laughed evilly. This old master can barely defend himself. How could I have the spare capacity to save you lot? Yu Qing cursed silently, and knowing that this old man wasn't some benevolent benefactor, he quickly followed up, "If Senior can help us survive this crisis, my free and unfettered sect will definitely compensate generously. Let's hear it," the old man said as his eyes flashed a greedy light. "If we can make it back alive, each of us can offer Senior a charmed slave. Senior should be familiar with my free and unfettered sex methods, and certainly understands the value of these charmed slaves." With his life on the line, Yu Qing didn't dare spew any nonsense and directly offered extremely rich conditions. Hearing this, the old man's eyes lit up with an obscene light and he grinned maliciously. This old master is naturally aware of your free and unfettered sex charmed slaves' usefulness, along with their secret art and skills designed to assist one's cultivation. They're also all extremely well-versed in meeting their master's desires. Senior is well-informed. Yu Qing nodded, casually accepting this flattery. The old man laughed happily. "Good. Since there are 4 of you, when this old master feasts on your 4 charmed slaves' vital yin, my cultivation will improve greatly. What Senior says is absolutely right." Yu Qing was in a hurry, so although he was cursing this old dog inside, he did his best to wear his most flattering smile. As such, Junior asked Senior to quickly take action. However, the old man simply coldly snorted. "However, this old master has heard that you free and unfettered sect men all have more than just a single charmed slave, and looking at you lot's demeanor, your positions in the sect shouldn't be low. You must have at least 4 or 5 each, right?" Yu Qing's smiling face twitched, as he realized he had underestimated this old dog's appetite. "Little brat, your luck is quite good," the old man grinned. "This old master is willing to help, but this old master wants 8 charmed slaves as compensation. That is, each of you must deliver me 2 charmed slaves in order to equal the value of this old master taking action. Whether you agree or not is up to you, but if your life is gone, you won't be needing those charmed slaves anyways, right? Ha. This last sentence thoroughly poked Yu Qing's weakness, not allowing him to refuse. So with a gloomy expression, Yu Qing nodded without hesitation. "Good. I accept. Little brat, you're certainly decisive enough. Good, we have a deal." The old man laughed, and his moves suddenly became even more ferocious, as he protected the free and unfettered sect disciples as well, which greatly relieved the pressure Yu Qing's group felt. The price was worth it. Yu Qing comforted himself, trying to balance his unwillingness with his desire to live. Free and unfettered sex male disciples indeed had more than 1 charmed slave each. However, each charmed slave took a significant amount of time and resources to develop, so losing 2 of them was by no means a small loss. As Yu Qing was discussing terms with the old man, The free and unfettered sect charm slaves were totally unmoved, as if the discussion had nothing to do with them. Remember your words. If you dare try to renege, this old master will pay a visit to your free and unfettered sect to collect what he's owed. The old man coldly threatened. Yu Qing's heart jumped, as he suddenly wondered what origins this old man had that allowed him to not fear his free and unfettered sect. Then he quickly wore an ugly smile. How could Junior dare? A gentleman's word isn't spoken lightly. Hearing this, many people covertly spat disdainfully. If Yu Qing was a gentleman, there were definitely no villains under the heavens. Meanwhile, Yang Kai and his group were now idly sitting atop their platform. But the joyful feeling they gained from seeing the hope of survival gradually calmed down as they observed their surroundings. Not knowing when this tide of evil spirits would recede, it was difficult for them to not feel somewhat desolate. Opposite them, the old man and the free and unfettered sect continued fighting with the evil spirits, killing them at a steady pace and causing numerous evil spirit essences to appear around them. But no one had time to collect these, and gradually, these essences fell into the swirling jet-black evil chi below. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed and he roared angrily, "Free and unfettered sect brats, quickly sacrifice your charmed slave." His tone was fierce and did not permit any objections. Yu Qing froze for a moment and stared at the old man in confusion, wondering why he would suddenly issue such an order. If you don't want to die, then do it now. The old man hurriedly snapped, and a faint hostile intent surfaced from his aura. Boo! Yu Qing didn't fully understand what was happening, but he felt that now was not a good time to sacrifice their charmed slaves. Their numbers were currently enough to hold their formation, but once their charmed slaves were sacrificed, it would essentially be like having the number of free and unfettered sect disciples. Naturally, he wanted to avoid such an outcome. This old master will give you 3 breaths. If you haven't sacrificed them, I'll kill all of you. The old man delivered his ultimatum. Senior brother, what should we do? One of the free and unfettered sect male disciples asked Yu Qing, his anxiety and helplessness apparent. Do it! Yu Qing angrily shouted, not daring to hesitate any longer. The only reason they had been able to preserve their lives until now was because this old man would occasionally help protect them. If the old man all of a sudden turned on them, they would no doubt die immediately. Although extremely unwilling to sacrifice their charmed slaves in this way, Yu Qing had no alternative. With Yu Qing giving his order, the few free and unfettered sect male disciples all simultaneously let out their strongest attacks to push back the evil spirits they were engaged with and then grabbed hold of their respective charmed slaves. A determined light flashed across their eyes as they deeply kissed them. Seeing this, Lung Shan couldn't bear to watch and averted her gaze while quietly pulling Zhao Rong and the Hu sisters with her. Don't look, En. What's happening? Zhao Rong asked curiously. Lung Shan obviously knew what would happen once these charmed slaves were sacrificed, so she had intended to spare her fellow females this scene. Chan Yi also sighed lightly, and a glimmer of pity flashed across his eyes. In fact, most of the Ghost King Valley disciples also hung their heads slightly and averted their gazes from what was to take place. Although their relationship with free and unfettered sect wasn't friendly by any stretch, and each of them had often fought with these charmed slaves, in the end, they couldn't help but sympathize with these unfortunate women, who had their minds and bodies completely enslaved and were unable to determine their own fate anymore. It wasn't that they didn't know how to care about themselves, nor were they born inherently debased, but they were trained that way by free and unfettered sex men with special tools, medicines, and techniques. The 3 young women couldn't hold back their curiosity, even though Lung Shan had told them not to look. So Zhao Rong and the Hu sisters quietly glanced over to see what would take place. However, the moment they saw, all 3 of them shivered violently. As they exchanged what looked like a passionate kiss, the 4 charmed slaves' bodies trembled, and as the trembling became more intense, their once beautiful faces quickly became old while their delicate bodies aged at a pace visible to the naked eye, rapidly drying up, as if dozens of years were passing by in an instant. The true chi and blood essence of these charmed slaves was quickly transformed into energy that constantly flowed from their lips into the male free and unfettered sect disciples. As this happened, The pale faces of these free and unfettered sect men suddenly flushed with color, like they were being infused with vitality, and it instantly gave them a healthy, radiant glow that perfectly complemented their originally handsome looks. Even the strength of their auras also began to rise sharply. This was a sacrifice. Free and unfettered sect's forbidden technique. Only by taking advantage of these brainwashed charm slaves could such an inhuman martial skill be displayed. This technique could no longer be described as simply evil. After less time than it would take to drink a cup of tea, the free and unfettered sect's male disciples had undergone a massive transformation and became vigorous and high-spirited. The charmed slaves in their arms, on the other hand, had been forever drained of their vitality. But their dull, dim eyes still showed an unrelenting affection as their old, haggard mouths wore extremely satisfied smiles. Their role as devoted slaves had been imprinted in their very souls. True qi burst out uncontrollably from Zhao Rong and the Hu sisters, and their eyes filled with fire as they glared maliciously at the still celebrating male free and unfettered sect disciples. They were all women, so watching these charmed slaves die in such a pitiful manner had naturally provoked their ire. After this sacrifice was completed, Yu Qing laughed and released the aged body in his embrace, not even sparing it a glance as this withered corpse rolled off the plateau and disappeared into the sea of evil qi below. The strength of these free and unfettered sect male disciples had skyrocketed, which gave them a domineering and ruthless aura. All of their attacks now contained at least twice their previous might, but as he glanced towards the old man, Yu Qing's eyes still had a well-hidden trace of anger and hatred. He had not wanted to sacrifice these charmed slaves at this time because the most dangerous moment had yet to arrive. But because of the old man's overbearing strength, he had no choice but to obey him, so naturally he held some dissatisfaction. The old man seemed to have not noticed this glint as he laughed wantonly. "Good. This old master knew you were a decisive person. In the future you will certainly become someone great. Little brat, you and your junior brothers defend here for a moment while this old master handles something." "Good." Yu Qing nodded firmly, not asking the old man what it was he intended to do. With that, the old man roared, flew up into the air, and shot out from the platform. After he flew up, a single purple evil spirit tightly followed behind him, almost like a shadow following its master. "What is he trying to do?" Chan Yi muttered gloomily when he noticed the venomous grin that appeared on the old man's face as he led that evil spirit towards their side. As he flew towards them, the old man continued to attack this particular evil spirit, drawing its attention as he approached Yang Kai and his group. "Has this old guy gone crazy?" Chong Ying smiled contemptuously. "Struggling to lead a single evil spirit towards us. Could it be that he thinks that evil spirit can kill all of us?" "Ha ha ha." One of the treasure instrument sect male disciples laughed dismissively. "That old man is wasting his time. Doesn't he know that these evil spirits can't even touch Brother Yang's light curtain?" Because none of them had lowered their voices, it was clear that the old man could hear them. But even so, he didn't get angry and instead just sneered even more as he led the evil spirit towards them. Lung Shan's cold eyes flashed as he realized something wasn't right, and he quickly called out, "Be careful, he's definitely up to something." Tao Yang also nodded and increased his vigilance. A moment later, when the old man and the evil spirit arrived next to their pillar next to the high platform, everyone tensed slightly and prepared to counterattack if need be. "Here, a gift for you." The old man maintained his sneer and laughed loudly as he struck the evil spirit with a palm, which sent it crashing towards the light curtain before he darted away, almost immediately reappearing on the free and unfettered sex side. "Senior, did you make us sacrifice our charmed slaves just to give you a moment of freedom?" Yu Qing's expression was quite ugly, and his voice contained a questioning tone. "N." The old man nodded plainly. "And with that moment, all you wanted was to lead that evil spirit over to them." Yu Qing almost couldn't contain the anger in his chest. He hadn't known why this old man was so anxious to have them sacrifice their charmed slaves. But now it seems like he forced them to do so just for this one insignificant act. Obviously, this wasn't worth the life of a single charmed slaves, let alone four. "Do you have any opinion?" The old man glanced back at Yu Qing coldly, and his eyes were full of overbearing arrogance. Junior doesn't dare. Yu Qing's blood ran cold, and he quickly suppressed his anger. Although after the sacrifice the strength of him and his fellow brothers had rose, but when faced with an immortal Ascension boundary master, they still weren't qualified to object. Good. Well, just wait a bit and you'll see. If they don't beg this old master for help soon, old master here will unscrew his head for you to use as a chamber pot. The old man grinned. Yu Qing was stunned, not understanding why this old man was so confident all of a sudden. At that moment, the evil spirit that was led to Yang Kai's group was launching a series of attacks towards their defense shield. But as it collided with the light curtain again and again, it was inevitably repelled. The fiery true Yang Yuan Qi easily disintegrating any residual evil Qi from its attacks. But contrary to the previous evil spirits, this one did not immediately retreat. After many failed attempts, this evil spirit no longer recklessly attacked but instead stared towards them with its almost clearly defined face, opened its mouth, and let out an ear-piercing scream. That sound was sharp and grating and caused everyone's ears to ring, and as the sound penetrated their heads, a purple halo suddenly enveloped them, wrapping all of them in an eerie radiance. Everyone had been indifferently watching this evil spirit's fruitless attacks but hadn't expected it would suddenly come up with such a hand. So by the time they had perceived a threat, it was too late to defend themselves. As this purple halo washed over them, they all felt their consciousnesses tremble and their strength drain from their bodies, and some of them even fell limply to the ground. Others were overwhelmed by nausea as they felt like a million ants were gnawing at their minds, delivering them an unbearable pain. Even the Hu sister combination couldn't withstand this attack, and their pretty faces distorting in pain. Only Yang Kai remained unaffected. Unlike the others of his group, he had already begun cultivating his soul and was able to offset some of the damage. On top of that, he also had his Soul Palace soul skill, which allowed him to easily withstand this evil spirit's attack. A soul skill? Chan Yi screamed. It's a soul-type evil spirit. By this point, everyone had figured this out, and each of them became pale, as they stared in fear and panic towards the soul-type evil spirit in front of them. Soul-type evil spirits were a very special presence in the evil cavern. It looked no different from the other evil spirits, but because it had the ability to use soul skills, any cultivator under Immortal Ascension boundary that ran into one had only two paths before them: escape or die. But in this situation, running away was not an option, but trying to fight it was akin to suicide. Within the evil cavern, soul-type evil spirits were exceptionally rare, which was obvious from the scene before them, although there were hundreds of evil spirits gathered here with more constantly arriving, but from beginning to end only one soul-type evil spirit had appeared. This was sufficient to show how few of them existed. None of them had thought they would encounter a soul-type evil spirit when they first came to the evil cavern, just like they never dreamed they would be caught up in the evil spirit spring's eruption. But right now, such a situation had arisen and caused all of their hearts to sink. The old man who had deliberately led this soul-type evil spirit to them was no doubt harboring malicious intent, likely doing so as retaliation for Yang Kai's refusal to help them. Turning his gaze towards the old man, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a cold light. He didn't fear this soul-type evil spirit, but everyone else who was with him did. The soul skill it had just used was a wide area attack as well, so it could affect all of them at once, meaning that everyone besides Yang Kai would sooner or later have their souls destroyed and result in them either dying or degenerating into an idiot. Quickly, as the soul-type evil spirit, looking in from outside the light curtain, opened its gruesome mouth again, Chani shouted, "Does anyone have a soul defense-type artifact?" Instinctually, everyone looked towards Tao Yang. Although the Ghost King Valley disciples had made sufficient preparations for this expedition to the evil cavern, but soul-type artifacts were just as rare as soul skills themselves, not to mention a soul-type artifact that could defend against soul skills needed to be of a very high grade. None of these Ghost King Valley disciples had the qualifications to hold such a precious artifact. Tao Yang, on the other hand, was a treasure instrument sect disciple. If he didn't have an appropriate soul-type artifact, then no one here would. Although Yang Kai was not afraid of this soul-type evil spirit, in the end he was only able to protect himself from it. So with so many people gathered on this high plateau, and considering the wide range of the enemy's soul skill, he was quite troubled about how to handle it. Fortunately, Tao Yang was just as wealthy as imagined, hastily removing a ring from his bag and pouring true qi into it. A buzzing sound burst out just as the soul-type evil spirit cast its soul skill again. Soon after, the purple halo reappeared and enveloped them once more. However, the ring in Tao Yang's had also sent out a series of ripples which crashed into this halo. Everyone held their breath nervously and stared in anticipation. As the artifact's ripples and the purple halo collided, the ripples disappeared instantly while the purple light dimmed significantly. Unfortunately, the purple halo had not dissipated completely. Tao Yang's soul defense type artifact wasn't strong enough to completely defend against this soul-type evil spirit's attack. Everyone suddenly looked miserable, unsure of what to do next. The only upside was that this artifact could at least weaken the effect on their souls to the point where it was at least bearable. But obviously this was not a long-term solution. Damage to one's soul was no joking matter. If it continued to accumulate, it would still become a major risk. Sorry, I only have this soul-type artifact, Tao Yang said guiltily as he stared towards the soul-type evil spirit. Why are you apologizing, Brother Tao? If not for you being here, I'm afraid none of us would be able to withstand this attack at all, Chun-Yi said earnestly. And Chang-Ying nodded. But we still have to think about what to do next. Even with the support of Tao Yang's soul defense artifact, the longest they could hold out was at best half an hour. Yang Kai didn't say anything and instead just coldly glared at the old man. Seeing the crisis they were in, the old man let out arrogant and outrageous laughter, apparently very pleased with himself. Hearing this wanton laughter, everyone couldn't help but grind their teeth in indignation. If it weren't for this old man's malicious scheme, with the help of Yang Kai's light curtain they would be perfectly safe. But now, facing this soul-type evil spirit, they suddenly found themselves helpless and in mortal danger. That old bastard! Zhao Rong's viciously cursed, not caring whether the old man heard her or not. Little friend! The old man smiled happily while knocking away several evil spirits and yelled to Yang Kai. See, your side is now facing a crisis and so are we. Why don't you cooperate with me, so we can both survive? How do you propose we cooperate? Yang Kai indifferently asked. It's simple, you help us put up the same type of defensive cover over here, and then this old master will help you to deal with that soul-type evil spirit. You can't cope with it because none of you have reached the immortal ascension boundary, but this old master is different. This old master is not only an immortal ascension master, but I have also reached the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage, although dealing with that soul-type evil spirit is a little troublesome. But killing it isn't too difficult. So how about it? Such cooperation benefits both of us. When the old man said so, everyone suddenly realized. It seemed like his goal in guiding the soul-type evil spirit to attack them was to force Yang Kai to help them. If Yang Kai could really put up a light curtain for them, the pressure the old man was facing would drop drastically. At that time, they could also just sit on top of their pillar and relax like Yang Kai's group. As long as they could delay until the evil spirit spring disappeared, they would be able to simply walk out from here. If it weren't for the old man having scruples about the strength of Yang Kai's group, why would he have taken such a roundabout method? He would have simply robbed them of their platform the moment Yang Kai put up that shield. Yang Kai had to admit, this old bastard's plan was quite good. Yu Qing and the other free and unfettered sect disciples, witnessing this sudden development, couldn't help but let out a burst of laughter. Senior is such a magnanimous man, Junior greatly admires. Earlier, Yu Qing was quite confused by the old man's actions and was even somewhat angered, but now he realized that the old man had obviously been aware of the existence of that soul-type evil spirit and had planned this out from the beginning, ordering them to sacrifice their charm slaves to give him enough time to execute his plan. Ha! How could this old master have survived so many battles without some means? You do well to learn from this old master. The old man smiled deviously, and his 4 juniors also applauded loudly, obviously very respectful of him. On the other side, the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples frowned deeply. All of them were extremely angry but were unable to say anything back. Little friend, have you considered well? Confident he had won, The old man wasn't rushed and instead boasted arrogantly as he waited for Yang Kai and others to beg him to help them. In his opinion, this group of true element boundary brats would bow to him sooner or later unless they wanted to die. Having not cultivated their souls, and with only a single soul defense type artifact, it was only a matter of time before they succumbed to the soul-type evil spirit's assault. After a short time, their souls would begin to take serious damage, and by then the old man could gain even more advantages from them. So he was in no rush to offer assistance and instead just casually asked if they wanted help. Yang Kai wrinkled his brow and grunted but eventually didn't respond. On the other side, Yu Qing whispered to the old man, "Senior, Junior wonders if you could propose another condition to them." Raising his brow, the old man curiously asked, "Oh? What condition?" Yu Qing's gaze immediately shifted to the Hu sisters, his eyes filling with an obscene light as he licked his lips and said, "Let them offer up that pair of twins to us." The old man looked at Yu Qing with great meaning. He was quite well informed about free and unfettered sex charm slaves and knew that they also had different grades. If this pair of twins was turned into charm slaves, then they would undoubtedly provide their free and unfettered sect male masters with greater aid, especially since they seemed to also possess extraordinary strength. It wasn't hard to understand why Yu Qing would pay special attention to them. This group of free and unfettered sect disciples had even chased them into this evil cavern regardless of the risks. This alone showed how attractive the Hu sisters were to them. "I'm afraid that's not a good idea." The old man frowned, although he didn't consider Yang Kai and his group as anything serious, but at this moment he really did need Yang Kai's help. If he added too many excessive demands, it would only be counterproductive and cause him to lose his rice before catching the chicken. If Senior is willing to help, Junior can offer another 4 charmed slaves to Senior. "All right?" Yu Qing whispered. "This old master can consider it." The old man nodded with satisfaction. "Very well. This old master will help you get all those women over there. But 4 more charmed slaves aren't enough. You must offer this old master 8 additional charmed slaves. Agreed?" 8 charmed slaves is really too much. Those twins are certainly worth 4 charmed slave. But the other 2 women, Junior can offer Senior 6 charmed slaves for all of them. It cannot be more. Yu Qing's face flashed a hint of hidden pain, like he was suffering a big loss. "Good. 6 then, remember. You now owe this old master 14 charmed slaves." The old man grinned and said happily, "Naturally, Junior remembers." Yu Qing nodded, also very satisfied with the outcome of this negotiation, and he quickly wore a complimentary smile. Senior is such a powerful master, yet seems to not care much for beauty. If he really cared about beautiful women, he wouldn't have offered up the 4 women on the other side so easily. Needless to say, the twin sisters on the opposite pillar possessed country-destroying beauty. While that Ghost King Valley's Langshan was also an extraordinary vision, and lastly the last girl's innocence and cute appeal, although not comparable to the other 3, was also a unique and delicious flavor. However, the old man just contemptuously smirked and arrogantly said, "Beauties? Only you young brats who only have lust on your brains will care about such things. With this old master's strength, if old master wants any woman, what kind of woman can I not get?" Yes, 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 Senior is wise." Yu Qing nodded repeatedly, unable to refute this statement, and he suddenly thought this old man was more pleasing to the eye after he agreed to help him obtain the Hu sisters. A smug smile even began to creep into his expression as he imagined capturing those 4, bringing them back to free and unfettered sect, and subjecting them to various drugs and soul skills to train them into loyal slaves. With the negotiations finalized, the old man and Yu Qing were both happy. The old man's 4 juniors also had delighted expressions. They knew that when the old man received those 14 charmed slaves, they would each receive 1 as a reward. Charmed slaves. Not only would they willingly warm their beds, at a critical moment they could be sacrificed to drastically increase their strength. Who wouldn't want such a convenient tool? With a charmed slave to accompany them, they would never be lonely again. Little friends, don't blame this old master for not reminding you. If you don't want to cooperate, you and your friends will definitely die. The old man casually taunted Yang Kai with a victorious grin plastered all over his face. Senior need not worry. Yang Kai replied indifferently. Ha! Seems you can't appreciate kindness. The old man's expression twitched, and he sneered as he said, If you don't beg this old master for help, this old master won't take action. Yang Kai no longer paid attention to the old man, and his eyes stared towards the soul-type evil spirit floating just outside his light curtain. The 3 disciples from Treasure Instrument sect also held the 5-dragon entangling seal, nervously preparing. While Yuqing was negotiating with the old man, Yang Kai's group was also discussing their next course of action. Brother Yang, are you certain? Tao Yang asked, worry apparent on his face, and he quickly offered up his ring-shaped soul defense type artifact. You should also bring this with you. That's right, just in case. Leng Shan agreed, her brow thoroughly furrowed. When Yang Kai said he wanted to go out and kill the soul-type evil spirit, everyone was taken aback. All of them thought he was crazy. The Hu sisters were even more alarmed and repeatedly tried to discourage him. Hu Mei Er even had her enchanting pair of eyes overflow with tears of worry. Don't worry, I have a sense of proportion. Even if I really can't beat it, I have confidence in drawing back. Yang Kai stated plainly. Good. Then you must be careful, Chen Yi said. Yang Kai nodded firmly. Right then, the soul-type evil spirit opened its mouth again, preparing to display its screaming soul skill. Now! Yang Kai roared as he shot out. The 3 Treasure Instrument sect disciples promptly poured their true chi into the 5-dragon entangling seal. The 5 dragons spat out their light ropes towards the soul-type evil spirit and bound it in place just as it launched its soul skill. Forming a sword with his Yang Qi, Yang Kai charged towards the evil spirit like lightning and crashed through the purple halo it sent out. Ha! Tao Yang simultaneously activated his soul defense type artifact to counteract the soul-type evil spirit's attack. So fast! Chen Yi couldn't help but call out in surprise when he saw Yang Kai reach the soul-type evil spirit and land multiple slashes on its body within a single breath. Suffering this sudden attack, the sharp howling from the evil spirit became more violent as it sent out purple halos one after another, which greatly taxed Tao Yang's soul artifact again and again to the point where he could barely resist. Paling instantly, Tao Yang soon spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed to the ground. Nearby, Chen Yi acted quickly, picked up the soul artifact, and took over for Tao Yang. Is he trying to get himself killed? The old man obviously witnessed Yang Kai's bold actions, and his pupils shrunk involuntarily as he muttered in surprise. Normally he wouldn't care whether Yang Kai lived or died, but right now, if Yang Kai died, he wouldn't be able to open the same light curtain for him. However, Yang Kai completely ignored his overtures and continued his reckless assault on the soul-type evil spirit. Within a few breaths, the soul-type evil spirit's purple body had dimmed significantly. However, its true strength was obviously much stronger than an average purple evil spirit, so even though it was restrained by Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi, it was still difficult to defeat it in short order. We can't hold on, Zhao Rong suddenly cried out. The next moment her and her fellow Treasure Instrument sect disciples paled, and the 5-dragon entangling seal in their hands quickly lost its radiance. Immediately, the soul-type evil spirit's bindings collapsed. Regaining its freedom, the soul-type evil spirit became even more violent. Its distorted facial features twisted in rage as it shot a purple beam of light towards Yang Kai. Unable to dodge in time, Yang Kai was struck head-on, the purple beam penetrating into his mind. Severe pain spread from his head, as his soul palace was unable to resist such a focused strike. Although his soul palace had reached the minor accomplishment stage and completely engulfed his knowledge sea, in that moment a large gap had been blasted through it. Yang Kai's expression stiffened, his arms froze mid-air before drooping to his sides. Seizing this opening, the soul-type evil spirit crashed towards him. The evil spirit swiped at Yang Kai with its ethereal claws, tore apart his robes, and opened a series of long wounds on his chest, which caused his blood to spurt out. Brother Yang! The group behind him called out in panic, their faces filled with horror. Humph! Courting death! The old man coldly snorted, his expression quite ugly. He had hoped to coerce Yang Kai into helping him, but had apparently underestimated this young man's stubbornness. which caused his well-laid-out plot to backfire and lose all meaning. Against such a potent targeted soul skill, a speciality of soul-type evil spirits, even an immortal Ascension boundary master would have his consciousness destroyed. Xianxia was only a true element boundary 5th stage youth. How could he survive? He got what he deserves. The old man sneered to himself, not feeling the slightest bit of compassion, only a slight regret. Since Xianxia was dead, his own situation had become a bit more troublesome. Ha! Xianxia suddenly roared, and his falling body stabilized mid-air, as he hurriedly dodged the soul-type evil spirit's next attack. A cool sensation flooded his head, and although the pain was excruciating, the soul-warming lotus had once again saved him. Impossible! The old man cried out. As an immortal Ascension master, he was well aware of how powerful the focused soul skill Xianxia had taken was just now. Even if it was him, he wouldn't have dared take such an attack head-on. So how could the youth before him have accomplished such a feat? Everyone from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. All of them were surprised to see Xianxia survive, and they thought he must have some kind of high-end soul defense artifact. However, they also realized that even if Xianxia had such an artifact, it was certainly only able to protect himself, or else he would have taken it out earlier. Bind it again! Xianxia yelled to his comrades behind him as he re-engaged the soul-type evil spirit. Right! Lung Shan and the Hu sisters arrived at Zhao Rong's side, picked up the 5-dragon entangling seal, and together, filled it with their true qi.